Ogun State, Chief Chris Ogunbanjo, Otumba Shubomi Balogun, Dr. Oba Otudeko, CFR, Chief Razak Okoya, Kesintin Adebutu, and Chief Alex Dudiyemi graced the event with their esteemed presence. The opening remarks given by Mr. Olatunji Ayonlaja, SAN, who is the alternate chairman of the Board of Trustees, further elucidated on the reasons behind the strategic move for the endowment by the Awujale of a professorial chair in governance in the Department of Political Science of the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe, Ogun State.
We, the members of the BOT and the organizing committee, in the propagation and sustenance of the laudable idea behind the endowment of the share, promise to manage the funds of the share only for the institutionalizing the share so as to be able to attract the best brains from any part of the world to occupy it.
Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe, Ogun State, which ranks among the best universities in Nigeria, opened its doors for academic activities on the 31st of January 1983 for the realization of the teaching, research, and community service, producing broadly educated men and women in different disciplines of studies, now in the vanguard of new technological revolution in education. The Vice-Chancellor of the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Professor Sabiru Adesanya, who has been in the saddle since 2012 as the Chief Executive of the institution, the Pro-Chancellor and the Chairman of the Governing Council of the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe, Ogun State, Dr. Segun Oshin, gave the perspective of the institution as regards how to successfully bring to fruition the lofty and thoughtful initiative of the Awujale to endow a professorial chair on governance in the Political Science Department of the university, which they regard as further testimony of the Awujale's love for education, good governance, and betterment of the country.
The chair is to research into the Nigerian situation and evolve purposeful intervention policies that will allow the Nigerian governing class to learn and conduct governance with honesty, equity, and fair play. African perspective and integrating modern governance into every aspect of Nigerian livelihood. Hence, the occupant of the chair is to be selected periodically.
The Obasikiru Kayode Adetono Professorial Chair in Governance, being inaugurated 26 years after the last in 1990, attests to our commitment to bringing the university to a high level of confidence by the society. The radical reforms and policies of Council, which identifies with a sustainable mission of turning disruption to opportunities by the mentality we hold and the structures we put in place, has contributed positively to the transformation we are all witnessing today.
In the inaugural lecture delivered by Professor Akin Mabuguje, CON, the renowned professor of geography, who has served in many public sector positions in Nigeria and chairman of the Lagos Megacity Development Authority, he posited that the high cost of the presidential system of government, which Nigeria adopted on her return to democracy in 1999, as against the parliamentary system which it operated before, and the mismanagement of the oil resources accumulated over the years during the oil boom days by successive administrations, is a major source of the economic problems besetting the country today. Professor Mabuguje frowned at the imprudent management of resources by those in position of authority as bold pointers to bad governance, which has adversely affected all levels of governance in the country. All these countercultures have become a fertile breeding ground for the cankerworm of corruption, which has eaten very deep into the fabric of the Nigerian society.
Because of the windfall from oil revenue and its own operational structure of a unified command, the military regime transformed this country away from its federal and democratic trajectory of development to where we are today. Secondly, that since the end of the military regime, it is regrettable that our political leaders and various professional groups, particularly the Nigerian Bar Association, have failed the nation in not legally challenging some of the non-democratic distortions to our governance system, especially at the local level. And the thought is that unless we seriously revisit these distortions and rectify them appropriately, the nation will continue to be hostage to a dysfunctional and disempowering governance system in this country.
Also contributing to the discussion, which was moderated by veteran journalist Ray Ebu, OON, the former governor of the CBN, now the Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi II, also echoed the views of Professor Mabogunje that the presidential system of government is very expensive and unsustainable. He advocated a stringent cutting down of the number of political offices and appointees so as to reduce to a bearable level the high cost of maintaining the offices, as money saved from such exercise could be used for other people-oriented and developmental purposes.
You sometimes wonder if anyone needs to tell any group of people that if you're a poor country, you do not need 36 governors, 36 deputy governors, each with 30 members of the House of Assembly, each with commissioners, each with advisors, each with special assistants, a president, a vice president, 36 ministers, special advisors, a bicameral federal legislature, and so on and so on.
On his own part, former governor of Ogun State, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, picked holes in what he saw as the fraudulent manner in which some people are elected into office, which he described as a mockery of Nigeria's hard-earned democracy. He advised the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to take a second look at the operations of the card reader to perfect its use in future elections. Former Governor Olusegun Oshoba charged public office holders, especially governors, to endeavor to use the resources allocated to them to better the lot of those who voted them into office, to justify the confidence and trust reposed in them.
When governors are elected fraudulently, when local government elections are held and the votes of people don't count, then you get awoof leaders. And that's where the problem starts from. And His Royal Highness Kanu has said it. What is the pedigree of those that we elect to be our leaders? What have they done of their life? What have they managed? These are part of the problem that we have in governance.
In his contribution, the convener of the forum, the Awujale and paramount ruler of Ijebuland, Obasikiru Kayode Adetono, CFR, said the issue of governance of the country has been of great concern to him for many years, having been in the saddle for as long as Nigeria's independence, which offers him the rare privilege to make comparisons between what was obtained during the pre-independence era and now.
Politics became petty, dirty, and corrupt. The economy was in shambles, coupled with a decaying infrastructure and the steady decline in the quality of education, among others. While the private sector became a mere onlooker, having been frustrated by we stimulate the next generation, lead this country out of its seemingly intractable problems.
The Awujale also blamed greed, triggered by those who had unfettered access to the government treasury, as the main cause of underdevelopment, which is the major byproduct of bad governance in Nigeria over the years. The Awujale, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono, said he decided as a patriotic Nigerian to make a last-ditch intervention to salvage the situation with the endowment of the 250 million naira professorial chair on Good Governance in Political Science Department of Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe. The Awujale hopes that the chair he is endowing at OOU on Good Governance will encourage the youth to synergize thoughts with the older generation on new areas that will bring about good governance to take Nigeria out of the problem besetting us over the years.
It is therefore my belief that for a lasting solution to these different problems, the youth must actively participate and be positively engaged in bringing about good governance, starting now.
The pre-launch address of the endowment was delivered by Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, Chairman, First Bank of Nigeria PLC, also an illustrious daughter of Ijebuland.
For the greatness of a nation, you need governance at every level to work in a particular way. Political governance is only one part of it. There's economic governance, which goes to the private sector, and every level of participation that is involved in the management of the resources of our nation.
The launch of the 250 million naira endowment and fundraising for the professorial chair on good governance, which was the idea of the Awujale, attracted very enthusiastic participation by notable personalities from all sectors of life: the academia, the traditional institution, the private, public and business sectors, as well as the political class. At the end of the day, over 400 million naira was raised, with a lot of pledges outstanding. The address of the visitor of the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe, Governor Ibikunle Amosun of Ogun State, was delivered by his deputy, Chief Mrs. Yetunde Onanuga, who also eulogized the initiator, the Awujale, for the great stride which ties in with one of the 5 cardinal programs of the Amosun administration to rebuild Ogun State. Governor Ibikunle Amosun pledged the assistance of Ogun State government for the successful completion of the project, just as he thanked all those who contributed in cash and kind to the project.
On one hand, this professorial chair in governance would no doubt impact positively on the academic, research, and other knowledge-driven activities of the university. On another hand, it will continue to consolidate the position of the university amongst its peers in Nigeria and beyond the shores of our land.
The vote of thanks was given by Honorable Justice George Adeshola Oguntade, CFR, Chairman of the Organizing Committee of the event, who was surrounded by all the members. The endowment of the professorial chair to promote good governance, virtues and ideals at the Political Science Department of the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe, is a worthy and remarkable step in the continued contribution of the Awujale to the socio-economic, political and educational development of Nigeria. The long-established fact that Lagos State has the largest concentration of media organizations in Nigeria, both print and broadcast, was practically demonstrated on Thursday, June 23, 2016, at the public presentation of Cascade of Change, a decade of liberal thoughts and discourses around Governor Akinwumi Ambode's first year in office, written by Steve Ayorinde, Lagos State Commissioner of Information and Strategy. In itself, the unprecedented attendance of first-class citizens, so to speak, at the very apex of leadership of the various media organizations is a vote of confidence in both the convener, Steve Ayorinde's performance as the media strategist of the Ambode administration in the last 1 year, and on the other hand, the enormous goodwill he has earned in the way he has applied himself with due respect and professional diligence to the journalism profession to which he has been involved in over 2 decades. The Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIIA, Victoria Island, Lagos, which has been the choice venue for such events for decades, must have witnessed perhaps its largest gathering ever in size and quality in recent times. The weather was very bright and clement, and the traffic gridlock, which has always stalled the movement for hours as motorists mainly from the mainland area of Lagos attempts to descend from the 3rd Mainland Bridge and connects the overhead bridge by the Onikon Stadium to join Bonicam Victoria Island access to link the venue of the event also disappeared. But for this development, which we hope will be sustained, the impressive attendance at the event would have been affected. The chief host at the event was the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Akinwumi Ambode. The chairman was Chief Olusegun Oshoba. The special guest of honor, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, was represented by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu was represented by the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Otumba Femi Pedro. The royal father of the day was the Oba of Lagos, His Royal Majesty, Oba Rilwan Akiolu I. The book, The Cascade of Change, was reviewed by Professor Enivo Biakolo of the Pan-Atlantic University, while the keynote addresses were delivered by Professor Pat Utomi, Dr. Doyin Abiola, and Mr. Dipo Famakinwa. The program formally began with a welcome address by Professor Anthony Killer, who spoke for the organizers of the event, the Good Governance Group, and CIAPS.
When the celebrated author today, Steve Ayode, put his book together, it was way before today. But in reading it, we shall start to see a lot of things that resonate with the reality of today. Governors, legislators, company directors do not despise thinkers. Do not put in second place people who sit and think and plan. Because of all the societies in the world, one of the things that distinguishes a lot of society is the presence or absence of a thinking set. Whether it's in the Egyptians with the pharaohs or the Yorubas with the Babalaos, a group of people who do not go to gather, hunt, or fish, who think. It goes a lot in shaping a society. A lot of things that we see here today, I was saying, were written before, and we look at it today, and it is present. And as we go on today and examine this book, and I give you a hearty welcome, I wish us a very happy deliberation to create in our space, physical and mental space, a place for thought, a place for process, and a place for openness, which is part of the idea of Lagos, this metropolitan, cosmopolitan place that can project, process, and still be the capital of Owambe. It's a joy. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
This was followed by a recap of the chances of Governor Akinwumi Ambode in the 2015 Lagos State governorship election, as captured in the opinion of a columnist in one of the national newspapers on the eve of the election. In summary, he concluded that the two factors of sound academic qualifications and 27 years of cognitive working experience in Lagos State, rising to the position of Accountant General of the state, should stand Governor Akinwumi Ambode in the preeminent stead over and above other contenders for the #1 slot of the state. The book, Cascade of Change, a decade of liberal thoughts and discourses around Governor Akinwumi Ambode's first year in office, written by Steve Ayoride, Lagos State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, was principally focused on selected illuminating write-ups of Steve Ayoride as a journalist over the last 2 decades. However, most speakers at the event utilized the forum to x-ray the performance of Governor Akinwumi Ambode in the last 1 year in office, with valued suggestion on how to further consolidate on good areas and brace up on the gray areas. In the remarks of the chairman of the book presentation, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, he eulogized Governor Akinwumi Ambode for displaying quintessential excellence and good governance with the bold footprints evident in all the areas. Free flow of traffic in many areas, infrastructural development, roads and bridges springing up in all parts of the state. This is in addition to the Light Up Lagos project, which has placed Lagos far ahead of other states in terms of development. Chief Olusegun Oshoba, however, said that all these achievements have been made possible because of a continuity in governance factor, which has distinctly distinguished Lagos State government from other states.
I'm testifying that, well, we've seen it. At least I can say about Falomo, I can say something about Queen's Drive. It was a headache to pass through Queen's Drive. Now I can close my eyes and drive around Queen's Drive. I know many of you in your respective areas will have one or two things to say about development of rural roads. I used to go to Jebode through Ekpe, and for several reasons I did Ekpe, Itambapako, Yoboji to Jebode. Well, the tanker drivers and luxury buses destroyed that portion. I was shocked when I was going to Jebode about 2 weeks ago to find that the government is already dualizing Ekpe to Jebode, which is going to be a challenge to Ogun State. I'm always saying this, not to praise him, but to state what I have seen as a journalist, as a reporter, and I'm only reporting back to you people in this hall. Therefore, I'm not going to say much, but to welcome you to this ceremony. I want to commend the governor. I am happy he's keeping to the culture that we left behind.
In the remarks of President Muhammadu Buhari, delivered by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, he said that the president appreciates intellect and good mind, which he had noticed in Steve Ayoride, the author of the book, which was why he decided to honor the invitation to the book presentation. Femi Adesina said it was President Buhari's admiration and respect for intellect that made him retain, instead of retire, the former Inspector General of Police, Mr. Solomon Arase, whom he inherited from the Jonathan administration at the tail end of the last administration.
Something happened on Monday night. It was a day before the final day of the immediate past Inspector General of Police in office. So the president invited him for a farewell dinner at the presidential villa. When Mr. Solomon Arase was making his remarks, he said it was very strange for him to have been invited for a farewell dinner, because what we know in Nigeria is that you are sacked on the pages of newspapers. So he said it was very strange that he had been invited for that dinner. And then he also mentioned that he was inherited by the current administration. So he wasn't quite sure that he would be retained. That every day he had the trepidation that he would hear that he had been removed. And when it was the turn of the president to speak, he now explained why he kept Arase as IG. He said, one, he saw the quality of his mind, and he saw the quality of the things he had written. You know, Arase has many publications to his credit. And then he saw his capacity as an operations person, and then he decided to keep him till his tenure expired. And so that shows us that the president appreciates intellect. And that also informed the good wishes he has sent to Mr. Steve Ayoride on this book he has written. The president appreciates a good mind. He appreciates intellect. And that is one thing we cannot deny that Steve Ayoride, the author, has. So you have his goodwill and his congratulations. I thank everyone who has turned out here today to give him support. Thank you very much.
In the review of the book, Professor Emevo Biakolu commended the author for putting the write-ups together into a book form. He said the book is in 4 parts and very lucid and easy-to-flow style. The book also gives an insight into the kind of man Governor Akinwumi Ambode is.
The unity that I find is really in the style, more than simply the substance or the content or the themes. And this is where the felicitousness of Steve's writing actually comes to the fore. Because you can see his work is so liberally interspersed with literary references. We can see the background in the reading of literature. He has a special affection for Wole Soyinka, by the way. And as many of you would know, Wole Soyinka is not a very journalistic writer. If change is the mantra and is the leitmotif of this text, we can see that 10 years is both a short time and a long time in journalism. You can see the 10 years have seen this author transit from media house to media house. But change is endemic to the process of journalism itself. True journalism thrives on novelty. Whatever is newsworthy. Nobody wants to listen to yesterday's news. But the true change that has occurred with this author is the more critical transition from reporting and commenting on the news to engaging in the process of making it. It's the transition from being journalist to politician. At the same time, he does not characterize his views as radical. On the contrary, he describes his views as liberal. With utmost respect, may I then suggest that the change has been in the making for some time. That the APC has provided him the impetus that may have been inevitable in the evolution of the career of a professional journalist.
One of the discussants, who is the first female graduate of mass communications in Nigeria, Dr. Doyin Abiola, and editor-in-chief of the now-rested Concord newspapers, said, "For Nigeria to make a headway as a nation, Lagos State will play a crucial role in the match because the state is a step ahead of others." She was happy that Governor Akinwumi Ambode is keeping aloft the lofty legacies his other predecessors in office have left behind.
But when I came across this book and the author, I spent 2 hours talking to him, just to have a feel of him. And I picked 3 of the columns. The Newswatch saga, the Ambode's, with all due respect, the Ambode's phenomena. When I first heard the jingle, Ambo, Ambo, I said, oh God. One of those, I've never met him, I've never, had any discussion with him, So I was interested to read what this is all about. The 2 instances. And then to evaluate Mr. Ayorinde on his being a columnist. So columnists are very opinionated. I am also very opinionated. And they don't consider all the aspects of an issue to make it worthwhile, to make the whole thing worthwhile for diverse people that will read the column. The last point that he wrote was the Ambode's special. He has a special regard for Governor Ambode, and I was going to look at it. Why? Is it to preserve his monthly salary, or favoritism, or what? Because as I said, I don't know Mr. Ambode at all. He was able to convince me. He was able to convince me. And that is the purpose of a column. If you're writing a good column, you should, get people to your side.
Professor Pat Utomi, a renowned public commentator and development expert, congratulated Governor Akinwumi Ambode for his swift response in silently embarking on the transformation of Lagos State in the last 1 year. Professor Pat Utomi said that Governor Ambode has taken governance to intellectual heights where one plans, thinks, and then acts.
Professor Anthony Killer talked about the first 40 days blues. During those first 40 days, I had the opportunity of being somewhere with the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And somebody said to him or to us, whichever, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake in Lagos?" And the Vice President said, "I can assure you that he is okay." And I said, "You got to think, plan, then act." And he has proved me a prophet. Thank you very much.
In his address at the event, Governor Akinwumi Ambode of Lagos State said his administration has succeeded in laying a strong foundation that will propel the state to emerge as a globally competitive city-state. He said his hands are steadily on the plow to break new grounds that will deliver on first-class infrastructure, economic growth, and opportunities for all in the state. Governor Akinwumi Ambode praised the author of the book, Cascade of Change, a decade of liberal thoughts and discourse around Governor Akinwumi Ambode's first year in office, Steve Ayoride, for his immense contributions as the arrowhead of the media and strategy team of his governorship campaign. Governor Ambode thanked everyone who attended the event and advised the media to join him in the enormous task of building a new Lagos, which will be the pride of the founding fathers of the state.
Steve represents a generation of conscious journalists who have committed to working towards a better society. We are proud to have him in the Lagos State Executive Council, and he has been involved in various stages in the implementation of our change agenda. He has deployed his professional skills, competence, and experience in promoting our socio-political reforms through a liberal and focused policy implementation strategy. I'm sure that this book, a collection of articles written over a 10-year period, will make interesting reading to any student of history and politics. As you can imagine, the articles of the past 2 years had strong political leaning, echoing the call for change at the federal level and a continuity with improvement in Lagos. Lagos State has the largest collection of media houses in Nigeria, and this implies massive media coverage of all activities in the state. Every journalist, editor, columnist, and blogger has a role to play in the development of Lagos State. This calls for transparency and constructive engagement with the media to spread our message. I'm just going to have a link to what Dr. Abiola said. So that engagement is what we need to now even work on and then fast track. There's a need for a social engagement beyond the social media vibes. Our government will always do its part, and we call on the media to be our partner as we build a Lagos State where everybody has a voice, a chance, and opportunities. In the last 1 year, we have laid the foundation to make Lagos a globally competitive city-state. In the coming years, we will build on this foundation to move Lagos to the next level, a level of first-class infrastructure, services, economic growth, and opportunities for all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to share in the joy of the author of Cascade of Change, a decade of liberal thoughts. I have no doubt that this latest publication will enhance knowledge. I congratulate you, Steve, for a job well done. And I say on behalf of the government and people of Lagos State that we are very proud of you. Thank you and God bless you.
With the author, Steve Ayoride, Governor Ambode, the chairman of the event, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, and other dignitaries in attendance. The book presentation was performed by the Royal Father of the Day, Oba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Akiolu I.
So, Ayoride, God will be with you, but you have to be more open. We want more publicity for what is happening in Lagos State. You have tried and you will still try more. God will be with all of us, all the way with us. In the name of God Almighty, Allah, and my ancestors in the Gaidungoro, And my in-law, the Oshoba, even though he did not pay the money fully, God bless us all.
This well-written book, A Cascade of Change, A Decade of Liberal Thoughts, written by a gentleman, Steve Ayorinde, a journalist par excellence, and forward, written by Ashiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I hereby present this book for the entire world, not only for Lagos State, not only for Nigeria, but for the entire universe.
A vote of thanks was delivered by the author of the book and Lagos State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Steve Ayorinde, who said Governor Akinwumi Ambode should be celebrated for the huge respect, support, and encouragement he has always given to every member of his team, commissioners, permanent secretaries, special advisors, special assistants, and the entire team. Steve Ayorinde said, Governor Ambode's open door and approachable policy are the secret of the achievements of Lagos State in the last 365 days. Steve Ayorinde thanked Nigerians for their overwhelming show of love towards Lagos State.
To everyone who has contributed to making all the articles of the book possible, particularly our supporters in the media. And Lagos will not be what it is today if we do not have the cooperation of the media, both from the traditional media and of course the social media. I thank you so very much. You ain't seen nothing yet, as they say. This is just 1 year of Governor Akinwumi Ambode's administration. 3 more years to go. There will be other books to be written. Thank you so very much for coming.
Biskin Communications, producers of the BC Olatilo Show, publishers of BOS International Magazine with BOS website, which has over 3 million views, is standing by to bring our rich professional experience to bear in giving further visibility to Lagos State government in projecting its activities and achievements to Nigerians at home and in the diaspora.
From the stable of Biskin Communications, producers of the BC Olatilo Show, Nigeria's #1 general interest magazine show, comes BOS International Magazine. With BOS International Magazine, you can now enjoy the best of 2 worlds with Biskin Communications, the emerging media conglomerate. BOS International Magazine keeps you constantly in touch with events on the social scene as they happen, global news, politics, sports, special interviews, fashion and style, and essential tips about life and living. BOS International Magazine is a complete package of entertainment and education at your doorsteps. Ask your vendor for a copy today. We welcome distributors across the country.
To begin this report by expressing how exceedingly gratifying it feels to know that the population of those who watch the BC Olatilo Show, BOS in Europe and other parts of the world, is increasing in leaps and bounds, and this cuts across all classes of Nigerians in the diaspora. This much was at play recently when our chief correspondent BC Olatilo was on a quick working visit to Cambridge, London and Aberdeen in Scotland, all in Europe. One general point that resonated resoundingly in all the comments made by most of these fans of the BC Olatilo Show, which they claim has endeared the program to them abidingly, is our ability to give viewers what they seem to need and not necessarily what we can easily reach. With that at the back of our minds, and true to our tradition of always serving as the eyes and ears of our viewers to give them detailed and accurate information about any new place of interest we come across in the course of our duty, which has helped scores of our viewers to make informed choices about either choosing such places as a destination for business, leisure, or indeed permanent residence. Our focus in this edition of the program is on Aberdeen in Scotland. A truly cosmopolitan city that offers a great range of stately architecture and sparkling granite buildings steeped in the legacy of a rich heritage and tradition, complemented by contemporary structures. Aberdeen's proximity to some of the most awe-inspiring countryside and coastline sets it apart from other international cities as one of the few major cities with a beach. Aberdeen City and Shire holds such an attraction for many for a diversity of reasons. Aberdeen's vibrant business community means that the entrepreneurial spirit is alive and flourishing. Aberdeen is a powerhouse of expertise and knowledge, generating numerous innovation and entrepreneurs, particularly in the oil and gas industry, engineering and software development, oil drilling and renewable energy technologies. With a worldwide reputation and great economic wealth from the success of the oil and gas industry, Aberdeen has the greatest concentration of subsea engineering and operational expertise in the world. Aberdeen's remarkable energy story began when oil was found in the North Sea in 1969. The discovery of oil in the North Sea changed the economy of the United Kingdom forever. This broke the dependence on the OPEC countries, which had previously pushed up the cost of oil. Since then, Aberdeen has grown to service the oil and gas sector, and it first became the oil capital and now the energy capital of Europe. Today, businesses in Aberdeen are being stimulated to apply their oil and gas expertise to diversify into renewable energy, to spearhead UK's international drive to secure business in the new energy future. Aberdeen is regarded as the #1 place for quality of life and the United Kingdom's happiest city, and Aberdeen Shire as the best place to live in Scotland. In terms of living standards using the employment, earnings, health, housing, crime and the weather index as benchmarks, Aberdeen is clearly ahead in Europe with employment rates of 81.4% above average earnings and low crime rates and one of Scotland's highest life expectancies. Aberdeen City and Shire has also earned a reputation as a centre of excellence in top-flight education. With such a thriving student population, Aberdeen is vibrant and energetic, with a vast range of recreational and sporting facilities. Aberdeen City and Shire has been voted by students as one of the best places to study in the United Kingdom. No wonder Aberdeen City and Shire has become a magnet for students and other visitors. Aberdeen can be accessed by road, rail and air. By air, Aberdeen can be reached through the international airport not too far from the city centre, with flights coming in daily to the city from over 40 destinations. Aberdeen's excellent road and rail connections from Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, and Glasgow, Dundee, Birmingham and Manchester in a matter of 2 hours, and the added option of using the overnight sleeper service makes a trip to Aberdeen by rail or road a pleasurable experience to look forward to. One of Aberdeen's most popular tourist attractions is the Aberdeen Art Gallery, housing a range of paintings from the 19th, 20th and 21st centuries and other works. This also ties in with the famous Maritime Museum, which can be found in Ship Row, behind Union Street and within the view of Aberdeen's busy working harbour. The Maritime Harbour tells the story of Aberdeen's strong connection with the sea, the harbour's shipbuilding history in the 17th century to the oil and gas industry. Aberdeen is also rich in the provision of leisure and sporting facilities. There are a variety of fairways in Aberdeen and about 25 link courses. Renowned golfers now make holiday golfing on many of the pay and play courses a way of life. Of course, Aberdeen is also a football city. The Scottish Premier League with Aberdeen Football Club is a major attraction for lovers of soccer. Aberdeen also plays host to the International Football Festival, an event that attracts hundreds of youth players from around the world annually for a week of exciting competition. Our crew ran into members of the Aberdeen Football Club at the Peterborough Stadium minutes after their training session. We even had a small shot with the Nigerian international Sunday Aluko, who plies his trade with Aberdeen Club. Here we serve you footages of the exterior of the famous Aberdeen Football Club Stadium, with the well-ordered and programmed setting which commends itself to a detailed study and perhaps replication in these parts. The sparkling main bowl of the Aberdeen Football Club Stadium takes one's breath away. The Cathedral Church of St. Marca of Old Aberdeen serves as a parish church of Old Aberdeen, where worship is richly musical and liturgical and strongly ecumenical in outlook. The ancient site of worship at Old Aberdeen was, according to a legend, founded in 580 AD by Marca, a companion of Saint Columba of Iona. It became a cathedral church in 1131. The present building dates from circa 1350 to 1520. Much of the beauty and character of the cathedral is due to a number of building bishops, amongst who was Bishop Kinemund, who built the fortified West Towers and began the present name. The Scottish Reformation of 1560 led the east end of the cathedral to be abandoned, along with much of ecclesiastical property in the Channery. The bishop's palace was razed, and in 1688 the central tower collapsed. It is important to state that points of interest in the cathedral include a stove Pictish incised cross, which is an indefinite loan from the University of Aberdeen. There is also a batik baptismal banner by Thetis Blacker and a silk communion tablecloth by Stephanie Tristrassen, and a pall of 8 bells installed in 1987. Several notable figures are buried within the graveyard, including Robert Brow, RSA, Aberdeen, artists, Gavin Dunbar, Bishop of Aberdeen and Chancellor of Scotland, and Robert Lone, missionary and surgeon to Malawi, and Thomas Glover, a Scottish samurai regarded as one of the founders of modern industrial Japan. The Church of Scotland seeks to share with all friends and stranger fellow Christians, those of other faiths or more, the love of God for all, and to build a just and peaceable community. After having taken you on an extensive historical excursion around the exciting places, moments and sights in Aberdeen, the Granite City, and the most fascinating city in Scotland, and as we coast to the homeward stretch of this story, let's dwell on the main reason why the BC Olatilo show visited Aberdeen, which was to be part of the University of Aberdeen's the King's College graduation ceremony of one of the world's leading citadels of tertiary education, ranked among the best universities in the world. University of Aberdeen has, in its over 500 years of existence, churned out distinguished men and women who today are success stories in their various endeavors in different stratas and climes across the world. The BC Olatilo Show crew was indeed proud to have been counted among the very special class of people from across the globe that was present at the graduation of the University of Aberdeen this year. The scene at the University of Aberdeen grounds was that of great excitement and joy as the graduates, parents, friends, relations and loved ones gathered to rejoice with their loved ones have climbed the ladder of academic success to graduate in different disciplines. We captured the excitement and good feelings in the air, and indeed the very captivating ambience of the magnificent hall used for the graduation ceremony. The pre-graduation ceremonies were very orderly and most perfectly organized, as guests clustered in groups to share the good tidings amongst one another. Photographs were taken as souvenirs of the momentous occasion. These formalizations preceded the commencement of the graduation ceremonies. The audience was called to order by a young man who dressed in an unmistakable Scottish outfit, known as kilt, as he blew the famous Scottish pipe to usher in the guests into the hall ahead of the graduates. Once all the guests had taken their seats, it was now the turn of the graduating students, who exuded great joy and excitement as they walked in gingerly and briskly in their graduation gowns, to the admiration of the guests who cheered them as they walked along. The procession of the Vice Chancellor of the University and other senior officials of the University of Aberdeen was solemn and precious. Before the graduates were called in to receive their degrees in various disciplines, some lecturers who displayed outstanding performances in their work were specially rewarded to the admiration of the students and audience in general. There was also a very eloquent delivery of some very important points that should be borne in mind by all those who wish to be part of the University of Aberdeen in any way. All the great stories achieved by the university over the years were brilliantly signposted. It was indeed a very proud moment for Nigerians who shone excellently among graduates from different countries that made the honors lists of the prestigious University of Aberdeen this year. Among them was Lara Adekeye, the daughter of Vice Admiral Ganiyu Adekeye, the immediate past Chief of Naval Staff. Lara, who is the first daughter of Vice Admiral Adekeye, was supported on this very special day by her parents, brothers and sisters, as well as relatives, and those who traveled all the way to be part of the great event. Let's savor the beauty and splendor of the University of Aberdeen graduation for this year as we take some performances. At the end of the very memorable events, as the guests made their way out of the hall and congratulate their awards, some graduates settled down to a photo and video session with friends and loved ones. Of course, the star of the moment was Lara Adekeye, who had her master's degree in oil and gas, having studied engineering as a first degree. We asked the graduates how they feel about their feats and their experience studying in Aberdeen.
We had long hours of studying, but I came out at the end. First one, that's my BNG, was actually University of Ilorin, Kwara State. I actually did safety engineering in this school, also had a PG diploma in that. Then my third one was actually MSc. The next thing, I want to to work in Nigeria so far because we have a lot of issues in our oil and gas industry, and I'm hoping to contribute mine into the system. When you compare Nigeria and the UK, one very good thing going for the UK is the practicality you bring to your study. While you're in Nigeria, most of what you do is theoretical. Here in the UK, you have the opportunity of working with the industry. For instance, my dissertation was with a company. I provided a real tailor-made solution to the company, and that enhanced my understanding of what we did in the classroom when you match that with what you have to do with an industry. I'm looking at going back to Nigeria and really developing or giving my own beats in terms of development into Nigeria. Right now, in terms of safety engineering practice in Nigeria, it's not really, it's not what it should be. And I'm looking at being among the forefront of people to really launch safety as it should be, based on the experience I've gotten in the UK here. Offshore Europe takes place in Aberdeen everywhere. So basically, the North Sea, which is one of the most challenging oil and gas environments in the world, because of the peculiarities of that environment, things like turbulence and all those issues that take place offshore are some of the challenges which you brave in the North Sea. And being trained by experts from the North Sea, people who have been there, people who know how the situations are, and people who can exactly tell you how to overcome those challenges and issues, makes you come out really very proud, and ready to face the challenges of the world.
We'll leave the final words to the proud parents of one of the graduates at the University of Aberdeen graduating for this year, Nigeria's immediate past Chief of Naval Staff, retired Vice Admiral Ganiu Adekeye, and his wife, Hajia Fatima Adekeye.
I feel very great. I'm gratified that the girl has come out with success in this degree course. She's a very fiercely independent person. I'm very happy. I'm overwhelmed with joy. As a mother, I think I've done part of my responsibility towards her, giving her education, which is the best thing a mother parent can give to the children. So I'm very, very happy for her. And I wish her all the best. Good work. She has stood her ground. The man was telling me, yes, you are favoring her, you are lamenting her. Don't you know she's like you? I wish her all the best in the world. And more what I wish myself.
Hearty congratulations to all the 2009 graduates of the prestigious Aberdeen University King's College and their parents for the successful completion of their studies.
Digitization of the analog television transmission system, which has been in operation in Nigeria in the last 50 years, is a revolutionary technology which will leverage on such innovative features as high-definition television standards, multicasting in standard definition television format, and data transmission to significantly improve the quality of broadcast of programs which will be watched on television. Program sources will increase, digital video technology will be advanced, and broadcasting capacities enhanced. Digital television is a more efficient way to broadcast on television because it will free up the airwaves for maximum use. The International Telecommunications Union, in consultation with stakeholders in the industry, including Nigeria, which is a signatory to the agreement, has set a deadline of the 17th of June 2015 for the switchover to digital broadcasting. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, in its continued effort to keep practitioners in the broadcast and communications industry, and indeed other stakeholders in the different sectors abreast with new developments as the digital switchover gathers momentum, held a digital broadcast summit in Lagos recently. The forum, which took the form of an interactive session, looked at the most salient aspects of the digital switchover plan and strategies put in place to meet the requirements before June 17, 2015 deadline. The session featured an update on signal distribution operation, cost structures, and multicasting capacity. The chairman of Digital Team Nigeria, who headed this sector, Engineer E. Amana, who retired as an executive director engineering in NTA, spoke at length on the pilot test of the digital broadcast switchover, which has been earmarked to be officially flagged off in June 2014 in Jos, the Plateau State capital. He put on record the great support the Plateau State government is giving in the realization of the project. Engineer Mana also stated that conversion to digital format will require a completely new technical system. This will involve the installation of new set-top boxes, STB. Since the broadcast will be in high definition, programming will be broadcast at high resolution that enhances clarity, sharp images with stereophone sound. The multicasting advantage that standard definition television system provides makes it possible for each station to transmit 4 or more programs simultaneously. Indeed, with multicasting, viewers can enjoy their favorite programs in their different languages. Other areas that needed to be properly explained to the public to effectively drive the digital switchover project are details surrounding the set-top boxes, licensing, EPG, and local channeling.
The switchover on the 5th of June in Jos. And we are hoping that all other states will be digital by the end of June this year. Let me seize this opportunity to thank the government of other states for their tremendous support for this final project so far.
Engineer Tunde Adebola, who have been interfacing with the manufacturers of the set-top boxes, gave an update on other areas like the electronic program guide EPG and the logical channel. Engineer Adebola emphasized, among other points, that all those who have a television with a digital tuner will not need a set-top box. Engineer Adebola also emphasized the fact that viewers may enjoy more window after the June 17, 2015 deadline.
The consensus in the group is that the primary concern of developing set-top boxes is that nobody will be disenfranchised or marginalized after the switch of analog broadcasting. That is, nobody who was able to view television before the switch of analog transmission will be prevented from viewing television because the television sets cannot receive this signals.
Mr. Mark Ojia, a media consultant and former top functionary of the National Broadcasting Commission, expatiated on the new licensing framework. He gave an overview of the group's position on licensing framework for digital terrestrial television, DTT, as regards the law that may hamper or enhance the process. Other issues treated included the general condition and category of licensing and the technical standards to be considered.
The group noticed that in the past licensing of television services has been quite difficult because of the constitutional provision where it's president needs to accept to all applications. And it's asking the Commission to set up a powerful lobby so that the president devolves the power of all licenses as due to the magnitude and the large numbers of applications that may come in as much as right.
Veteran broadcaster and media consultant, Mr. Kevin Ejiofor, who retired as Executive Director in the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, headed a syndicate that works on public service channels and commercial services. He submitted that public channels should be defined by content and ownership and should not be restricted to government alone. It was the group's considered opinion that public stations should not be profit-oriented, while content should be registered by the NBC and the stations should not be owned by political or partisan interests or groups. National interest, according to the group, should be uppermost in all considerations to avoid abuse. The Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, Mr. Emeka, who headed Syndicate Group 5, spoke on the final roadmap with issues bordering on ensuring a uniform cost base for all TV stations, the timeline for the exploration to the thematic channels, more interactions with broadcast and communication stakeholders with NBC for proactive harnessing of the ideas and gains recorded so far. The NBC DG emphasized that the analog TV may operate alongside the digital TV even after the expiration of the June 17, 2015 deadline. One very integral aspect of the digital switchover project is the communication aspect. The telecommunication company, which has been chosen to drive the project because of its track record, which include a large customer base across the globe, including multinational companies such as MultiChoice, Airtel, Vodafone, and others, intends to use the cellular evolution of television broadcasting through satellite-based solution. Digital terrestrial television, DTT. The digital distribution it used in France, Italy, Spain, Ireland, and Nigeria. The satellite-based solution, DTT, is cost-effective, enhances complete national surveillance and coverage. The pilot phase of the program, which will include 4 channels, will transmit from Nigeria via the satellite to France and West Africa, Nigeria in particular. Sir Godfrey Ohuabunwa, who owns and operates Cable Network Africa, a cable satellite television that operates in the south and southeast of Nigeria, is concerned about issues and modalities to be used in the application of the high-tech digital device, i.e. funding, sustainable investment drive, cost development of set-top boxes, contents, and roles of individual professionals to be engaged. Senator Bello Tukuru, former Deputy Governor of Adamawa State and Deputy Chairman, Senate Committee on Information, was hopeful that with the case made for the funding of the project in the 2014 appropriation bill, most of the concerns expressed by stakeholders will be adequately addressed by Nigeria before the switchover date. So, Elements of digitization include increased spectrum, enhanced national productivity through widespread availability of leading-edge communication and information services for businesses, and this will influence global competitiveness. Digitization creates the opportunity to export expertise from Nigeria to other countries, and above all, creates manufacturing sector for set-top boxes, STB, job creation, and new skill development, as well as content application and development for the industry. As Nigeria gradually but steadily counts down to the digital switchover date of June 17, 2015, the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, the body charged with the responsibility of setting standards of broadcasting stations in Nigeria, should organize more such fora to constantly engage stakeholders in the industry about new developments around the projects as they emerge.
As Bisi Olatilo and his adorable wife, Ebony Black Beauty, Folashade Olatilo, renewed their marital vows at Ikoyi Registry a few days ago to reenact the scenario that played out at Makwo Hall in Ibadan, Oyo State, exactly 30 years ago when they officially got married. Echoes of the beautiful occasion reverberated with fond memories and a deep sense of gratitude to God Almighty for His uncommon grace for keeping them safe and in sound health for well over 5 decades, 3 of which they spent together as a couple. It could only have taken the grace of God to have been able to survive the many challenges they faced when growing up as a couple who were both orphans. One can imagine how difficult it would have been for Bisi and Sade to have coped with taking care of the children with their official chores as public servants at the time. While the wife, Sade, worked with the Federal Ministry of Education in Ikoyi, Bisi was an announcer newsreader with the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria in Ikoyi. Asked to describe the most glorious period of the marriage, Bisi Olatilo puts it in 2 distinct segments. Monday, 25th of January, 1982, when we had our first child, Adetola Olatilo, barely a month after we married. Another date which will remain evergreen in our minds forever is the 8th of December 2010, when our first child, Adetola Elutilo, made us happy grandparents. The only dim side of the marriage will be in 1989, when the news of the death of a set of twins, a boy and a girl, delivered prematurely by his wife, was broken to Bisi in the middle of the news bulletin he was reading at the time. Today, the union between Bisi and Sade Olatilo is blessed with 5 children and a grandson. God has really shown an abiding love and protection towards the family over these years. For the marriage that was hardly given a chance to succeed, given the peculiar nature of celebrity marriages, to have stood the test of time as one of the longest-standing marriages in the showbiz industry, is a bold attestation of the fact that the other ingredient needed for any marriage to succeed, apart from the grace of God, is for those involved in the union themselves to be prepared to make it work at all cost. Bisi and Sade are celebrating each other today in the presence of the whole world because they sacrificed a great deal to make theirs work. The lesson to take away from the Bisi and Sade Olatilo successful experience in marriage, especially for those in the media, entertainment and showbiz industry at large, is that if we make a conscious effort at it, our marriage will certainly work. The other aspect of our celebration today is strictly premised on business and diversification of Biscayne Communications into publishing, another arm of the multifaceted media business. Biscayne Communications are the producers of the award-winning Bisi Olatilo Show, the longest-running, most consistent privately produced family-oriented television program, the darling of Nigerian television viewers, both at home and in the diaspora. Biscayne Communications, owners of Biscayne World, our 24-hour TV channel, which beams its searchlight on news, sports, business, politics, entertainment and lifestyle programming. This was conceptualized by us to give the avenue to express ourselves on a much wider platform in readiness for the takeoff of BISCON Television, for which the federal government was gracious enough to grant us a license last year. However, following the delay in releasing the frequency with which to power BISCON TV transmission and the challenges we continue to face in transmitting on the satellite, the management of BISCON Communications has decided to begin the production of the magazine version of what BISCON TV was offering our viewers: news, sports, business, politics, entertainment and lifestyle programming. This is to give the teeming followers of BISCON TV across Nigeria and other parts of the world who have been denied the opportunity of enjoying our rich program content on satellite TV a veritable avenue to keep a constant tab on our programs. Therefore, BISCON TV has metamorphosed into BOS International Magazine, which will hit the newsstands every week to be run by time-tested professionals who have made their marks in different aspects of the media. BOS International Magazine will be an all-color magazine that churns out well-researched and properly investigated stories devoid of sensationalism, keeping strictly to the sacrosanct tenets of media practice. We shall endeavor to provide a balanced platform for all sides to ventilate their views on any issue we treat. This way, we intend to earn the respect of our reading public. Our stories will be written in very lucid, breezy, easy to assimilate version. Of course, our strong point, which we hope to capitalize on, will be entertainment and lifestyle aspect of life and living. We have decided to retain the name BOS for the magazine to leverage on the popularity of the Bisi Olatile show, which ID today a big and well-known brand all over Nigeria and indeed other parts of the world. The coming on board of BOS International Magazine at this time is also to answer the long-time yearning and request of our teeming viewers for a magazine version of what we do on TV. Unlike the miss it and miss out once and for all opportunity that the TV subjects its audience, coupled with the constant power outages, the magazine has the added edge of the pass-around value, which gives more mileage to the consumer and advertisers of products and services. To properly assess how far the BOS International Magazine will go in the highly saturated, sophisticated, and vibrant Nigerian media landscape, let's take a cursory look at some of the stories in the maiden edition of BOS International Magazine. In our exclusive interview with Nigeria's diplomat emeritus, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, who served as Commonwealth Secretary General between 1989 and 1998, he talks about his inspiring diplomatic career, his marriage to a Yoruba woman, his love for the music of Sunny Ade and Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Chief Emeka Anyaoku also gave an insight into what he thinks the government should do to wipe out corruption in the country. Also in the maiden edition of BOS International Magazine, we have the full package of the Night of Reminiscences held for the late Ikenna Ndaguba in Lagos by broadcasters. Still talking about Ikenna Ndaguba, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Achebe, granted BOS International Magazine an exclusive interview where he spoke extensively on his relations with Ikenna Ndaguba and on why he gave the late Ikenna Ndaguba the prestigious Agbalanze traditional title posthumously. Also in the maiden edition of BOS International Magazine, we captured the exciting moments of the 15th edition of the Caris Awards, instituted by Pastor Chris Okotie of Household of God Ministries International. The award this year went to Nigeria's former national goalkeeper, Emmanuel Okala, MON. In the Legends, which will be a weekly feature on any person living or dead who has impacted our lives positively, we beam our searchlight on Chinua Achebe, the literary giant from Ogidi in Anambra State of Nigeria, whose novels are famous for thematically describing the devastating effects of colonization and the imposition of Western customs and values on the traditional African societies. Our Abuja-based contributor, Mani Onomonu, broadcaster, lawyer, and prolific writer, in his column tagged I Saw, looks at the lingering controversies surrounding the passage of the same-sex marriage law passed recently by the Upper House of Nigeria's National Assembly. In our special focus segment, we shall bring you sights and sounds of the uncommon transformation Governor Godswill Akpabio is championing in Akwa Ibom State. There is also a special feature on Abuja, the federal capital, to map the movement of the federal capital from Lagos to Abuja 20 years ago. BOS International Magazine brings a detailed coverage of the commissioning by President Goodluck Jonathan of the ultra-modern multi-billion naira Customs Command and Staff College and World's Customs Organization Training Institution in Gwagwalada recently. We shall also focus on the impressive strides made by the Comptroller General of Customs, Diko Abdullahi Inde, CFR, in his 2 years of being in the saddle of leadership of custom administration in Nigeria. Lagos, the commercial capital and industrial hub of Nigeria, is also in the news in the main edition of BOS International Magazine. In our regular column, BOS City Vibes, we shall look at different interesting topics ranging from housing, environment, and traffic. In this edition, we shall bring you a first-timer's impression of Lagos. In BOS Diplomatic Angle, we shall look at the global perspectives of the Arab Spring, which began in Tunisia, snowballed into Egypt, and claimed the life of Arab's longest ruling dictator, Muammar Gaddafi, bringing to an inglorious end his 42-year grip on the oil-rich African country. Our diplomatic correspondent sounds a note of warning to other world despots that with the heat generated by the Arab Spring, especially in the wake of the fall of Gaddafi, who was seen as invincible and whose image loomed larger than life, there is a clear signal of an imminent end to the days of such despots. The clear message is that even in developing countries where citizens have lost their voice under the oppressive yoke of their leaders, the courage to embrace a new future is fast emerging by the day. In BOS International Magazine, first time out on entertainment and in-house counselor looks at betrayal in a relationship and gives useful tips to help people maintain a healthy relationship. Lovers Cafe deals strictly with matters of the heart in an interactive format with a channel of communication open between the love coach and readers who are free to seek advice on any problems they have issues about with ready answers for readers. Still talking about entertainment, we shall reveal one of Nigeria's frontline music ambassadors, carrying Nigeria's flag aloft on the global stage of music. Soulful singer Lami Phillips is a multi-talented person. She is a singer, songwriter, educationist, and youth leader. Born in Chicago, Illinois, in the USA, Lami has produced a unique blend of music of contemporary and African flavor and classic soul music. BOS Sports takes a swipe at the maladministration of Nigerian sports, which resulted in the strings of woes experienced in all ages of Nigerian football in the year 2011. Even the last hope Nigeria had of a chance to fly the nation's flag in the London Olympics of next year was bungled by the Austin Iguavo-led under-23 coach and his boys. The question being asked, for which we seek answers from all Nigerians, is how to rediscover our winning ways in sports in Nigeria. The BOS International Magazine brings you a full dose of some exciting wedding ceremonies we captured recently. Leading the pack will be the all-star wedding of Chinedu Ikedieze of the Aki and Popo fame of Nigeria's Nollywood, which practically brought traffic to a standstill in Lagos and Imo State recently. There is also sight and sound from TA's 15th anniversary celebration, which took place in Lagos, as well as the high-octane wedding of Kuku and Fowler families, which shook Lagos and Dubai to their very foundations recently. On the menu of the first edition of the BOS International Magazine, some exclusives on the Ojudioba Festival and the Eyo Festival celebrated recently. The Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADN, inducts Bisi Olatilo Dele Momodu, and Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, and others as patrons of the association at the Patrons Dinner held recently in Lagos. We shall also have snippets of the Ade Bakare 20 Years in Stage fashion show, where his 2012 collection was showcased. We shall also be flashing back to look at the highlights of the Nigeria Music Video Awards for 2011. In our People and Places segment on BOS International Magazine, we shall bring you exclusive details of the activities put together by Oba Adedokun Abolari of Okeila, Orogun, to mark his 5th year anniversary. The monarch launched the Orogun Abolari Aruinkeye Foundation, OAAF, a non-governmental organization to help in the development of his immediate environment. The guest lecturer at the occasion was Dr. Akiwumi Adeshina, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, who spoke on reviving the rural economy through agricultural transformation of Nigeria. To keep the dream of the continued sustainability of BOS International Magazine aloft, we solicit for the assistance of corporate concerns, state governments, government agencies, individuals and other business concerns for sponsorship and advert placements on our weekly production. We promise to churn out every week high-standard, incisive and thoroughly enjoyable magazine which will keep everyone in the loop about goings on in every facet of life. Finally, to complete a session of the multiple celebration for the family of the Chairman CEO of Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, celebrating 30 years of blissful marriage, the launch of a brand new magazine, we wish to enjoin you to wish the indefatigable Chairman CEO of Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, a happy 58th birthday anniversary. This is just some hours away. The conceptualization of BOS International Magazine, although was circumstantial, came on the spur of the moment, and work started and ended in a record 1 week. In addition to the oral color magazine version of the BC Olatilo Show, which is out every week, don't forget that the ubiquitous BC Olatilo Show is still on AIT every Monday night at 11 p.m. and Ben TV London on Sunday night at 10:30 p.m. You can catch us live on the internet on www.bisconworldtv.com. By all standards, this production is indeed a miracle, one we cannot thank the duo of Femi Akintunde Johnson and his lovely wife, Ire Tunde of Footprints, our editorial advisor of this magazine, who put in their very best, working clearly far beyond the call of duty, with the full complement of Biscon Communications team, headed by its Chairman CEO, to deliver the maiden edition of BOS International Magazine, which will soon hit the newsstands. To God be the glory.
Chief Emeka Anyoko, the third and longest-serving Secretary General of the Commonwealth, is a world-class diplomat endowed with incredible oratorial eloquence. In his 10 very eventful years in that most challenging and important office, has left an indelible imprint on the sands of time, especially in the enthronement of peace in the Commonwealth. Chief Emeka Anyoko's diplomatic tour of duty, which took him to over 100 countries around the world, in close to 40 years, put in pictorial form, further elucidating on the defining moments of his entire meritorious career, was formally presented to an august gathering of Nigerians and Friends of Nigeria in Lagos recently. A welcome address given by Ambassador Jibrin D. Chinade on behalf of the organizers gave a proper insight into the details of the event. This was followed by the chairman's address by Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR. In it, he described Chief Emeka Anyoko as a quintessential gentleman, a world-class achiever who had effectively represented the country in a top-notch diplomatic sense which earned the nation a good image. He further stated that they got on very well when they worked together as co-members of the eminent persons in South Africa and urged the younger generation to emulate the ideals of the celebrant.
I just want to use this occasion once again congratulate you. I don't know what is written about you in the book because I'm not privy to it. But I do know what I know about you through interaction. And I believe the greatest accolade that has been paid to you, which you did not hear about, and for which I had to fight. And you will wonder, why should I have to fight when you have such accolade? The man looked at you and said, you know, this man is a gentleman. He doesn't behave like a Nigerian, and that's why I do. I said, what do you mean? And then I said, the man is totally made Nigerian. We were locked together when I was made a member of Eminent Persons Group in South Africa.
President Goodluck Jonathan, who was the guest of honor, ably represented by the Foreign Affairs Minister, Ambassador Gbenga Ashiru. In his remarks, the President testified that Chief Emeka Anyako is a man of hard work and excellence. He said that the book, the pictorial biography, is befitting of a well-deserved countryman whose legendary exploits in public service transcends the ordinary routine and a tribute to a worthy son of our great nation. Mr. President further stated that from his vantage position, he has seen a selfless and fruitful diplomatic representation of Chief Emeka Anyako, who represents an enigma of our time that stands for collective vision of peace, emancipation, social equity, cohesion, and harmony in our dear continent and the world at large. He is, according to Mr. President, a complete man who connects with his tradition and roots and the Igbo nation at large, which is why he was rewarded with many traditional chieftaincy titles by his kinsmen. His success has been greatly influenced by his wife of 51 years, Princess Bumi Anyako.
The work we are launching today comes naturally as a gift to history. The history of our nation, the history and evolution of the Commonwealth of Nations, and indeed an authentic pictorial reflection of efforts to reset the agenda of the international community to promote justice and equity, democracy, economic development, environmental sustainability, and the ultimate goal of global peace.
The video documentary of Chief Emeka Anyako's biography was a long lineup of testimonies from so many people whom he had interacted with during his 34 years of excellent service around the world.
I have the greatest of respect for Chief Anyako. He's a good man. As a fellow African, I'm proud of what he has achieved during his long term within the Commonwealth of Nations. He played in many parts of the world a constructive role, and he kept together the Commonwealth at times when it also went through a crisis. I think he's a man of great integrity, and I have great admiration for him.
Our association was an association with the fight for the liberation of our country. He did not need to be persuaded by us to engage in this fight, whether it's about here or somewhere else. He didn't, as I said, didn't need us to persuade him. It was a fair, very nice guy, very much part of us. And very respected globally, not only in the continent, very respected globally, so that whatever he said carried weight because of his own weight.
We've been together for 50 years, and say that for a man who could take me on as I was, he must be an exceptional man. He's a very patient man. He is very tolerant. And he loves his family. Well, maybe his expectation, because of his high standard, he too expected everyone to be hardworking like he had grown up in his life, trying to be a man of exceptional qualities and example. He's very intelligent, very articulate, and he has served in front of his nation and also the world, the Commonwealth and the world at large in an exemplary way.
The book was then unveiled by a team of colleagues, friends, and admirers of the iconic giant led by Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and this ushered in the formal launch of the book, as people generally gave in purchase of the book and in financial support of the work of the Leverage team, who envisioned and carried out the project. A comprehensive review of the 199-page book, The Footprints of an Iconic Diplomat, was then done by Ambassador Martin Ohomahe, the Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Affairs Ministry. The pictorial book centered on the life history and the special attention to visits of Chief Emeka Anyoko to over 100 countries and close work with 54 governments around the world. It also showcased those he interacted with during his 34 years of meritorious service. Indeed, his service was characterized by very many wonderful experiences. The climax of the event saw the remarks of Chief Emeka Anyoko, who appreciated the Leverage team under the leadership of Basil Okafo, whose painstaking efforts have made the project a huge success. He however expressed regrets about his wife's absence at the event due to medical attention in London. He appreciated all who bought the book and promised to financially support the project. He wished all who will lay their hands on the book a happy reading, and finally wished all who attended the function journey mercies back to their respective destinations.
I would hope that Leverage will want to do more of pictorial biographies of our compatriots whose lives and careers have stories to tell. And I would hope that those of you here who have bought the books and who have promised to contribute to the efforts of Leverage will do so generously. And finally, thank you, and thank you for being here. And I would say that if I have only one regret for today, it is the fact that my wife was not able to be here with us. She's in London for medical attention. But the good news is that she is coping well and responding well to the medical treatment. So I hope that the next time we are together with some or all of you, that she will be there to join all of us again. So thank you all very much.
May God grant our illustrious patriot, diplomat, and mentor many more fruitful years to continue in his selfless service to humanity, as it plays a crucial role in instilling his ideals towards transformation of the younger generation.
Beacon Communications, producers of the BC Olatilo Show and publishers of BOS International Magazine, presents Beacon Ultra-Modern Digital Printing Press. The vision to satisfy the ever-growing demand of the avid readers of BOS International Magazine has necessitated the establishment of a separate department to take care of the printing of the magazine in-house. Beacon Ultra-Modern Digital Printing Press parades the latest technology in printing and seasoned professionals to man our operations. With the coming on board of Beacon Ultra-Modern Digital Printing Press, the BOS International Magazine, which features the latest happenings in news, sports, politics, people, places and lifestyle, will hit the newsstand every week. Beacon Ultra-Modern Digital Printing Press is now fully operational for prompt delivery of top-of-the-range printing of any material at very competitive rates. Beacon Ultra-Modern Digital Printing Press is situated at 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, behind Elizade Plaza, Lagos.
The most anticipated event on Nigeria's robust entertainment calendar, and easily the biggest that magnetizes A-listers in all arms of Nigeria's showbiz industry, Encomium Black and White Ball, packaged every year by Encomium Magazine, one of Nigeria's leading celebrity magazines, has taken place in Lagos. The event, which took place at the Ruby Gardens, Lekki, Lagos, lived up to its billing of razzmatazz glitz and top-flight excitement. Of course, the event began with its most exciting part, as all the celebrities showed off very eye-catching designs and styles of the dresses they adorned, which kept strictly to the color code of the black and white. Some either went straight for the white or black color, like Pastor Ituai Godalo and his wife Ibidu, and looking dazzling and gorgeous in it. On the whole, however, the preponderance of the celebrities just went for the black and white combination. It was great fun and excitement on the black carpet as Nollywood and famed celebrities, politicians, media personalities, and dignitaries from the top echelon of the society mingle and rub minds and even cut deals and solidify relationships or open new frontiers of friendship. That's the main crux of the black and white ball, and this has survived daunting odds and challenges and still standing many years after. The Season 5 Encomium Black and White Ball lived up to its pre-event billing in every aspect. And most importantly, the 2014 edition of the event was dedicated to the irrepressible, irresistible, and very colorful best dresser in the media, Kunle Bakari, who's celebrating his Golden Jubilee anniversary this year. And maybe that is why the Encomium Black and White Ball this year had the extra bounce.
Everything is nice, the body's banging, the time is right, I see the money coming, I just the bright, now God they make me shine.
Of course, music, comedy and fun have always been the major components of the black and white ball. Here, talents are discovered in all arms of the entertainment sector. The event also affords the established acts a platform to further hone their skills in readiness for the international market, where Nigerians in the diaspora are throwing mouth-watering deals at them. All the comedians, from those in the top of the range category, Alibaba, Oke Bakasi, and Julius Agu, who anchored the event by the way, and Funny Bone and his likes, engaged the audience with red crackers. And that's the best therapy to relieve the kind of tension the insecurity in the air these days has thrown up.
Now, if you check the transition of women, that is our other counterparts. If you check their transition, I don't know at what point they left us behind. Now, the scripture says that God created man first. Then he created woman as companion. He made both of them naked in the Garden of Eden. Now, note that both of them were naked in the Garden of Eden. Now, at what point did they leave us behind and develop makeup, Brazilian hair, all the attachments and the things that have become their routine today? Remember, we are still like this. We never give you all the other additional. If you check the man sitting next to you, he's a slave, and he has taken my haircut. Except for the few who don't they transit with women, he wasn't going to weave hair. Now, at what point did they leave us behind? So I decided to research. Like anything that has happened, I think it also comes from the fact that they are more knowledgeable. Now, as I'm talking about this, I see the women are getting a bit serious. If when I'm talking to you, I already said. Now, I find that the reason is because from that same time, from that same era, they were more knowledgeable. Reason being the apple. Now, when an apple or any other fruit, maybe the men of God will stay better. That fruit that they ate, that God said God eats. Remember also, it has always been the responsibility of a man to provide for a woman as a way by God. But the only time they were asked to provide with no survivor, that means Adam's have a way here. So if you are a man, just continue to play your role.
Musicians also took their turns to entertain the guests at the very well-attended event. Frontliners in all arms of the entertainment industry, the media, politics, religious aspects also found a big mention in this year's edition. In all, 25 personalities were honored at the Season 5 Encomium Black and White Ball. Pastor Itoy Godalo of the Trinity House stole the show with 2 awards. He was named the most stylish man in his 50s and the most stylish leader of the faithful. His beautiful wife, Ibidun, got crowned as an all-time beauty queen. Nollywood celebrities Chidi Mokeme and Rita Dominic were adjudged the most stylish entertainer and most elegant entertainer respectively.
Really
In the fashion industry, Frank Osodi of the House of Bruno Fashion was named the Best Occasions Wear Designer. Mudiaga and Najamo of Moody Africa Creations got the award of the Best Afrocentric Designer. Ifeanyi Okonkwo got the award of the Best Clothier. Twice as Nice, owned by Wahid Shonibare, emerged the fastest growing fashion brand. Susan Chanel Beauty Skin Line topped the charts as the Skin Therapist of the Year. Godwin Mokwenye of the Vivid Imagination was named the most influential fashion brand. Vivid also got mentioned as the pace-setting designer in Nigeria. As a special recognition awards in Nigeria's fashion industry, Silkitach's Ogbuefi Victor Collier stood out to be counted. In the traditional institution, His Royal Highness Oba Batiru Akinutong, the Olugbo of Ugbo Kingdom, was named the most stylish monarch. The most elegant woman in her 40s is Mrs. Ndidi Obioha. Most stylish man in his 40s is Mr. Herbert Wigwe, MD CEO Access Bank PLC. Dr. Alex Oti, MD of Diamond Bank, stood out as the most stylish man in corporate Nigeria. And now into politics. The most elegant legislator is Honorable Fumi Tejo of the Lagos House of Assembly, and still from the Lagos State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Adeyemi Ikuforiji was named the most stylish speaker in Nigeria. Senator Ganiu Olanrewaju Solomon was named the most stylish senator in the Federal Republic. The award of the most elegant deputy governor in Nigeria went to Lagos State Deputy Governor, Honorable Princess Victoria Adejoke Orelepe Adefilure. The wife of Lagos State Governor, Dame Abimbola Fashola, was named the most adorable First Lady in Nigeria.
On behalf of
Akwa Ibom State, Obon Godswill Obot Akpabio, emerged the most stylish governor in Nigeria. Africa's #1 disc jockey, Nigerian-born Jimmy Adewale, alias DJ Jimmy Jat, got the Special Pillar of Entertainment Recognition Award at the ceremony.
It's my honor to present to you Special Recognition Award, Pillar of Entertainment, Jimmy Adewale, a.k.a. DJ Jimmy Jat.
Afterwards, Jimmy took the audience down the memory lane musically in a special performance on the turntable, where he dished out the numbers that ruled the airwaves many generations back. He got the audience enraptured all the way. It's a big thumbs up for the Kunle Bakari-led Encomium magazine team, but again upping the ante and setting a new template replete with innovations, which have always been the hallmark of the Encomium Black and White Ball. And that makes the Encomium Black and White event as a numero uno event in Nigeria's showbiz industry. For the next 2 weeks, Lagos, the most populous and most industrialized state in Nigeria, will play host to over 16,000 people from the 36 states of the country and the FCT, made up of athletes and officials who will participate in the much anticipated 18th National Sports Festival, ECO 2012. The last edition of the biennial sporting fiesta, which was tagged the Festival of Unity, took place in Port Harcourt, the Garden City, and the capital of Rivers State, the treasure base of the country. The synergy forged between the federal government through the Ministry of Sports and Lagos State government, the host state, to prepare the groundwork for a successful and hitch-free hosting of the 18th National Sports Festival, ECO 2012, which began close to 2 years ago, has resulted in the upgrading, revamping, and outright construction, in some cases, of new infrastructure, like the hostels, venue for the games, like the stadia, the swimming pool, and so on. A new impetus was added to hosting of the National Sports Festival from the CADA Games in 2009, which was hosted by Kaduna State Government, incidentally when Vice President Namadi Sambo was governor of the state. It was at the 16th edition of the National Sports Festival, CADA Games, that online accreditation of athletes and officials began to properly create a credible database for the Games. The innovations and new standards set during the CADA Games in 2009 were improved upon substantially during the 2010 National Sports Festival hosted by Rivers State Government. It was at the 17th National Sports Festival in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, that monetary rewards and special trophies were introduced for the first, second, and third best performing states at the festival. The first prize trophy was to immortalize General Yakubu Gowon's name for introducing the National Sports Festival in 1973 as a unifying game to bring Nigerians together again after the bitter civil war. One of the trophies was also to honor Nojim Mayegun, the great Nigerian boxer, for being the first Nigerian to win an Olympic medal. It was at the 17th National Sports Festival that it was mooted that the number of sports be reduced to a manageable level, not below the limit allowed by the Olympic, All-Africa Games, Commonwealth, and other games. This was to avoid creating unnecessary burden for some states whose finances are not buoyant enough. The 16th National Sports Festival, hosted by Kaduna State in 2009, set the new template for the National Sports Festival, which Lagos State further improved upon in 2010. Lagos State is poised to set a new record in the hosting of the National Sports Festival. The National Sports Festival should remind all of us all the time of our common destiny and the vital need to continually work towards strengthening our nationhood. As the youths of our country constructively engage one another in competitive sports, a spirit of bonding and brotherliness will be engendered, and this should reinforce the aims and aspirations of the founding fathers of our country. A Nigeria where, though our tribe and tongue may differ, we should draw strength from our diversity. After the national anthem, which was rendered most creatively by youths from diverse backgrounds and ethnic groups, further confirming the metropolitan nature of Lagos State, the first item which engaged the attention of the spectators was calisthenics displays. Here, 1,000 students, drawn from different schools in Lagos State, put up a brilliant performance which put everybody in the right frame of mind for the big spectacle yet to unfold as the 18th National Sports Festival, ECO 2012, gathered momentum. The major aim of the National Sports Festival is to celebrate the youth of Nigeria using the avenue provided for interaction among people from diverse areas of the country to forge unity, love and friendship, especially at this critical period of our nationhood when our diversity, which should be our strength, is being threatened in all fronts. The remarks of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, who was the chairman of the local organizing committee of ECO 2012, Mrs. Adejoke Orilukbadifulire. The Minister of Sports, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi, who sits atop the apex ministry that guides sports activities in Nigeria, and Governor Babatunde Fashola, Governor of the whole state, they all confirmed the readiness of Lagos State to put up a world-class Hillstein, which will surpass the standards of the previous editions of the game. They hint their conviction on what Lagos State has put on ground and the seriousness of purpose with which the preparation for the festival have been approached in the last 2 years. They hope for the 18th National Sports Festival will serve as a veritable ground to discover new talents in all sports to represent Nigeria in national, intercontinental, and world sports competitions to replace the aging athletes. Governor Babatunde Fashola enjoined all the athletes, officials, and indeed all visitors to Lagos State to take advantage of their stay to visit tourist sites and other areas of interest in the state. Vice President Mohamed Namadi Sambo, who represented President Goodluck Jonathan at the occasion, reiterated government's determination to continue to provide the enabling environment for sports to thrive in the country. President Jonathan said the youths, as critical agents of change, have a vital role to play in the transformation agenda of the present administration. He encouraged a more vibrant participation by corporate bodies in terms of sponsorship of sports programs. The Vice President assured that the present administration will do everything possible to see that sports take its rightful place.
Our hope that future festivals will attract robust cooperative involvement. I congratulate all our athletes for their deserved places in this festival. I urge all participating teams to compete fairly and shun all forms of hostilities, hooliganism, and the use of performing enhancing drugs. I enjoin you to be magnanimous in victory and gracious in defeat. We should draw inspiration from our diversity as a source of strength and maintain our tradition of tolerance and respect for others. In keeping with the commitment the federal government made during the 17th National Sports Festival in the Garden City Games in Port Harcourt, River State, I am pleased to announce cash award of 20 million naira, 15 million naira, and 10 million naira to the first, second, and third place teams respectively.
The match past, which is always the highest point of every sports festival, again lived up to its billing of excitement and a sort of competition among the states in terms of the state that come out tops in outlook. The athletes and officials who exuded very high spirit acknowledged cheers from the crowd. The group that got all the cheers in the crowd was the one that had the combination of popular musicians, Nollywood actors, comedians, TV presenters, and other celebrities who make their living in Lagos, the state of excellence and melting pot of all ethnic backgrounds. Highlights of the 18th National Sports Festival, ECO 2012, included the oath-taking ceremony by representatives of the athletes and officials who swore to embrace fair play and the spirit of sportsmanship. There was the hoisting of the flags for the participating states, the games flag, and the national flag. The theme song for the 18th National Sports Festival, ECO 2012, was performed by a collection of up-and-coming artists led by fast-rising popular R&B crooner Banky W.
Trumpet sounds loud and clear. Lift up your voice and sing. National Sports Festival. National Sports Festival. National Sports Festival. National Sports Festival. National Sports Festival 2012. National Sports Festival. National Sports Festival 2012. National Sports Festival. National Sports Festival 2012. National Sports Festival. Coming together. National Sports Festival. We're saying all across the nation. National Sports Festival. You are welcome. Coming together. We're saying National Sports Festival. National Sports Festival. You are welcome.
Tó bá fẹ́ lọ wẹ̀ omi ló máa lò. If you want to wash, na water you go use. Tó bá fẹ́ ṣe bẹ̀ omi ló máa lò. If you want to cook, na water you go use. Torí bá ń gbóná omi lọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀. If your head hot, na water go cool am. Tọ́mọ bá ń dàgbà omi ló máa lò. If your child dey grow, na water you go use. Tómi bá pọnmọ rẹ̀ o, omi náà ló máa lò. If water kill your child, na water you go use. Kò sóhun tó lè ṣe kó o má lómi o. Nothing without water. Kò sóhun tó lè ṣe kó o má lómi o. Omi ò lọ́ta o. Omi ò lọ́ta o.
That was a great and exciting spectacle to behold. The performances by the different dance troupes and groups that depict the diverse aspect of the cultural heritage of the people of Lagos State elevated the level of the festival and was a further proof of the amount of work that was put into the planning of the festival. The Eyo Masquerade took the rear in all its majesty with the fireworks that officially brought the opening ceremony of Eko 2012 to a fitting climax. There's no gainsaying the fact that for days to come, the spectacular opening ceremony of the 18th National Sports Festival Eko 2012 will dominate news headlines locally and internationally. Let it be known, however, that the BCOLATILO Show BOS is the first Nigerian program to bring a comprehensive package of the opening ceremony of the Eko 2012 within a short space of time. Tune in to the BCOLATILO Show for a detailed coverage of all the games of Eko 2012 from now to the end of the games on December 9th, 2012. Eko ni Bajeo. Academia and the practitioners in the Nigerian media industry have argued that of the major problems facing indigenous language in Nigeria, The choice of English as a major language of the media, which invariably relegates the local languages to the background, is in the forefront. This situation, many observed, does not augur well for a country endowed with thousands of indigenous languages and a high rate of illiteracy. It is for this reason that broadcasters, media practitioners, and budding journalists converged to be part of an orientation seminar put together by the Freelance and Independent Broadcasters Association of Nigeria, FEBAN. FEBAN, which is made up of independent producers, presenters, newsreaders, newscasters on radio and television, was formed 16 years ago. The seminar brought together practitioners from radio and television stations across Nigeria. It was held at the LCCI Alausa Ikeja on Wednesday, 22nd March 2017. Also in attendance were high-profile media personalities, among them the National President of FEBAN, Comrade Desmond Mwachukwu, Chairman Chief Executive Officer, Biscayne Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman Lagos State Chapter of NIPR, Comrade Olusegun McMiddle, Chairman Lagos State Chapter of FEBAN, Dr. Yomi Mate, Chairman Training and Orientation Committee FEBAN, Otumba Olatokunbo Adoriokun Babs Olumide, and a representative of the Chairman of the NUJ, Comrade Alfred Odifa. Other national officers of FEBAN were in attendance at the seminar and orientation program. The event kicks off with an illuminating and reassuring welcome address by the Chairman, Training and Orientation Committee, Otumba Olatokunbo Adoriokun Babs Olumide, who was described by the moderators as a woman with the heart of a man. In her address, she urged broadcasters and other media practitioners to reinvent themselves in order to remain relevant in the media industry, as the proliferation of radio and TV stations across Nigeria and the advent of the internet and social media has brought about stiff competition in the media industry. She added that freelance broadcasters are less creative today than they were in the past. She observed that competition is stiffer and foreign contents are encroaching the Nigerian media landscape.
With few radio and TV stations around, times were rosier and business was more booming for freelance and independent broadcasters than today, when there was supposed to be boundless opportunities with proliferation of radio and TV stations here and there. I like to recall times of Bega Deboye, Toba Baleye, Kola Olawi, all of blessed memory, on the airwaves in Yoruba-speaking states, how they had firm grip on their respective audiences, the kind of impacts each made on the society at large, and the quality as well as the volume of corporate adverts and paid announcements each of their program attracted. Are freelance and independent broadcasters less creative these days? Are they less hardworking? Is competition stiffer today than it used to be? Is the audience now more attracted to foreign content? Is the economy less favorable? What exactly is missing today?
Otumba Olatokunbo Adoriokun Babs Olumide also acknowledged the fact that FEBAN couldn't have brought a better guest speaker than a man who is qualified, experienced, and competent in the broadcasting industry, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman, CEO of Biscayne Communications, owners and operators of Biscayne Television. To do justice to the topic in focus, maximizing indigenous language in the 21st century broadcasting.
There is the need for us as freelance and independent broadcasters to reinvent ourselves as individuals. There is a great issue at hand to address by FEBAN as professional body, and that informed the idea behind today's event, particularly the topic for discussion, maximizing indigenous language in 21st century broadcasting, which our distinguished speaker, Prince Bisi Olatilo, the Chairman, CEO, Biscayne Communication is, by all definition, qualified, competent, and experienced enough to treat excellently well. I want to assure everyone present that by the time our distinguished speaker finished imparting knowledge to us from his wealth of experience, versatility, and know-how. We would all be glad we attended this event. I welcome you all once again. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
The chairman of the occasion, Director Radio Services, Dar Communications PLC, a renowned media practitioner, a professional TV and radio presenter on 5G FM, Ambrose Shomide, also took time to eulogize Prince Bisi Olatilo, the chairman, Biscayne Communications, whom he described as a media guru, a veteran broadcaster with over 40 years' experience, who has contributed immensely to the growth of the media industry. A third-generation broadcaster who has reinvented himself and remained relevant in the industry over the decades.
An experienced man, one who has been through the wap and woof of broadcasting in Nigeria, and one who speaks so many languages and is so good in the so many languages that he speaks. I recall when he was starting out, the Bisi Olatilo show that you have on here today was not the original concept. But over the years, he has continued to reinvent himself so that he can continue to remain relevant in the Nigeria of today and Nigeria of the future. And of course, the world that we live in now, because Bisi Olatilo show is not only seen in Nigeria, but seen across the globe. He is someone that has continued to support us as a body and has not discriminated. How can you remain relevant, and how can you tap into such to make sure that you remain relevant? How can you expand your market? How can you expand yourself? Do you see yourself as a local champion? Maybe in a remote village in somewhere in Ogun State. As long as you have people calling to tell you, I'm enjoying you, we're enjoying you, you feel you're on top of the world, whereas you can do more. And that's why it is important for us to have trainings like this going forward, so that we can expand our knowledge, address our weaknesses, improve our skills and knowledge, improve our performances, ensure consistency in what we do, consistent experience, and be up to date with development in the industry.
Members of the association and sponsors of the event took turns to render their goodwill messages. The general manager of Blackface Media and online radio, Mrs. Sondadada, encouraged media practitioners to embrace social media tools and platforms like blogging, as they'll do better with information dissemination using these tools.
Take it or leave it, the coming of the social media has virtually reduced the reliance on the freelance journalists in the modern day journalism, whereby everyone using the social media today has become a freelance journalist. The potency of the social media is so strong that the stock news is instantly disseminated on the social media, complete with stories and pictures. They are faster than the newspapers. I'm sure a lot of us here, when we wake up in the morning, the first thing we do is to go online. The first thing we do is to read our newspapers online. That is the trend now everywhere. Even the newspapers now will tell you they are making their money and adverts through online. We need to make use of the social media more than ever now. If freelance journalists come into social media, the right kind of news will begin to be disseminated. The touch of professionalism will begin to reflect, especially in the areas of writing and even pictures on the social media.
The event was formally declared open by the national president of FIBAN, Mr. Desmond Mwachukwu. He took time to recognize and appreciate his mentor, Dr. Oluta Shomide, reiterating the importance of FIBAN in Nigeria's media industry. He said no media house can run effectively without freelance and private broadcasters, because they are the real content providers in the Nigerian media industry.
Because I know that quite a number of our people do not appreciate the fact that we are professionals in our own right. We give people the opportunity to look down on us. And so we need to begin to tell ourselves the truth. FIBAN is not a group of people who are misfits. Like my Oga said, a lot of people see us from that perspective. We are professionals. Gone are the days that we are going to be looked down on by staff of radio or TV stations. The simple economics principle that I was taught in secondary school made me know that the client is the king. No radio or TV station can effectively operate without us. We are the content providers. Some of us are even more red than those people that push you around when you go to their stations. You should ensure that henceforth you get to appreciate your worth, because except you know your worth, people will continue to price you less.
That section of the event also witnessed a pronouncement of the chairman CEO of Biscom Communications, Prince B.C. Olatilo, as a grand patron of FEBAN, adding that he will be officially decorated at a later date. The first lecture was delivered by Comrade Olusegun Macmedo, a public relations expert and chairman, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NPIR, Lagos State Chapter. In the lecture, Mr. Macmedo appraised the relationship between public relations and broadcasting. He said PR is a meticulously planned process of action that thrives on relationship. He also stated that the point of convergence between PR and broadcasting is that both practitioners are jacks of all trade and masters of some. He concluded his address by saying that PR and broadcasting are being disrupted by social media. Therefore, PR and broadcasting must act faster and do the needful.
Public interest supersedes all. In the interest of the public, we must do our jobs in an ethical manner. In conclusion, PR practice and broadcasting are being transformed by the ongoing disruptive technologies. The rules of engagement are changing faster than ever before. To remain relevant, PR industry and broadcast journalists must evolve faster by keeping in touch with and reacting proactively to new developments in the market. Lastly, the digitization of broadcast media in Nigeria is a welcome development and it should be embraced. Thank you very much.
The second lecture by Dr. Oluta Shomide was tagged Common Mistakes in Presentation. He emphasized on music alignment and usage. He emphatically stated that what the new generation of broadcasters lack is preparedness for presentation. According to him, they rely so much on their past successes, which many times fail them. He added that it's important to be abreast with events globally by the minute. Dr. Oluta Shomide stated that broadcasters must imbibe the attitude of reading, watching programs, and listening to the news. Life, according to him, is about preparation. He also stressed on the benefits of honesty and integrity in the broadcasting business.
Ambrose Shomide Bisolatilo can be your role model. You want to see what they do. You want to replicate what they do. You want to be a broadcaster of repute like them. But don't mimic Bisolatilo's voice. Don't do what Bisolatilo is doing. Many careers have been destroyed, not only in broadcasting, even in entertainment, through copycatism. You can never be the best of something that you are copying. As long as the original still lives, even if the original is gone, to replicate him, people will continue to judge you and rate you based on the standard of that person. So as presenters on your local stations or whatever station, know what other stations are doing when you are on air. Get your officers, your men to record them and do workshop yourself. The fact that you have Perfection Real Estate on your program does not mean your program is popular. Broadcasting today is based on audience research. The number of ears that are listening and the number of eyeballs. But the fact that the man has remained on your program could be due to personal relationship. The day he is wise enough to know that you are not delivering the audience, that is the day he will leave. Let me just round it off. There are other issues, but let me just stop here. Thank you very much.
The highlight of the event was when the chairman CEO of Biscom Communications, owners and operators of Biscon Television, Prince Bisi Olatilo, mounted the podium to deliver his lecture with the theme, Maximizing Indigenous Language in 21st Century Broadcasting. First, he took time to congratulate FEBAN for the thoughtful initiative in organizing the training and orientation seminar for budding broadcasters. Prince Bisi Olatilo enumerated the importance of indigenous languages in broadcasting and called on media practitioners to reinvent, retool, re-engineer and align their thoughts with the reality of the 21st century broadcasting. This is in order to make them remain relevant and competitive in their trade. According to him, as we cannot overemphasize the fact that we're in a globalized, rapidly changing, ICT-driven knowledge world, it is high time for practitioners to stand out distinctly. The compelling necessity of the moment with the emergence of the social media, which is in fierce competition with the traditional media, is that we must not treat this threat with kid gloves. Prince Bisi Olatilo stated that for practitioners to remain on top of their game, they must be ready to equip themselves with appropriate skills and competencies to operate as frontliners in the knowledge-based economy.
One cannot overemphasize the fact that indigenous language is a very powerful tool through which majority of the populace in every section of the society can be carried along with issues of development and how to move the country forward. And we need to forge a much closer relationship among ourselves, devoid of mutual suspicion and ethno-religious contempt for one another. As Nigeria migrates from the analog mode of broadcasting to the digital format to join the rest of the developed world, it will certainly be a boom time for broadcasters, especially content providers, and a rare opportunity for them to put their best creativity foot forward, so to speak. More television channels will hit the airwaves to complement the existing ones across Nigeria. The beautiful bride in this circumstance are the viewers, who the television stations must do their best to satisfy in terms of programs that teach very useful lessons that will add value to the time of the viewers.
Most importantly, as Nigeria migrates from the analog mode of broadcasting to the digital format to join the rest of the developed world, it will certainly be a boom time for broadcasters, especially content providers, and a real opportunity for them to put their best creative foot forward. In conclusion, Prince Bisi Olatilo sounded a serious note of warning to practitioners, especially those who operate on the internet and social media space, that caution should be the watchword.
Members of the Freelance and Independent Broadcasters Association of Nigeria, FEBAN, who constitute an integral part of the content providers, will be engaged to discharge its various chores in terms of programming of all these stations. Therefore, they should endeavor at all times to keep to the age-long tenets and ethics of broadcasting: zero tolerance for sensationalism, objective reporting without fear or favor, utmost non-partisan restraint must be exercised by practitioners in religious, ethnic, or political issues to avoid inflaming passions and stoking a breakdown of law and order in their reportage. Now at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to pay a well-deserved homage to the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, the bastion of broadcasting in Nigeria today, for the establishment of Radio Nigeria 3, the Wazobia station, Christian the People's Station, the multifaceted Nigerian indigenous languages radio station, Radio 3, which I had the singular privilege of midwifing in the 80s, broadcast programs like news, sports, requests, all in the indigenous languages of Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, and Pidgin. And this is throughout the nooks and crannies of Lagos metropolis, and in fact beyond. The theme of today's lecture that I've been saddled with, maximizing indigenous language in 21st century broadcasting, the genesis and evolution of indigenous language in the broadcasting space of Nigeria, should be properly diagnosed and put in proper perspectives.
The incursion of indigenous language into the lexicon of broadcasting in Nigeria dates back to the origin of broadcasting itself, with the Western Nigeria Broadcasting Service, WNBS, Northern Nigeria Broadcasting Service, NNBS, Eastern Nigeria Broadcasting Service, ESBS, and the Midwest, respectively. If we get our bearings right as far as the effective use of the indigenous language is concerned, national unity, which we all have craved for all the years, will be achieved. Nigeria will be united. There'll be there'll be coexistence among people. This will douse the tension created by those who have been agitating for the reconstruction of the basis of our existence, what some will call restructuring. The fourth and final lecture was delivered by Mr. Shola Olaniyan, the Director of Wikipedia Nigeria Limited, on social media and broadcasting, prospects and opportunities. Mr. Shola Olaniyan, Director of Wikipedia Nigeria Limited, stressed the need for broadcasters and media practitioners in Nigeria to embrace the move with the changing trend in the industry today. He described broadcasters as content custodians. Mr. Shola Olaniyan further encouraged media practitioners to contribute to the Wikipedia revolution and the Wikipedia local content revolution, which is aimed at boosting the use and collection of information about Africans.
Jimmy Rose believes in his own thought that the sum of all human knowledge should be made available to everybody freely. There shouldn't be restriction. When you need information, it should not be hoarded out. A lot of people are keeping information from a lot of us. They are putting so much price on information that many of us don't have access to. Now, Oyinbo people, after knowing that information is free, they make sure that internet is so difficult for us to access, so that you and I will not have access to information. And now when internet is now available, a lot of us are doing ourselves a lot of undoings by not contributing. Wikipedia is here for you and I. You can go there, check the information that relates to Nigeria. I just mentioned now. You can just say category, Nigerian broadcasters on your Google. You see this list. They are there, but many of us are not aware.
Next was the question and answer session by members of the audience. And this was a veritable avenue for the chairman and CEO of Biscayne Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, and Dr. Olutara Shomide, chairman of the occasion, and Director of Radio Services, DAR Communications PLC, to shed more light on a wide range of issues and provide answers to them. There was also a side attraction by Perfection Real Estate Investors Cooperative Society. The executive officer of the company enlightened the audience on how to make money from the real estate industry. This is followed immediately by the cutting of the cake and a photo session as the event came to a final close. Biscayne Communications, producers of the Bisi Olatilo Show and owners of Biscayne Television, heartily congratulates FIBAN, the Freelance Independent Broadcasters Association of Nigeria, for that great leap in properly positioning the body. From the stable of Biscayne Communications, producers of the Bisi Olatilo Show, Nigeria's #1 general interest magazine show, comes BOS International Magazine. With BOS International Magazine, you can now enjoy the best of two worlds with Biscayne Communications, the emerging media conglomerate. BOS International Magazine keeps you constantly in touch with events on the social scene as they happen, global news, politics, sports, special interviews, fashion and style, and essential tips about life and living. BOS International Magazine is a complete package of entertainment and education at your doorsteps. Ask your vendor for a copy today. We welcome distributors across the country. history of the Ijebu people in southwestern Nigeria is one that is written in superlatives. Known the world over for their business acumen and their sociability among the Yoruba race, the Ijebus work hard and celebrate well. Recently, the people of Ijebu Kingdom in Nigeria's Ogun State had cause to recognize, reward and celebrate such a passion for hard work and an exemplary spirit of leadership in one of their own. On that occasion, their revered monarch, the Awujale and paramount ruler of Ijebu land, His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Sikiru Kauda Adetono, CFR, conferred the prestigious traditional titles of Otumba Atewabua of Ijebu land on Mr. Lekon Bello, the former Commissioner of Finance of Ogun State, who also doubles as the chairman of the Economic Advisory Committee of the state and recently appointed chairman Wema Bank PLC. His wife, Mrs. Adetokunwa Bello, backed the title of Yeye Otumba Atewabua of Ijebu land. This was for their roles in the development of their community in particular and the country as a whole. The Otumba title is different from other chieftaincy titles in that it's an honor bestowed solely on Ijebu sons who descend from royal families. This is to appreciate them for their contributions and achievements while also motivating others. For Otumba Olalekan Bello, a descendant of the Luto Eshe and Belegua ruling houses of Ijebu land, and Yeye Otumba herself, a descendant of the Fesogbuwa ruling house, it was a significant event that witnessed in attendance many friends, colleagues, and well-wishers. For the 54-year-old soft-spoken financial guru, the conferment was an induction into a privileged society of achievers who have positively affected the society. The rite of conferment, which was a colorful mixture of cultures and the time-honored customs of Ijebu people, was held amidst the joyful rendition of linear chants and songs of encouragement to the new Otumba Atewabua by his age-grade society, the Bobagbimos. After the conferment ceremonies were over, guests retired to the beautiful and welcoming ambience of the Conference Hotel Ijebu-Ode to continue the celebration of the singular honor done to the Bellos. The atmosphere of conviviality in the magnificently decorated hall was a testimony to the fact that the new Otumba Atewabua was a man much loved by many. In view of most of the guests, Otumba Olalekan Bello was most deserving of the accolades conferred on him, having shown over the years that he was not only a gentleman, but also a worthy friend and colleague.
Olalekan Bello is somebody that I've known for over 20 years. He's a very humble person, very, very unassuming, and I'm really, really proud today that he's being honored by the has just been conferred on him by the Awujale. And you know that Otumba Awujale is not easy to come by. To belong to that royal court, you must have distinguished yourself professionally and in the community. The confinement given to him today by the Awujale is the topmost recognition that an Ijebu man can ever imagine. And I think it is not just coming to him as a gift, but it is coming to him as a reward for hard work and for the very formidable support that he has given to Ijebu. I think that's why he's been conferred and honored today.
Bomo is somebody that I respect so much, a honest person, a loyal person, somebody who believes in fair play, who believes in justice. He believes in rule of law. I wish him very well, his family, and wish him many more of good things in his life.
Otumba Bello has been very wonderful, not only to me and to my family, but extensively to the Jebuland in particular, and he's a shining star and a rising star, and we're proud of him, and I wish him well, and I wish him very well.
Celebrant is a fantastic man, a highly level-headed individual, a man of courage, a man of good spirit, a man of the people, and I think he deserves the honor bestowed on him by the Awujale.
I rejoice with him and the wife for this wonderful day. And don't forget, even the Bible says, rejoice with those who rejoice. So, it's a thing of joy for me to be part of this, rejoicing with my friend and his wife on this occasion of conferment of well-deserved honor.
And for Tumba Olalekan Bello and Yeye Otumba Adetokunbo Bello, it's time to work even harder to justify the honor conferred on them.
It is more work because now you know that you represent the people of the land, the people of your roots and the people of your origin. So you must know that all the things that God has allowed you with, you must try as much as possible to ensure that you use it for that good. So now I'm going to sit back and look at what kind of endowment policy I must put in place for my people to touch their lives.
Definitely, you have to do more for the society. What it means is that you can't hide anymore. You can't say, oh, they don't know me here, they don't know me there. They know you, and definitely they'll expect certain things from you.
From the BC Olatile Show, we say congratulations, Oye Amorio. From the stable of Biscon Communications, producers of the Bisi Olatile Show, Nigeria's #1 general interest magazine show, comes BOS International Magazine. With BOS International Magazine, you can now enjoy the best of two worlds with Biscon Communications, the emerging media conglomerate. BOS International Magazine keeps you constantly in touch with events on the social scene as they happen, global news, politics, sports, special interviews, fashion and style, and essential tips about life and living. BOS International Magazine is a complete package of entertainment and education at your doorsteps. Ask your vendor for a copy today. We welcome distributors across the country.
Just like yesterday, Saturday, September 13th, made it 365 days since the former governor of Ondo State, Dr. Olusegun Kokumo Agagu, left us. A man of many parts and master of many things, Dr. Agagu left indelible marks on the sands of time. Dr. Agagu, who exited this world at the age of 65, was born in Okitipupa, Ondo State, Nigeria. He attended the famous Ibadan Grammar School, Ibadan. He then proceeded to Nigeria's premier university, University of Ibadan, where he bagged a degree in geology in 1971. After brief stints with Gulf Oil Company, now Chevron, and University of Ibadan, his love for intellectual rigor led him to the University of Texas, USA, where he obtained a master's degree in geology. Even then, he was unsatisfied. Dr. Agagu later became a politician and crowned his academic thirst with a doctorate degree from the University of Ibadan. His career was laden with consultancy jobs from the biggest oil exploration companies and state governments in Nigeria. His first major assignment as a public servant began in 1992 when he was elected Deputy Governor of Ondo State, Nigeria. Between 1999 and 2002, he served as Minister of Aviation and Minister of Power of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He was later elected as Governor of Ondo State in 2003 on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Apart from being member of many professional bodies in Nigeria, Africa, and the United States of America, he received award of the Citizen L'Ordre National du Mérite from the government of France in the year 2000 and the key to the city of Baltimore in the United States of America. At home, he was given the prestigious Commander of the Order of the Niger. Dr. Olusegun Kokumo Agagu was a dedicated family man and was married to his school sweetheart and dance partner, Mrs. Olufunke Agagu, with whom he had 3 children. For a man who touched the lives of millions of Nigerians while serving his country dutifully, it is only appropriate that he is immortalized. The date set aside to commemorate this annual event is the 13th day of September. Apart from that day being the first memorial Thanksgiving for His Excellency, it also marked the formal launch of the Olusegun Agagu Foundation. The procession started with the hymn, "Great is Thy Faithfulness." It was followed by an address which highlighted the purpose of the gathering. According to the minister, it was a celebration of the life of a great man, a man who left his mark during his service to this great country. After the first and second lessons and hymns, it was then time for words of exhortation by a member of the clergy. Quoting from Philippians chapter 4 in the Holy Bible, the man of God urged Nigerians in general to watch their lifestyle by governing their actions, attitude, and resources.
Govern your actions. Govern your actions. You know what? You need a display of self-control. Govern your action. Number 2, govern your attitudes. You know what? go and have to display edifying attributes. Edifying, not destructive.
After words of exaltation, there was a special rendition by the choir of the Chapel of Resurrection, University of Ibadan. Special prayers were offered for the wife, children, and grandchildren of late Chief Agagu. This was followed by thanksgiving by family, friends, and well-wishers.
God's gracious mercy and protection will commit you. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you.
The next port of call was the International Conference Center, University of Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, venue of the launch of the Olusegun Agagu Foundation. The launch started with opening prayer. Present at the launch of the Olusegun Agagu Foundation was His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. President of Botswana, Festus Gontebanye Mogae, the Deputy Ambassador of the Republic of Botswana, Myron Bonang, Minister of Communication and Technology, Mrs. Omobola Johnson. Among other dignitaries present was Chairman of Honeywell Group, Dr. Oba Otudeko, and Royal Fathers. Chairman of the event, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, gave the opening remarks. The former president spoke briefly about the quality of service of the departed when he served as Minister of Aviation and Minister of Power during his tenure.
We are here to celebrate the great work, the achievement, and the legacy that Segun left behind. The call for greater service, as we both saw it then, for Ondo State, made me to let him go to serve Ondo State.
Thereafter was the keynote address, which was delivered by the President of Botswana, Festus Gontebanye Mogae. He said that the achievements of the late Agagu were too many to name. He x-rayed the activities of the late Olusegun Agagu administration and also lauded the former minister's love for education and professionalism in serving the people of Nigeria.
Having persisted and persevered in his professional studies and the imparting of knowledge he sought and obtained public office first as a minister, then the deputy governor, and finally the governorship itself, it is clear from what he achieved in the public sector that the academic and professional achievements were a means to an end.
Additional contribution was made by the Honorable Minister of Communication and Technology, Mrs. Omobola Johnson. She mentioned the important role of information communication and technology, namely ensuring the availability of information. She didn't fail to mention the achievements of the late politician in the area of ICT in Ondo State during his tenure when he set up the Ondo State Information Technology Development Center, which led to his emergence as ICT Governor of the year 2007.
Dr. Agagu, during his term as the Governor of Ondo State, he set up the established the Ondo State Information Technology Development Center in 2005. And that agency was empowered to drive e-governance projects in the state. One of the major investments that Ondo State made in that time, and what they did was to increase revenue, the state internally generated revenue by over 86% from the time that Dr. Agagu was governor.
Chairman of Honeywell Group, Dr. Oba Otudeko, extolled the virtues of late Dr. Olusegun Agagu. He said that the wishes of the departed governor will be carried out through his children.
was an intellectual, he was a visionary, he was a man of strong conviction, and he actually devoted his life to making impact on society, which is what testimony so many people are speaking about today.
I am a testimony to the fact that Agabu in administration planted a tree or a seed that is meant to germinate and provide opportunity for children that were yet born. His legacy is known both in the area of health, in the area of education, in the area of capacity building, in the area of human development, in the area of civil service, in the area of opening up total result of Ondo State will remain evergreen in the memory of the country.
With regard to the foundation, I'm a public servant, and I cannot personally say anything I'm going to do. Of course, I will do, but what we intend to do is to mobilize the entire power sector to make sure that something significant and substantial is contributed to this man who also served in the power sector, so that his foundation, which also includes aspects of energy and power, will not suffer on account of lack of resources. We salute the memory of this man and say, to God be the glory for a gift like Dr. Agabu. Thank you, and God bless you.
The formal launch of the Olusegun Agagu Foundation then took place. Dr. Obao Tudeko led the park with a handsome donation. Later, a minute of silence was observed for late Dr. Agagu, who was also a lecturer at the University of Ibadan. The vote of thanks by son of the late Governor, Feyi Agagu, brought the launch to its close.
This whole thing started us just trying to find a way to live or keep Papa's legacy, popularly known. A way to promote his ideals, not necessarily promoting, such that those things he practiced, either in governance, in his family life, in his business life, academia, maybe one or two people will be able to take it and leave the place better than it is. Thank you everybody, thanks for coming, God bless.
Late Dr. Olusegun Agagu lived for 65 years, but the legacies he left behind and values which he represented will stay with us for much longer.
The Couple Nights program, the flagship and major attraction among the series of events organized annually by Global Excellence Magazine, one of the leading celebrity magazines in Nigeria, has taken place in Lagos, the entertainment capital of the African continent. The event, which was held at the Night Chief Coliseum, Okpebi, Lagos, coincided with the celebration of this year's Father's Day across the globe, and it gave a special flavor to the entire celebration. The Couple Night event usually centers around the family unit, with a focus on all fathers this year. The event, which attracted celebrities from all arms of the entertainment industry and members of the public from other areas of life, usually serves as a veritable platform mostly for the men, who are usually very busy with their different chores, to give their spouses a special treat. The Global Excellence Couples Night, anchored by comedian Benga Denka I, began with the couples engaging one another in a dance to put them in the right frames of mind for the occasion. The Couple Night events, which have been used over the years to discover talents in the various entertainment arms also lived up to its billing this year. New on the scene comedians and other established ones engaged the audience in a lively session of jokes and banters.
If you know this thing, you just sit there.
What song do you want to do? Well, you want that this song finish now? Will you show me song? Michael Jackson, we are the world. This is your I can talk about my leg. What do you have? You help me. Help me. This is my daughter, Romoke. I hear you are bringing back our guests. Since 1982, Romoke have lost. Many people say, Mommy, 1982. Well, I was 40 years old when she lost. I will put the ministry in the Mawakiri. Please help me to bring back Romoke. Then they say, sorry, ma. The issue of bring back our guests just happened recently in Chibok. We're saying the same thing. You know, children have nowadays on Facebook, internet, they change their name. She was Romoke, maybe she's Chibok now.
As for entertainment, Cecilia Peters and K1 the Ultimate was Sio and Marshall, who are regular performers at the Global Excellence Couple Night event, did not disappoint at all, as they held the audience spellbound with their enthralling performance. these trying times occasioned by the insurgency-induced insecurity that has kept everyone on the edge, Nigerians can do with more of such light-hearted events as a much-needed therapy and soothing balm to calm our highly troubled nerves. We give kudos to the Mayor Akinbelu-led Global Excellence magazine team for the yearly well-thought-out way to further consolidate relationship in the family unit. This may as well be the company's social responsibility contribution and payback to a society from where very ardent and committed readers of the Global Excellence magazine across the globe have continued to spring forth and still counting. See you all next year at the 2015 Global Excellence Couple Night.
Jasmine Hall Eco Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos, was on Friday, 21st September 2012, brimming with tribute, excitement and joy as guests from all corners of the country witnessed and shared the success of the presentation of the book, Remaking the Niger Delta, Challenges and Opportunities, written by an illustrious son of the oil-rich Niger Delta region, Honorable Kingsley Kuku. A passionate personage that has been bearing the flag of hope and emancipation of the Niger Delta people for years. Due to his commitment, relentlessness, and deep involvement, coupled with his understanding of the travails which have battled the Niger Delta since the inception of oil exploration in the area, he was eligibly appointed as a member of the Presidential Committee on Amnesty in 2009. Honorable Kingsley Kuku currently is the Special Advisor on Niger Delta and Chairman Presidential Amnesty Program under the administration of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Representing the Senate President, Senator David Mack, at the book presentation, Senator Nuruddin A. Usman spoke extensively on the damage the Niger Delta environment has suffered in the face of what he described as grossly irresponsible act and the practice of crude oil explorers in the region. In his speech, Senator Nuruddin A. Usman made reference to a recent oil spill situation in Brazil, where 3,500 barrels of oil were spilled by some oil firms. He said the companies that were responsible for the disaster were not only made to pay $11 billion, but also had their licenses revoked. On the contrary, oil firms in Nigeria have only got to pay 1 million naira, regardless of the magnitude, scale, or impact of the environmental ills that might have resulted from their exploration activities due to the fact that there are no effective laws to bring them to book.
In December in Bonga, 40,000 barrels of oil, worth an estimated value of minimum $4 billion, is going to be the loss to the Nigerian revenue, was spilled in the Niger Delta, in Bonga. And what do they tell us? When our Committee on Environment engaged them on what they are going to do, they said, you have no law to back this. And as such, if you have a law, in the whole world there's what you call polluter pay principle. But in Nigeria, we do not have. We're only waking up to that now.
A documentary chronicling the emergence and struggle of an iconic son of the soil, Honorable Kingsley Kuku, was shown to the teeming audience. His practical and dedicated approach to issues of justice and the impoverished citizens of the Niger Delta distinguished him as a genuine advocate of the people who will effectively negotiate in their interest. Alongside other great Nigerians of the Niger Delta origin, Kingsley Kuku was part of several peace missions that in due course culminated into the amnesty program offered by late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua's administration, which was aimed at addressing the problems of unemployment, truancy, youth restiveness, and many other vices ravaging the Niger Delta. Senator Nuruddin A. Usman also discussed the positive impact and success of the amnesty program.
The Nigerian Aviation Authority in Zaria, Your Excellency, from inception till date, has not produced up to 250 pilots. The amnesty program, Your Excellency, in 2 years, by January, will be giving you over 200 Nigerian pilots of the Niger Delta order.
Honorable Kingsley Kuku, with some flavor of humor, gave a detailed account of how the Niger Delta struggle began, from the very start to the point where their fight for disarmament during the amnesty program became fruitful.
The kind of arms and ammunition that Nigeria received from insurgency, there is no way in the world that that kind of DDRO has occurred. Your Excellency, what today the amnesty program is doing is to keep the peace in the Niger Delta, is to stabilize the security situation in the Niger Delta, and cause those who have the responsibility to bring the roads, to bring the health centers, to bring the schools, to bring development to the people and the land called Niger Delta. It is time for them to move. I don't want anybody's inefficiency to rob me. So tirelessly at the expense of our families, we are doing what we can do, Your Excellency. It is time for other people who expect this situation to come into that region and develop that region. If that region is not developed, the amnesty program, Your Excellency, will fail one day.
As the author of the book, Remaking the Niger Delta Challenges and Opportunities, Kingsley Kuku enumerated the benefit and transformation that has been engendered by the amnesty program in the lives of the Niger Delta youths. He also revealed the need for the government to develop the region to enable the youths put to good use the knowledge and skills they have acquired through the program. The book is indeed a testimony to the monumental challenges of sustainable peace, socio-economic development, and justice. It is the chronicle of 50 years of neglect, exploitation, and crisis, which also pays tribute to martyrs of freedom struggles like Ken Saro-Wiwa and many others who have made the sacrifice of the ultimate worth. Vice President Namadi Sambo, who represented President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan at the event, delivered the goodwill message from the President and expressed government's determination to bring unprecedented development to the region. He congratulated the author for his insight and dedication to the Niger Delta cause and also encouraged him not to relent in pursuing the cause of justice and fairness for all Nigerians, irrespective of their state and religious leanings. After delivering the President's address, Vice President Namadi Sambo formally presented the book to the teeming audience amidst cheers and thunderous applause.
Today's event underscores the place of scholarship and deep intellectual labor in governance. For me, government policies must be product of proper research and wide consultation arising from societal expectation for the good of all. I have read very carefully several chapters in this important book, and I truly marvel at Kuku's energy and resourcefulness given his very tight schedule at the Presidential Amnesty Office.
And in the name of Almighty God, that I unveil and present this important book for Nigeria and pray that it will contribute immensely in participating positively for the history of all Nigerians and the world in general. It's therefore my pleasure to unveil the book. Thank you.
Barrister Alan Onyema, on behalf of the host, gave the vote of thanks, appreciating everyone present for gracing the presentation with their esteemed presence, thereby making the occasion a huge success. He prayed the Almighty God grant them safe journey back to their respective destinations, which signposted the climax of the event. The occasion was not all about speeches in its entirety, as entertaining sessions came in at intervals to keep the venue bustling with life and fun. The first rising songster, Timi Dakolo, enthralled the crowd with soul-searching tunes that indeed enlivened the spirit of everyone in attendance. Ijaw cultural troupe mesmerized guests with their performance and splendid costumes as they engaged in a beautiful display of Ijaw traditional heritage. It was a well-attended occasion as eminent Nigerians from all walks of life trooped into the event to felicitate and register their support for a friend, a brother, a son, and a Nigerian of rare caliber who has unremittingly championed the cause of freedom and justice for his people and as well launched a milestone achievement in his political career.
It's for the book. So, everybody, come, join me, and let us celebrate this wonderful and interesting masterpiece.
In its quest to continually periscope the socio-economic and political development of the country, with a view to help proffer solutions to ameliorate problems where noticed. The Island Club, the premier social club of Nigeria, has held the 4th edition of its Public Interest Symposium. The forum is a follow-up to the past 3 editions, which dealt with different topics like how to fight and win the war on terror, how to fight and win the war against corruption, challenges and prospects, and the 3rd edition, which X-rays the second Buhari administration, the economy, and the polity. The 4th edition of the Island Club's Public Interest Symposium looked at leadership for transformational change, the universities of the future. The lecture was delivered by a former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Engineer Oyewusi Bidapo-Obe, OFR. In his welcome remarks, the chairman of the Island Club, Mr. Okpeshe SAN, said, given the intellectual stature of the erudite scholar, Professor Oyewusi Bidapo-Obe, the guest lecturer, who he described as one of the molders and shapers of the future of Nigeria, a course to which he had devoted a whole lifetime in the last close to 4 decades. He was sure that the audience were in for a thought-provoking, educative, informative and instructive session.
It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the top of the Premier Social Club of Nigeria, the Island Club, a club founded on Friday, 29th of October 1943, by 50 distinguished gentlemen, whose origin cut across the globe. The common aspiration of these great gentlemen was to foster interracial harmony and protect the dignity of man anywhere in the world. This edition, the 4th in the series, titled Leadership for Transformational Change, the Universities of the Future. To do justice to this topic, we have talked of no other personality than Professor Engineer Oyewusi Bidapo-Obe, OFR, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos.
Before the commencement of the lecture, a minute's silence was observed in remembrance of the sister of the guest lecturer, Mrs. Idowu Ijeoma Adamu, née Obe, who died recently. Indeed, Professor Oye Bidapo-Obe dedicated the lecture to her memory. Professor Oye Bidapo-Obe began the lecture with an overview of Nigeria's educational system at the tertiary level, submitting that Nigerians are far ahead of other African countries studying abroad. this is not a very good commentary about the state of education in Nigeria, especially at the tertiary level. On leadership management of innovation and the universities of the future, the lecturer argued that leaders don't make plans, but rather prepare organizations for change. Leaders should communicate a vision of what needs to be done, develop appropriate strategies to actualize the vision, while engaging the heart and mind of the people to support the vision. Professor Oyebidapo posits that the ability to take risk and adapt to change is the hallmark of leadership. The leader is required to develop a vision, influence people, provide direction, innovation, and solve problems. Leaders inspire the people to believe in the vision and take initiative based on the shared vision. According to Professor Oyebidapo, innovation management is defined as the process of managing an organization, innovation procedure, beginning with idea generation to the successful implementation. Innovation in the education process can either be destructive or lead to distinct improvement, depending on how it is handled. A positive innovation in our educational system at the tertiary level, in universities specifically, will include the automation of the existing universities process, admission procedure, and implementation of digital library.
So the University of Future requires the need for innovative leaders and effective managers. For example, in the Harvard Business Review article, managers and leaders, are they different? By Abraham Salesnik, Professor of Leadership at Harvard Business School. Salesnik argued that leaders tolerate risk and develop new perspective to problem solving, while managers put in place order and control for resolving problems. He emphasized that organizations need both leaders and managers to excel. Leaders are very important. Organizations can only be effective if they are leaders who can see beyond tomorrow. It's like seeing beyond tomorrow. You must find out what is going to happen in future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, in essence, great leaders need good management skills. To be effective and effective managers require strong leadership skills to be successful.
Disruptive innovation can radically change the kind of education offered. For instance, the introduction of massive open online courses for leading global universities could change the entire business model of conventional universities. The rise of artificial intelligence and machine-aided learning pose a serious disruption to the universities of the future. In preparing for the universities of the future, it is important that leaders think above innovation and should be able to effectively manage the change when it occurs.
What then makes an effective manager? Peter Drucker, which we all know, one of the foremost experts and thinkers on leadership, provides insights into this thought-provoking question. He argued effective managers are leaders that get things done by following 8 simple rules. These rules classify under 3 broad areas of seek knowledge, ask what needs to be done, know what must be done, identify the task, and concentrating on the task one at a time. They ask what's right for the organization. Put the organization and overall stakeholders' interests above all else. They translate knowledge to action. They develop an action plan, they take responsibility for their decision, they take responsibility for communicating, they focus on opportunities.
Professor Oyebidapo submits that whereas it is almost certain that technology has found a place in universities, nothing significant has changed. The motion picture has had almost no influence on education. In the 1930s, radio. In the 1960s, television held sway. Personal computers, laptops, tablets, internet connection with computer, marking massive experience courses, computer games, and social network will all contribute to transform higher education. It has been predicted that devices will replace academic faculties by 2030. The concept of individual computers will slowly disappear. The 2-semester pattern will be replaced replaced by 24-hour round learning. The real game changer will be the viable measure of comparative student learning outcomes. This will lift learning to a state close to that enjoyed by research.
The concept of university itself has to be re-examined and blended in such a way that yes, knowledge is good, but you don't have to be in a university. So, as we said that one of the things we've done, it says devices will replace academic faculty by year 2030. So you need people anymore, but I think you will need people. The concept of individual campuses will slowly disappear. The 2-semester pattern will be replaced by year-round, what we call all learning, lifetime learning, as we predict that it will be doing in the distant learning institute. And this is what is happening by people looking at what future will hold, future will hold for us.
In conclusion, it is agreed that great leaders need good management skills to be effective, and effective managers require strong leadership skills to be successful. The ideal leader must take responsibility for decisions, focus on opportunities and not problems. There is indeed the urgent need to reinvent the universities. The original concept of the ivory tower must be restored. It is very sad to hear about corruption in the academia. The mode of governance system must be reviewed, especially the composition and relationship of the council, management, senate, and stakeholders of the universities. The criteria for the appointment of external members of the council, especially the chairman, must be reviewed. The question and answer session gave the guest lecturer, Professor Oyebidakbo Obe, the ample chance to further elucidate on the topic of the lecture, Leadership for Transformational Change, Future of Universities. The guest lecturer was presented with a special plaque of appreciation and inducted into the membership fold of the Island Club.
Island Club will be placed as the premier club by all that you can see for it. And so on behalf of the chairman and members of this club, I present to you this award plaque for a job well done on the presentation of your paper to the club this evening on the leadership for transformational change, the universities of the future. Thank you.
An abridged form of the communique of the symposium was read by Ambassador Das in the international oil market, with the attraction for Nigeria's crude drastically waning by the day. Today, Nigeria exports less crude than budgeted, a very precarious situation for a country like ours, whose economy is heavily dependent on oil. Crude oil theft, or oil bunkery, embarked upon by some unscrupulous elements, has dealt untold havoc on the economy. Things have become so bad that all sectors of the economy, private and public, are groaning under the burden and yoke of difficulty in meeting statutory obligations. Even with the bailout grace granted state governments by the federal government, workers are still being owed arrears of salaries. Most employees have had to be relieved of their employment. To undertake a contract on credit for any government is a most risky thing to do, in view of the fact that contracts executed previously, whose values run into trillions of naira, are yet to be serviced. The federal government is finding it increasingly difficult to repay external debts as and when due. The only alternative left to explore to take Nigeria out of the present quagmire of oil crisis in which we have found ourselves is to look beyond oil. After a thorough analysis by leading economists and financial experts from the hindsight of a deep understanding of the Nigerian economy, the prognosis returned by all of them is that of a bleak state of affairs that may even get worse if some quick steps are not taken to redress the situation. With a quickly expanding population, technological catch-up, and rising investment, Nigeria is expected to become one of the top 10 global economies by the year 2050. The paths to follow to achieve this include fiscal diversification by increasing non-oil revenues, improved tax collection. The reports that Nigeria is 181 out of 189 countries of the world as regards the ease of paying taxes should nudge the authorities to broaden tax compliance to include most of the informal sector of the economy. Economic experts posit that a weak business climate is terribly holding back the country's growth potentials, with the infrastructure deficit, epileptic electricity supply, and corruption posing particular challenges. Diversification through development of value addition across the agriculture and downstream petroleum sectors of the economy will reduce the pressure on foreign exchange. Attention should be paid to Nigeria's top 4 food imports: wheat, sugar, and fish, which will play very significant roles in the diversification of our economy from oil. As part of its social responsibility intervention initiative in contributing its own modest quota to seeking for solutions to issues of national concern, the Yoruba Tennis Club organized a lecture recently. The well-attended lecture, which took place at Greetings Hall of the Yoruba Tennis Club, was themed Presentation of Nigeria, Looking Beyond Oil, a report prepared by PricewaterhouseCoopers and Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in which renowned economists and financial experts diagnosed the immediate and remote causes responsible for the downward slide Nigeria's oil fortunes had been experiencing over the years. The lecture had in attendance the chairman of Yoruba Tennis Club, Mr. Ayodele Martins, who was supported by the vice chairman, Professor Adetokunbo Olusegun Fabanwo, vice patron, trustees, and past chairman of Yoruba Tennis Club. Chief Femi Okunu, chairman board of trustees of Yoruba Tennis Club, was supported by past chairman and trustee of Yoruba Tennis Club, Dr. Abayomi O. Fini, Chief Falari Koka, as well as other members of the club. The special guest of honor at the lecture was Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, President of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and a formidable team from PricewaterhouseCoopers, which included Dr. Andrew S. Nevin, Partner and Chief Economist of PricewaterhouseCoopers, Nigeria, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Partner and Head Tax Regulatory Services, PwC, Nigeria Limited. The discussants include Mr. Tola Mubolori, Chairman of Capital Bancorp PLC, and Mr. Cyril Azobu, who is the Head of Mining and Solid Mineral Sector of PwC. Prince Bambo Ademuliyi, a member of the Yoruba Tennis Club, who is an Agric engineer and chairman of the committee that put together the lecture, did the perfect filling in for Dr. Sanginga, Director General of IITA Ibadan, who was unavoidably absent. Renowned economist and top banker, Mr. Babatunde Dabiri, moderated the panel discussion at the lecture. The event, which was compared by Brother Prince Bisi Olatilo, who is a member of the Yoruba Tennis Club, began with the welcome remarks by the chairman of Yoruba Tennis Club, Brother Ayodele Martins, a 1978 graduate of the University of East London, England, where he obtained his first degree in law. In 1984, he graduated with first-class honors from Cambridge University, called to Bar of England and Wales in 1986, before enrolling as a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria in 1992. Mr. Ayodele Martins is the first Nigerian managing director of HFP, a renowned engineering conglomerate, experts in building and construction.
Whichever way you look at it, oil is definitely a very topical issue. And therefore, when the opportunity came as part of our regular lecture series at the Yoruba Tennis Club to give prominence to this issue, we grabbed it with both hands, and we believe that we are in for a very informative and eye-opening time at the Yoruba Tennis Club today.
The president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, a renowned accountant, economist, industrialist, and chairman, Nepal Business Group, is an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School and International Institute of Management Development, Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, is most suited to guide discussion at such fora. She gave her very useful insight, explaining why the LCCI collaborated with PricewaterhouseCoopers in the formulation of the issues surrounding the report, Nigeria, Looking Beyond Oil, which was to be scrutinized and diagnosed at the lecture. Chief Mrs. Nikki Akonde traced how the decline in the oil sector began and emphasized that Nigeria's economy can only bounce back if the areas to be diversified into are properly prioritized. The areas include agriculture, solid minerals, petrochemical refining, and manufacturing. She congratulated Yoruba Tennis Club for the foresight behind the lecture.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have neglected our non-oil sector for too long. For instance, we are blessed with abundant deposits of solid minerals, which had remained largely undeveloped over the years. We have rich deposits of gypsum, tantalite, bitumen, coal, gold, barite, iron ore, gemstone, and many more, just to name a few. This is the time to pay close attention to this sector. A minister has been appointed to really work on it, and we hope that very soon we will soon benefit from this. It is also very important to look at the fiscal side of diversification and cost effectiveness. Our revenue base needs to be better diversified. Our tax revenue to GDP ratio is low. We need to improve on the efficiency of tax administration at all levels of government.
Quickly, the lecture swung into session with the presenters, panelists, and discussants ready to begin to address the issue at hand from their different perspectives. The session was moderated by Mr. Tunde Dabiri, incidentally a member of the Yoruba Tennis Club, a seasoned banker who is currently the chairman of Lagos State Pension Commission and member of the Governing Council of the Nigeria-India Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The first presenter was Dr. Andrew S. Nevin, partner and chief economist, PricewaterhouseCoopers Nigeria. In his presentation, Dr. Andrew drew from his vast experience, a well-recognized global co-leader of PricewaterhouseCoopers with well-grounded academic laurels, which include PhD in economics from Harvard University, MA in philosophy and politics from Oxford University, where he studied as a Rhodes Scholar, in addition to a BSc degree in computer science and mathematics. Dr. Andrew S. Nevin is an internationally renowned authority on redefining financial services, trends, business, and economic modeling from a global perspective. Dr. Andrew S. Nevin said the 2.3 million barrels of oil produced daily, which amounts to about 750,000 million barrels a year, compared to the population of Nigeria, which is about 175 million people, is most inadequate. Dr. Andrew S. Nevin considers the huge foreign exchange expended in the redefining and exportation of oil as a heavy burden on the economy.
In Nigeria, we have the lowest tax collection of any nation on earth. I was told this morning when I was with another tax colleague, in Afghanistan, they collect 11% of GDP in tax revenue. In Nigeria, that number is 8%. But in fact, it's much worse than that, because of that 70%, a little less now, but 70% of the tax revenue collected is based on oil and gas. If we actually look at the non-oil and gas tax revenue, the numbers between 2.2 and 2.5% in 2013. That is a woeful performance. People didn't pay their taxes, they didn't receive the services. But it's good news for us because it means the tax revenue can be increased dramatically. And we don't see at PwC any issue with the indebtedness of the country on that basis. The other issue is just our fiscal position at the moment at a debt level. Again, Nigeria is in a very good position. The total debt in Nigeria is 13% of GDP. In developed world, it's over 100%. Sub-Saharan Africa averages 30%. Many developed countries are 60-70%. Nigeria has the fiscal headroom to be able to borrow, and if it makes the right decisions, the right investments, do very well. So I said before, we thought all the macro issues were solvable as we move into this diversification. We can't rely on oil, but our FX is solvable, our fiscal situation is solvable.
Next to take to the podium was Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, who is the head, Tax and Corporate Advisory Services of PricewaterhouseCoopers Nigeria, a world's leading professional services firm with presence in well over 150 countries around the world. Taiwo Oyedele is a thoughtful leader and prominent speaker on key accounting and tax issues, an ardent advocate of tax reform with particular emphasis on tax simplification and transparency. Taiwo Oyedele is a Fellow of the Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Fellow Chartered Institute of Taxation, founder and president of Impact Africa Foundation, which supports the education and sponsorship of the less privileged children from primary to tertiary level. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele posits that Nigeria must be properly positioned to earn foreign exchange receipts and revenues from various sectors of the economy, other than oil. He harped on proper taxation as a fundamental prerequisite of generating revenue and growth in the economy. He cited the success of Lagos economy, which he predicated on the great strides made on taxation, which he advocated to be replicated across all states in the country.
Diversifying our economy means not only in terms of the component of our GDP, we must be able to earn revenue for government from different sectors other than oil, and we must be able to earn foreign exchange receipts from sources other than oil. Given that we import everything, including pineapples, they say pineapple from Benin Republic is better than the one of Lagos. I even think that our DNA and our mindset needs to be diversified. So we start thinking more broadly and patriotic, so that pineapple in Lagos is good. We should not be importing fabrics. We should not be importing toothpicks. Okay? So because our demand for foreign exchange is far more than what we're able to receive, we're in crisis. Even the deal with China, in my view, is not going to solve our problem. If you don't produce, it doesn't matter in which currency you have to pay, other than your currency, you'll still be in crisis. So these are fundamental issues we must deal with. When you look at tax to GDP ratio, like Andrew said, it used to even be about 8% as of 2014. It's gone down now to around 3%. Tax to GDP ratio, Ghana is doing 20-21. South Africa is doing 25%. So this is not about America or the UK. Even our neighboring countries that are just as poor as we are, or maybe as rich as we are making more from tax revenue. The Nigerian Bureau of Statistics just released the report of tax revenue collection by all the states in Nigeria. And all the 36 states plus the FCT collected 680 billion naira in a whole year. About 40% of that, 280 billion, was collected by Lagos State alone. In fact, Lagos State collected more in taxes than 32 other states combined. In other words, Lagos State collects more than all the states in Nigeria, excluding Delta State, excluding Ogun State, and excluding
river states. If you take our rivers, Delta and Ogun, Lagos collects more than all the others combined.
Mr. Tunde Dabri began by taking an overview of the subject, Nigeria looking beyond oil, and gave his own insights.
We thought it was best to have discussants who would take certain key industries that were highlighted in this study. We wanted someone to talk on mining because it's one of the new things we've got to do, and we've got to do well. We really have comparative advantage in mining. Then we wanted the head of IIT in Ibadan to come and talk about agriculture. I think everybody knows here that, even because of the size of agriculture to our GDP, we cannot move forward unless we do something about agriculture. The person we wanted for agric is not able to make it, so I wonder whether Chief Bambo is now going to be an agric expert. So he will cover that area for us, because you can't talk about the next stage without a focus on agriculture.
Mr. Tola Mobolori, the chairman of Capital Bancorp PLC, one of the foremost financial and professional services providers in Nigeria. Capital Bancorp, a central bank of Nigeria's multidisciplinary finance home and a member of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Mr. Tola Mobolori was the chairman of the National Association of Securities Dealers. Mr. Tola Mobolori said there is need for change, not just in policies, but in attitude. He suggested that Nigeria should revisit the past development plans which created value and vital linkages amongst the various sectors of the economy.
Even in Britain today, the Prime Minister Campbell is trying to get local governments to relax regulations so that they can start prospecting for shale. Germany has extensive formation of shale. China has. There is shale all over South America. Add to that the discovery of oil along the East African coast, Mozambique, Tanzania, Uganda, and it will give you a picture of what the future of crude oil looks like. We have to move forward. And moving forward means that we have to change. It's not just change in terms of policies and things like that. Even our own attitudes must change. I think we have to do away with some of the profligacy that we are used to. Maybe we need to all imbibe, Buhari's Spartan lifestyle, so that we can save some money and be a little bit more productive. But oil is still useful for us. As has been said, we can use the oil we have to transform our economy. And the earlier we do that, the better, because we are running out of time.
Mr. Tola Mobolori advocated for substantial investments in power because electricity is very central to the success of the economy. Mr. Cyril Azobu is a petroleum engineer and mining specialist with experience spanning over 20 years. He's a partner in PricewaterhouseCoopers and director of PwC's Mining and Solid Mineral Sector Group. Mr. Cyril Azobu has led the auditing of major energy companies, including Shell, ENI, NNPC, General Electric, NLNG, and Oando. Currently, Cyril Azobu is leading PricewaterhouseCoopers on the roadmap for the development of the Nigerian mineral resources and mining sectors of the company as it diversifies into sectors beyond oil. In his intervention, Mr. Cyril Azobu said, with the rich mineral resources with which Nigeria is endowed, the mining sector is one of the areas best suited for Nigeria's economic diversification at the moment. Political will by the federal government is needed now more than ever before to back exploration activities.
It's quite critical, and it also calls us to look inward and have a renewed focus
And so I'm glad that the incidents we're having today are happening so that we could ramp up, the impact that our natural resources, including mineral resources that we have, could, add to our economy. Currently, mining sector adds barely 0.3%, 0.4% to our GDP. Compared to South Africa that does currently 18%, Botswana that does 40%, DRC that does 24%, we barely have any significant or meaningful contribution from that sector. And so as part of plans to revamp the economy and diversify economy, I'm really thrilled that the present administration has picked mining and of course agriculture, which we will hear it from later, as part of ways to diversify our economy.
Prince Bambo Ademuli is an agric engineer with interest in marine and the downstream sectors of the economy. He is also the chairman of the Nigeria-Ghana Business Forum. He was recently inducted into the membership committee of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Prince Bambo Ademuli looked specifically at the gains derivable from the diversification of Nigeria's economy into agriculture and allied sectors. Prince Bambo Ademuli, who is an agricultural engineer, praised the agricultural transformation and the growth enhancement schemes of the Jonathan administration, which he advised the Buhari government to build on. Today, Nigeria is the #1 producer of cassava in the world. If the momentum is sustained, by 2030, agriculture will be providing $59 billion to our economy annually from the $10 billion it currently contributes to the economy.
Of their tenure, they set up SPOs, service provider operators, to implement this scheme nationwide. I happen to be the chairman of the committee of SPOs nationwide. And what does that entail? Each SPO has tractors with plows, harrows, riggers. We have all the implements you need for land preparation for agric. And what you're supposed to do is support the farmer with land preparation, which was done with some cash in the past, but now the equipment are there and the farmer doesn't have to go look for the tractors. They are provided, at least there are presently 159 SPOs nationwide. That's 159 times 5 tractors, times 5 power tillers, harrows, plows, riggers, and so on and so forth.
A very vibrant and stimulating interactive session, which involved thought-provoking suggestions from members of the audience, began with the humble submission of former Works Minister under the Yakubu Gowon administration and Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Yoruba Tennis Club, Chief Femi Okuno. The presenters and panelists later took turns to clarify grey areas pointed out by those who intervened and wrapped up with their final submissions.
We need to revive industries, textile industry in Ikeja, in Kaduna, and other industries. I've gained a lot from the discordance with the various aspects which they have enlightened us this morning and this afternoon. So generally, let's make use of the oil we have for home consumption and whatever products we can make out of it, and also some crude, sell it, because as we've said, shale has taken over oil the whole world.
In summary, it was agreed that Nigeria should take advantage of all the areas yearning for diversification to quickly get a credible alternative or alternatives to oil, the black gold, that single commodity on which Nigeria has depended over the years. The lecture ended with the vote of thanks, which was very ably delivered by the Vice Chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Professor Adetokunbo Fabanwo. Professor Fabanwo is a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist at the Lagos State University College of Medicine Ikeja and an honorary consultant to LASUT. Brother Oba Oduwole, the club's social secretary, guided all members as the Yoruba Tennis Club anthem was taken. with all members on their feet. On Wednesday, the 15th of June 2016, the reception hall of the Island Club played host to the third edition of the Island Club's Public Interest Symposium series, tagged The Second Coming of Buhari, 1 year after, the economy and the polity. The symposium kicked off with the national anthem and opening prayer, after which there was the introduction of the chairman and officers of the Island Club, dignitaries, guest speakers, and the chairman of the occasion. His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Oladapo Fafurora, who ably chaired the occasion, introduced the first guest, Mr. Bismarck J. Riwani, revered economic analyst and the CEO of Financial Derivatives Limited. Mr. Bismarck Riwani gave an illuminating and lucid presentation through which he pointed out the economic problems of the country and also expertly preferred useful and possible solutions to them. Mr. Bismarck Riwani went on to note that Nigeria is at economic crossroads. Therefore, the pace of economic change must be consistent with political and social change.
If you devalue your currency, which is a wrong word, it's actually an adjustment of your currency value to make it realistic, what are we going to export? How are we going to meet and maintain our standard of living? The reality is your standard of living is a function of what you produce. And even if you don't export, produce locally. And I've heard people in the government say that the only way to produce locally is to ban the imports of things and keep the exchange rate. Well, let me tell you, the only way to produce locally is if the exchange rate makes it impossible for me to buy something, I will look for a local substitute. If I cannot go and do my dental checkup in England, I'll look for a very good dentist here. And if all of us go to that dentist will make money. But it is not because you ban me or restrict me from having access to the money to go and see my dentist. It's a market. Because once I have bought my petrol at 145, have you seen how many people have stopped buying so many things because they have spent so much money buying petrol and buying things that are expensive? That's how the markets react. Last month, the price of tomatoes went up to 45,000 naira a basket. Today, it's down to less than 30,000 naira a basket. The cost is not a problem. What has happened is that many people have gone to produce tomatoes and many people have stopped buying tomatoes. They went to buy tomato paste and all. Beans went up to 27,000 naira, 50 kg bag, or what have you. 27,000 naira for the inexpensive version, which is called Olotu. Now that has come down all the way back to 17,000. Why? Because people just reduced the amount of beans they were using, and some of them reduced the amount of akara they were eating and the amount of moi moi and all of that, because all those are compounded products that come from beans. So do not believe it. This is not an economic issue. This is a common sense issue. When a country makes it its culture and its people to live above their means, to spend on things they cannot afford, to aspire on things which they cannot sustain, the ultimate outcome of that is crisis. A crisis of what? False expectation. A crisis that leads to kidnapping and ransom. A crisis that leads to people saying that bad behavior should be rewarded. And that's the social impact. So, what direction are we going? Painfully and slowly, we are going in the right direction. This slowdown, this recession, will be followed by a recovery process. And do not be deceived that the recovery is going to be a V curve. That is, you are going to wake up tomorrow and go back to your old habits. No. This is going to be like an L-shaped recovery. It's going to be flat at the bottom and then before it comes up.
The audience also had a chance to ask questions, which he answered. The second guest speaker, Mr. Debo Adeshino, a hard-nosed reporter, writer of evocative prose, and editor-in-chief of Guardian newspapers, gave a riveting and poignant lecture, which he tagged Buhari Today, Tomorrow, the archives have it. He pointed out that Nigeria of today is in dire straits, therefore the president has to be bold and willing to restructure the country. He also stated that it was pertinent that we implement the available reforms at hand to engender the renaissance that is much needed by Nigerians and not to relegate them to the archives. Finally, he enjoined Nigerians to pray that Mr. President be guided by a spirit of responsibility to the future of a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria, and may he find a will to build that future.
Nigerians wanted change and yearned for it, and now we have it. We have a man who is certainly a complete departure from the tardiness and drudgery which had come to become the signature of the Goodluck Jonathan administration. Today, complaints abound of Buhari's very slow pace and a palpable confusion in his decision-making processes as well as in personnel deployment have combined with impatience on our part, which is rooted in our expectation that they rose, to now cast this regime in less than glowing light than it came into office with. However, I want to believe President Buhari is still the disciplined officer and a gentleman of integrity Nigerians voted for. Many people still love him, no doubt. And given where the nation had been prior to his coming, he remains the knight in a shining armor, the love of whom still burns in many hearts. By the time we took over on May 29, 2015, Nigeria was a wounded nation with a deep physical gash on our body, inflicted by Boko Haram terrorists and sundry security challenges. This was compounded by the moral wound on the nation's soul, inflicted by mindless corruption and poor management of resources. Of course, with the election of 2015, distrust was sown all over Nigeria, and the emotional wound on the soul of Nigeria was very raw. When he won election, therefore, what President Buhari was given was a very unique mandate to heal Nigeria, to renew our essence, and be the architect of a national renaissance. More than the roads, the dams, the bridges that Buhari will build for us, more than the power he will supply or the infrastructure he will restore, Buhari has a responsibility to build Nigeria's future on a solid foundation. Now, to build infrastructure, our president or his government needs money. To build a united and prosperous future for Nigeria, he needs an additional currency, which I call the will. But let us talk about money, because we all love money. We are familiar with the saying that money talks. Money actually does talk. And with what Nigeria is going through today, I'm sure all of us know what money has said to Nigeria. Bye-bye. Money just said goodbye to us. But even when we were rich, Nigeria has only had a furious debate over our revenue and how it should be spent or shared between the central government and the federating states. You had the Raisman Commission in 1958, you had the Aboyade Commission, you had the Okibo Commission, all kinds of commissions were set up, and there are all kinds of ideas about how we should share our resources. Today, the present revenue sharing formula is completely at variance with the principle of federalism and is at the root of various threats to the unity and prosperity of Nigeria. The idea is that a country that is supposed to be a federation should have a revenue allocation formula that is consistent with that formula, but that is not the case. The ratio between states and federal government is very, very lopsided, inequitable, exploitative, and reduces the lower tiers of government to mere appendages of the FG. This ridicules the design of our founding fathers and of the federal system of government, which by nature poses that every constituent unit must be sufficiently independent of the center in a way that the unity of the whole is not compromised. The warped arrangement we operate today, which has consigned state governments to perpetual beggars, is not only unproductive, it actually holds down the progress of Nigeria.
The chairman of the occasion, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Oladapo Fafoluwa, gave an engaging and insightful, albeit impromptu presentation, where he called for the reduction in the enormous cost of governance in the country, and also a check to excessive spending and wastefulness of top government officials. Ambassador Dr. Oladapo Fafoluwa appreciated the guest speakers and the Island Club for organizing the symposium.
When I entered the foreign service, we were not more than 20 administrative officers. 20, the diplomatic class. And until the time I left, you couldn't, 4 or 5 at most on level 17. Now everybody's on level 17. How can you run a country like that where everybody is the boss? They say there are too many Indians, very few generals. But there are too many generals, there are few Indians. So the cost of governance, because I have seen, I was in the civil service about 20, 30 years. And since then, the type of government that the wastage is unbelievable. You cannot believe it. How within the civil service, money is just being wasted. People collect allowances to attend conferences. They don't go. They don't attend. In my own time, I was ambassador at the UN. The regulation within 24 hours of your returning from a foreign trip or conference, you must return the money. You can't. It's not possible. It was not possible. So we must rebuild our institutions. This country will not make progress as fast as it should if we don't have credible institutions.
The chairman of the Island Club, Mr. Oladapo Basheyi, SAN, profusely thanked the guest speakers, Mr. Bismarck Jerry and Mr. Debo Adeshino. The chairman of the occasion, Ambassador Dr. Oladapo Fafora, chairman of the subcommittee of experts, Professor Adeleji Nodu, the audience, and the media houses present.
I want to personally thank all members of this great subcommittee. I need to, by way of tribute to your time and your effort, I want to profusely again thank you. You have done it again. The communique, as usual, will be sent to the presidency and to all relevant agencies who should have this. And I believe that with the array of media men we have here today, we will see it on the electronic media, and there will also be privileged to have it on both print and the real visual media, the television. We are grateful to all of you.
Afterwards, he called on Chief Olufalomo, a past chairman of the Island Club, to present a plaque to the guest speakers.
It gives me the greatest pleasure to be presenting this to the newest member of Island Club. You're most welcome. We're very proud of you. May the good Lord continue to bless you. I know the sky is still the limit. We will have more of this. In Jesus' name I have prayed. God bless you.
The chairman of the Island Club then presented a plaque to the chairman of the occasion, Ambassador Dr. Fafora.
For being the chairman of the 3rd edition of the Island Club's Public Interest Symposium on the topic, the second Buhari administration, 1 year after the economy and the policy, delivered by Mr. Bismarck Jerry and Mr. Debo Adeshino. This day, Wednesday, 15th of June, 2016. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Professor Adeleji Nodu gave the official vote of thanks, and the symposium was brought to a close with the Island Club's anthem.
Island Club with the emblem of the peacock is for truth and dignity. Island Club is for fellowship. It's interracial, it's for comradeship. Hey, Island Club, hey, Island Club is Nigeria's premier club. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, 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 hooray! Hip, hip, hip,
As part of activities to mark the 65th birthday celebration of former Governor of Lagos State, and leader of the All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a colloquium was held to commemorate the 65th anniversary of the political icon on Tuesday, 28th of March 2017, at the Eko Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos. The colloquium to celebrate Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 65th birthday anniversary was tagged "Making It in Nigeria, Use What We Make and Make What We Use." The star-studded event had in attendance Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazao, Minister of Interior, who represented President Muhammadu Buhari. Vice President Yemi Oshibajo was accompanied by his wife, Mrs. Dolakwa Oshibajo. The host governor and golden governor of Lagos State, Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, and his wife, Mrs. Bolale Ambode, were the perfect host and hostess. Former Vice President Alhaji Muhammadu Namadi Sambo was joined by the governors of Ogun, Oyo, Katsina, Imo, Plateau, Sokoto, and Kebbi states. Former governors of Ogun State, Chief Segun Oshoba and Wenga Daniel, ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in attendance at the Bola Tinubu colloquium included Minister of Finance, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun, Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. The colleagues of the celebrant and his wife, Senator Oluwemi Tinubu, in attendance were Senators Benga Shafa, Solomon Olamileko Adeola, the leader of Nigeria's House of Reps, who was supported by other members from Lagos State. Other dignitaries included Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Mr. Femi Otedola, Sir Kessington Adebutu, Alhaji Razak Okoya, Justice Adeshola Oguntade. The traditional institution of Lagos State was led by the Oba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Akiolu I, the Anyogbunre of Ikorodu, Oba Kabiru Shotobi, and Oba Saheed Ademola Ilegushi of Ikateland, Lekki. The Bola Tinubu colloquium began in 2009, and over the years it has focused on entrepreneurial and creative talents in Nigeria. The goal is to create an avenue for Nigerians to share knowledge, experiences, and proffer solutions to the challenges facing the nation. There is no doubt that Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu is one of Nigeria's most powerful politicians who has successfully climbed the peak of the ladder in Nigerian politics, which has in turn earned him a godfather figure. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, also referred to as the Jagaban, had a humble beginning. He was born in Lagos, Nigeria on the 29th of March 1952 to the illustrious Tinubu family of Lagos State. He began his education at Richard Daly College, Chicago, Illinois, where he earned himself a place in the honors list of the college. He subsequently proceeded to the Chicago State University, Illinois, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in business administration, accounting and management. While in school, with an unflinching determination to succeed, young Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu took on menial jobs like dishwashing, security and cab driving to see himself through the initial difficulties of school at the Richard Daly College, Chicago, Illinois. Throughout his undergraduate years, Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu was on the Dean's List and was honored with the Outstanding Students Award, the University Scholars Award, and the Certificate of Merit. His political trajectory began in school when he contested and won his first political election as the president of the Accounting Society of the institution in his final year at the Chicago State University, Illinois. In 1998, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu returned to Nigeria to heed a call for national reconciliation and development. 1 year after his return, he began his two-term public service as an elected executive governor of Lagos State on the platform of Alliance for Democracy, AD. For his excellent performance as the executive governor of Lagos State of Nigeria between 1999 and 2007, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu bagged several awards. These include Best Governor in Nigeria in the year 2000 by the Nigerian Belgian Chamber of Commerce, Best Practices Prize in Improving the Living Environment, awarded by the Federal Ministry of Works and the UN Habitat Group in the year 2000. He also bagged an award as the best computerized governor in Nigeria by the Computer Association of Nigeria. Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu was conferred with an honorary doctorate of law degree by the Abia State University in recognition of his immense contributions to democracy, good governance, and development of Nigeria. He is also a proud recipient of numerous chieftaincy titles and the patron of many professional and social organizations. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is seen by many as a political maverick, largely responsible for the ascension of the present government of Nigeria into power in May 2015. His contribution to the commercial capital, Lagos State, and Nigeria as a whole will never be forgotten. He is married to Senator Oluwemi Tinubu, who represents Lagos Central District at the National Assembly on the platform of the All Progressives Congress. The colloquium kicked off with a goodwill message from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, who was ably represented by General Abdurrahman Bello Dambazao, the Minister of Interior. He paid a special tribute to the celebrant, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, describing him as the Asiwaju of the universe, the Jagaban of Lagos, an outstanding Yoruba politician of his generation, a great mobilizer, and a practical man of action, who is effective in conceiving and executing governmental developmental strategies. He reiterated the General Muhammadu Buhari-led administration's commitment to supporting small and medium-scale industries in the country. He wished all a successful deliberation.
Let me remind distinguished participants of where we were 2 years ago when this administration came into office. 35% of our live foreign exchange earnings went into importing finished petroleum products. At the same time, the country's 4 refineries were run down and allowed to stay closed. If the previous government heeded the call to make it in Nigeria, use what we make and make what we use, the present administration is very serious in facilitating industries to make what we can do better, and import only what is strategic to our development plan. We intend to encourage and facilitate small and medium enterprises to make things in Nigeria. The government is looking forward to receiving the proposals emanating from your discussions with a view to adopting them as part of our overall national economic policy.
The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar, presented a lecture titled The Nigerian Air Force, Research and Development Efforts Towards Self-Reliance, Achievements and Future Deliverables. In his presentation, he gave a brief history of the Nigerian Air Force, highlighting the significance of air power to Nigeria. He said Nigeria has successfully used air power to show interest in the resolution of the Nigerian Civil War, which has brought about speed in conflict resolution. To complement his presentation, he used pictures and clips showing areas where the Nigerian air power has been used to solve conflicts, like the airstrike on pipeline vandalism at Arikpo and other significant areas. He rounded off by soliciting the support of the government towards the Nigerian Air Force and appreciated the numerous partners of the Air Force.
We are mindful of the fact that the success of these ongoing and future research and development projects will depend a lot on the commitment of our personnel and our various partners. Nevertheless, the significance of political support cannot be overemphasized. We therefore solicit a continuation of the support which the federal government has been so generous in giving. In conclusion, the various feats achieved by Nigerian Air Force through indigenous research and development efforts in collaboration with various Nigerian organizations and tertiary institutions have no doubt impacted positively on aircraft availability for diverse air operations, particularly on the ongoing counterinsurgency operation. Besides the local innovation, are assisting the service to overcome total dependence on foreign vendors, thereby reducing costs of equipment, acquisition, and maintenance. Herein lies the benefits of innovating locally in partnership with the relevant stakeholders. I therefore seize this opportunity to appreciate the numerous partners of Nigerian Air Force, particularly our universities and polytechnics, in its quest for technological achievement and local innovation. I would equally like to commend their sense of patriotism, commitment, and enthusiasm. At the end of this madness in the Northeast, the names of our partners will be written in gold for their contribution in making Nigeria a safe place. We will not rest on our oars as we forge ahead with other ongoing and future research and development projects towards the development of Nigerian Air Force and the nation at large.
The entrepreneurs included Sheung Afolabi, a co-founder of the Wilson Juice Company, Ndidi Nwenili, co-founder Ace Foods Processing and Distribution, an indigenous agro-processing company that was founded in 2009 to fight malnutrition and displace imports. Chief Dr. Innocent Chukuma, the founder and group chairman of IVM Innocent Group, who through his ingenuity transformed the small trading business Innocent Nigeria Limited he started in 1981. Dr. Innocent Chukuma broke boundaries as the first private Nigerian to locally assemble motorcycles as well as vehicles in the country. Nasiru Yamama, a creative technologist and entrepreneur, the founder of Verdant, an agri-tech value chain company that offers innovative solutions to farmers and other stakeholders for improved food production using novel technologies. Some other young entrepreneurs who spoke include Shino Ajulo, CEO Spordust, Kenneth Gian, Director Sons of the Caliphate, musician Jude Abaga, popularly known as MI, CEO Chocolate City, Biola Alabi, CEO Biola Alabi Media. The Ministry of Finance, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun, eulogized this celebrant, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his giant strides in the development of Lagos and Nigeria as a whole.
The theme of today, Make It in Nigeria, is just a paraphrase of something that we've been saying at federal level. I believe the President said specifically, we will change Nigeria by using what we make and making what and consuming what we make. It is an imperative, it's not a slogan. It's an imperative for this country to survive, that we become productive. So, the outlook for Nigeria is extremely positive. We've been through probably the most difficult year economically in the last 40 years. We've seen oil price as low as 28. We've seen oil quantity decimated. But somehow this economy has shown resilience. And now as the metrics begin to favor us, I believe that we will grow. We are doing the right things. We're investing right. We're spending money on the things that will add value to this economy.
Also, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, President Dangote Group, in his remark, acknowledged the topic of the colloquium. He added that the Nigerian government must be consistent with its policy to improve the situation in the country.
I think this topic is very, very important. First of all, there are a lot of opportunities which people are not really seeing. When you look at it today, in Nigeria by 2020, the population is going to be about 210 million. How do you really even feed 210 million? How do you satisfy the needs of 210 million? It's a great job. There's quite a lot for us to do, and I think that one opens up a lot of opportunities. But this is possible with the support of the government.
Governor of Lagos State, who is also the chief host of the 9th annual Bola Ahmed Tinubu Colloquium, Governor Akinwumi Ambode, in his remark, made an analogy between the celebrant and the coconut. He further described him as a made-in-Nigerian product, adding that the test of his successful years is the number of leaders he has produced.
I'm honored to stand today on behalf of the people of Lagos State and Lagosians in diaspora to salute and congratulate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu on
all fronts, especially the 65th birthday anniversary. Ashwaju is a made in Nigerian product. We should make more products out of it. This year's central theme is no doubt an apt topic. Make it in Nigeria, use what we make what we use. I am an repentant convert of this ideology. We have demonstrated it. We have professed it through our low-price partnership with Kebbi State. As a government, we will continue to improve on our indices of the ease of doing business to ensure that more products are made in Nigeria for the development and growth of our nation. Ashwaju, I salute you.
This was quickly followed by the cutting of the anniversary cake, which was a sight to behold, as dignitaries accompanied the celebrants to do justice to that aspect of the event. It was then time for the celebrants to take the stage. In his speech, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu commended dignitaries for finding time to be with him on the special day of the 9th annual Bola Tinubu colloquium, adding that the event is not all about himself, but about what people united in purpose must do to improve their country. He said Nigeria must start and finish her economic struggle with the precious things it produces. The celebrant offered few insight into the economy in the areas of diversification and export. He concluded by saying that not only must Nigeria use what it makes and make what it uses, but it must make what the world values.
This gathering is not about me. It is about that which a people united in purpose must do to improve their beloved country. Our challenges are manifold and profound, but so are our collective abilities and talents. We've seen them, young talents. Don't ignore them. Let's help them. We must begin and end our pursuit of economic balance with the precious things this nation produces. You see, Nigeria is actually a prolific manufacturer. If nothing else, we produce 170 million of the most adaptive, industrious, economic units on earth. What is that? Our population. I talk about our people. Our task is not to lament the great numbers that we are, but to reform the political economy in a manner that puts them to productive use.
We must conquer political or any bottleneck preventing affordable and reliable power. No nation can succeed in its industrialization effort without free flow at the right voltage of electricity. In conclusion, one additional thought will survive. Not only must we use what we make and make what we use, we must make what the world values. Thank you very much.
From Biscom Communications, we wish the Jagaban of Nigerian politics, Senator Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a happy birthday. Chief Adeojo Akomolafe represented the old Ondo province as a member of the Federal Parliament in the First Republic. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe is a renowned educationist with a string of groundbreaking milestones to his credit. He was among the first set of people of Ekiti State extraction to be educated. In fact, he obtained his bachelor's degree from the University of London as a private candidate. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe was the pioneer principal of Ekiti Parakpo College, Ido Ekiti, the second secondary school established in 1954 in Ekiti State, after Christ's School, Ado Ekiti. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe, who was a close associate of the late sage, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, also made a profound and impactful work in the field of politics, which he began in his hometown, from where he served as the first chairman of Idosi District Council-led government from 1955 to 1959. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe was a member of the Ekiti State Divisional Council from 1955 to 1963. Chief Komolafe was a founding member of the Action Group Party, AG, under the leadership of Obafemi Awolowo. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe served in the following capacities: first chairman of the Advisory Committee in Western Region General Hospital, Ido Ekiti, from 1955 to 1963, and member of the Western Region Government Scholarship that was founded in 1958. He was also chairman of the Board of Management of various primary schools and teaching training colleges between 1954 and 1970. He was member, Governing Council, Ibadan Polytechnic, representing NIM between 1975 and 1977. In 1968, Chief Adepoju Akomolafe was invited by the then military governor of the Western Region, Colonel, now late Major General Adeyinka Adebayo, having run Ekiti Parakpo College from inception for 14 years, to become its first ever chairman of Western Region Statutory Cooperation Service Commission, an assignment he carried out meritoriously from 1968 to 1973. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe was appointed the first chairman, University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital Autonomous Board of Management, between 1976 and 1979. It is to the everlasting glory of Chief Adepoju Akomolafe that during his tenure, the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital was developed to an enviable level, and indeed, the first open-heart surgery in Africa was performed in the hospital. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe continued his tour of selfless duty in the service to humanity and the community as the chairman, Lagos University Teaching Hospital, in 1979. He was also at the same period a member of the Board of Management of Western Hotels Limited, Ibadan, and Lagos Airport Hotels Limited from 1977 to 1979. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe's life is exemplary and very inspiring. A deeply religious man, he has contributed immensely to the upliftment of Christianity at local, national, and on the global front. From 1954 to date, Chief Adepoju Akomolafe has been a member of several church committees, from the local parish in his hometown, Ido Ekiti, to the District Council Archdeaconry Board, Diocesan Synod, to the Anglican Communion of West Africa, and Anglican Communion of Nigeria. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe worked assiduously for the creation of Ekiti Diocese of the Anglican Church. He was chairman of the inaugural committee of the diocese from 1955 to 1966. He was also the first registrar from 1966 to 1979, and the deputy lay president until recently. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe was the member of the Christian Council of Nigeria in 1962, chairman of its Western State branch, and later national vice president and national president from 1989 to 1992. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe is a life member of the Bible Society of Nigeria. He served as member, Board of Governors of the Emmanuel College of Theology Seminary, Ibadan, for over 30 years, and a treasurer of the board for 10 years. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe became a member of St. James's Cathedral Touch Bearers Elective Society in 1968. He was elected first vice president of the Touch Bearers Society in 1968 and president in 1979. He was also lay secretary at the inception of the Church Province of Nigeria from 1980 to 1989. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe is a life member of the Nigeria Red Cross Society. He is a Paul Harris Fellow of the Rotary Club of Nigeria. As a member of the prestigious royal family in his home place, Ido-Ekiti, Chief Adepoju Akomolafe was conferred with some of the most prestigious chieftaincy titles, reserved only for members of the royal family in his hometown, Ido-Ekiti. Chief Akomolafe is a fellow of the Nigeria Institute of Management. God has been exceedingly kind to Chief Adepoju Akomolafe, who has guided his footsteps divinely to achieve all his heart desires, which have graciously culminated in the celebration of his centenary age. Chief Adepoju Akomolafe's love and exceptional devotion to education has rubbed off positively on all his children, who are success stories in their different areas of calling, where they are standard bearers and worthy ambassadors, positively projecting the name of the Akomolafe family, both nationally and internationally. They include Mrs. Nike Adamolekun, née Akomolafe, a renowned educationist and proprietress of Supreme Education Foundation in Magodo, Lagos. Mrs. Modupe Akomolafe Usanga is a medical laboratory technologist and founder of Lifeline Ministry based in Houston, Texas, United States of America. Justice Mrs. Tinuade Akomolafe Wilson is currently a judge of the Federal Court of Appeal, Abuja, former Attorney General and Solicitor General, Edo State. Mr. Kayode Akomolafe is a lawyer. Among the children of Pa Adepoju Akomolafe is Dr. Demola Akomolafe, a University of London trained plastic surgeon, and Professor Soji Akomolafe, a U.S. trained professor of international relations. Mr. Tony Akomolafe is the chairman and CEO Index Brooks Limited, a globally recognized player in the oil and gas sector, with offices in different parts of Nigeria, Ghana, Mozambique, Angola, and the United States of America. They all shared their experiences as regards the lessons they have learned from their father, Pa Chief Adepoju Akomolafe, who has guided them successfully through life, with a lot of gratitude to God for the uncommon wisdom and foresight he has endowed him with, which has remained a source of continuous inspiration to everyone Pa Akomolafe has come in contact with.
I being the third child, and when my mother had the first girl, the second girl, according to my dad's story, when my mom was pregnant with me, the pregnancy was different. I mean, the experiences she had was very different. So my dad everybody actually thought, okay, this is likely to be a boy. So my mom had gotten ready everything for a boy. And voila, a girl popped up. So actually, my dad said that was how I got my name, which is Toluwa Lomo, Modupe Oluwa, Omoteba Fuwa. So he told me that actually my name is just one name, Tolu Lomo Modupe Oluwa. All the girls, all his children are very close with this man, because each time you come in, he will behave to you like you are the only child he has. He will treat you in such a special way that you will just feel like, yeah, I'm the favorite. And when you go out and another one comes in, same treatment, same way. My dad is full of much love because he liked to love.
I have memories of us taking trips back to our hometown, Ido-Ekiti, during Christmas or Easter, and we will go in a convoy of 3-4 cars, and he obviously is someone who enjoyed his time as an adventurous person. We would go to Ido, from Ido we would go to Ikogosi Warm Springs, and we had good times. We had good times growing up. He's a man who has strong faith in God, and he's taken his relationship with God very seriously. We've learned from him in that area, and up till now, even at 100, one thing that he does, he reads without his glasses, and the very thing that he reads every day without his glasses is the Bible. He still maintains his very strong relationship with God. There's so much to say about him, really.
Interestingly, I'm his first son, by the grace of God. He had planned whatever he wanted me to be in life even before I grew up. So he was always scolding me positively that he had trained many doctors, professors, and he wanted to be a doctor by all means. And I grew up in Ekiti because he was then principal of Ekiti Papa College. I proceeded to go to Christ School at Ekiti because his former boss at Ibobi College, when he was teaching before he came to found Ekiti Papa College, was the principal of Christ School at Ekiti. So I had my secondary school at the grade school, Christ School at Ekiti. From there, I went to Ibobi College for my A-levels to grant his desire for me to follow his footsteps, where he had taught. I was well respected by old boys that he had the privilege of being housemaster and teachers to most of them.
The birthday legend of our time, Pa Chief Adikbojo Akomolafe, speaks on a wide range of issues as he shares his experience of life at 100 with us. What has he done differently that has kept him to 100 years apart from the grace of God?
I have just lived my normal life as it should be. You see, when I was born 100 years ago, I was born into a very simple family. In fact, they were not educated people. Neither my father nor my mother was educated. But my uncle, S.K. Familani, the younger brother of my mother, was educated. And he brought me up in the primary education. In fact, he introduced me to theBOS High School. And then, even though he could not continue there, so I had to come back. And then I went to St. Andrew's College of Law. And that's how I went to say that in the end, by private studies, I became a graduate of London University external, in London, external, in 1951. And I have lived as a teacher and what I'm the foundation principal of Ekiti Papa College, Ekiti. I have done that, and then in a way I got dropped into politics. And I became a member of the Federal Parliament in 1960. I was in there, and I had various committees in the Federal Parliament. In fact, I almost got into the question of being a minister or anything like that, but no. And so I came back to private life, and I have been very happy the way God has been with me throughout, because by me, so very many lives have been made good for God in education and in their way of life.
Pa Chief Adikbojo Akomolafe has successfully straddled the colonial times and different governments in Nigeria. in both military and civilian dispensations. What parallels does he draw in comparison of both times?
Simple language is lesson from my personal life and relationship with them. It, in fact, has helped a lot in some aspects in which I am connected with the people, and if more of my own way. I'm not saying that I'm the only one like that. There are quite a good number of people that are the same way with me, and they are being of use to the various parts of places, social or business-like or proper political, that they have to the public.
Was there any particular incident that fired up his motivation to join politics while he began from the grassroots in his hometown?
I do not say I wanted to go into politics. Politics took me into itself, because I was one of the best people in my area and who could be of use to them. I was introduced into it. And I'm happy to thank God that that attitude is the same which remained until I left it. Question of staying there for what I can get never came into my life. You see? Which trained the people to be of use to their community.
Pa Adepoju Akomolafe handed out a few tips to those at the helm of affairs at the various levels of governance today.
Well, I do not know whether it may be possible for the political leaders now to bring their spirit back to what it was in our days, that is, to see what they can do to make the country, Nigeria, be a progressive one, a valuable one, a constructive one, and a one of value to the community, not the community being of value to them.
One of those that had the singular privilege to have gone through the portals of education under the supervision of Pa Chief Adepoju Akomolafe is Otumba Shobemi Balogun, founder and emeritus chairman of FCMB, who speaks glowingly about the impeccable grooming he was lucky to have under Pa Adepoju Akomolafe, which gave him a brilliant head start in life.
Pa Akomolafe had a lot of remarkable impression on my set, the 1948-52 group, and quite a number of my classmates will definitely be happy to be associated with whatever I'm going to say. He was a distinguished teacher in English as well as history. And by sheer coincidence, he was also trying to do a degree as an external candidate in history or English. So we seem to have been beneficiaries of what studies he was engaging in. I still recall a classmate of mine, the late Aaron Igalu. He and I were sitting close to each other in the class. And one of the things he used to mention was that, don't you see a lot of difference in the English and the phonetics of Pa Komolafe. I think quite a lot of what he was building up himself rubbed on all of us. I think we all had challenges about speaking and writing good English. And one of the typical advice Pa Komolafe would give us is to read as many novels as possible. And I still recall all this over 60 years ago, in fact. We're in 2017 now. Quite a lot of whatever new studies he was engaging in rubbed off on us, and also had lasting influence on whatever we ultimately became, or whatever career we were going to choose. For one, I happened to be one of the students who were lucky to make grade 1 in school certificates. And it's all, I would say, from my results, I would always thank Pa Komolafe for it. A point that I would want to make, we have teachers in Igbobi, but what we usually say is that, what have you taken away from Pa Komolafe? He was indeed a teacher of all teachers.
As a consummate educationist of note, Pa Chief Adepoju Komolafe gave some nuggets of useful suggestions as to how to improve the present situation of education in the country.
Not much to compare. In my days, in education, we worked for the benefit of the people. There were so many of them, poor parents. It's we who found the means of getting them educated without having to look for money. But these days, you know, it is what they can get from it. That's the state. So it's not the same thing at all. I do not know whether it is possible for people of these days to listen to people of our time. Otherwise, I would have wished that this education ought to be such as would end in a professional one in which the people will be of use and value to their community.
He's awesome, he's a kind man, and he's very special to me. It's very, very special to me. And one thing I appreciate about him, anytime I'm going to secondary school, he's the one that packs my load. He will pack it, do everything like a woman. When I was admitted in the hospital, I had an accident. He had to stay with me. I was in the hospital for 6 weeks, and my dad was there every day. Even when he was asked to go home, he will never go. What else do you want? I can never forget him. I think we're really very privileged to have him as a father, and he's always an encourager. Like, he will tell you, you can do it. Just keep doing it. You cannot fail. You cannot afford to fail. Just believe in yourself and keep working, and you will make it. So by the grace of God, God used him to make me what I am.
My father, but he's a father to many people in the country, and at 100 years, I think it will be quite appropriate to call him a national treasure. That's how I describe him. That he will enjoy his last days or weeks or months or years on earth, and that he will have a good time, just have a ball, as we say. That's my wish for him, that, he will continue to prosper, that as his years, so will be his strength. Memories of my father was correcting my English. He believed that his children should speak impeccable English. So many people see us today and they say, oh, you have all these professors and lawyers and doctors and engineers in the family. They don't realize that it is because of the basic work that he did at the beginning. My father always told us that our inheritance would be our education. He made sure all his kids were educated. And that's why you see all of us gathered from around the world today. He's not a wealthy man because he spent all of his money educating his children. Where his wealth?
My father cares so much about birthday. Every morning when somebody's a child's birthday, or a grandchild's birthday, or even a great-grandchild's birthday, Daddy will be the first to call you. If Daddy does not call you by 6 o'clock in the morning, you start panicking. Doesn't mean that he's not feeling fine. In fact, it's always a competition. If there's anybody who will beat my daddy to call you, or call a grandchild or a great-grandchild on a birthday or wedding anniversary. So we thank God the way God has spared his life. It's all by the grace of God. It's not by anybody's doing. It's the favor of God upon him. And we pray to God that the legacy he has left behind, because he's a disciplined man, he has left a lot of legacies for children, biological and non-biological children.
A great influence in my life. I don't seem to have any name. When I go to Metropolitan Club where I belong, it's all students like Otumba Shubomi Balogun, Professor Desalu, Shibolaji Kuti. I don't have a name. You just come, I'm a teacher, me. So I have to be of best behavior when I'm outside, because he has set up a very, very high moral standard that is very difficult to meet up. So I thank God for his life, and I'm very, very happy for all my siblings that came from far and abroad. And I also thank your boss, my very good friend of old, BC Latino, for covering the event.
I heard my friend said 100, nobody makes it for 100. I said my father will make 100 and over. He has been a wonderful father, loving all his children the same way, and loving so many other children that are not his. An educationist, a man of God, the parliamentarian, everything put together. Actually, his shoes are so big, I don't see any one of us trying to fit into it. It is a pity that these days, nobody recognizes people who are straightforward and hardworking, unless you're a money bag. We know that our father is a money bag with God, and we know what he has in his bag, and we appreciate it more than money. May God continue to bless him. His later days will be more glorious than his early days. In Jesus' name. Thank you.
My wish is that God should give him sound health. He's very much, he's the one that actually taught us about God right from childhood. And like I said, I attended his school every morning, immediately after having a breakfast in the dining hall. The whole students used to pray, and it was Daddy that used to play the piano. So my wish is that he should start communicating with God right now. Let him see Jesus before he sees death.
So growing up with him was a wonderful thing. He actually taught us the way of life. In those days, if you finish your secondary school, you must stay back at home to learn home etiquette and domestic work before you can even aspire to go for any further thing. And then in those days, we were thinking that this man is too wicked, he's punishing us, he doesn't want us to continue education. But it was later in life that we discovered that he actually meant well for us. And one thing about him is that he's a caring father. He loves everybody. He does not want anybody to say, okay, is this one that I love most? Is this one that I love most? And he made sure that all of us, in our house, especially on holidays, is like a dormitory, because in the house you can have up to 30, 40 children at a time. Like 10 will sleep on the bed, 20 on the floor. Some will sleep on the couch, on the bench and everything, and everybody was having a good time, and everybody was enjoying ourselves. You don't know who belongs to who is so person's mother or daughter or son or child, and that was how we grew up. But I want to appreciate him for one thing. One thing, he is a real father.
I thank God first for his life, and I want to wish him, at least for the remaining part of his life, that he will be in good health, that which God has done for him, he will continue to enjoy and it's going to be permanent. That for all of us, that children's children, according to the word of God, is the crown of old age. That all of us, children and children's children, the grandchildren, will be a crown for him and will be a joy to him to the end of his life.
I wish him good health and to eat the fruits of his labor. He has labored so much because people of his age, those who were amassing wealth, but what he was doing was training his children. None of his children was not trained by him and him alone, to the glory of God. Thank you very much.
Daddy brought us up to love the Lord, and the training he gave us, when I started hitting the vicissitudes of life, they were more or less like my mainstay. Daddy is real. No hidden agendas. What you see is what you get. When it is time to cry, he's the first person to start crying. I won't cry, be shouting. Hey. So after I left, some people said, "Oh, my daddy, men don't cry." I said, "No, my dad is always he's the first person." And my mom will say, "Okay, Daddy, you are the oldest in this house. Daddy won't cry. So if you cry, what do you want the rest of us to do?" And he's like, the things he could not handle, he sought God. And over the years, I saw God answering his prayers. I can't think of one prayer that was never answered. I wish him, I don't want to use the word longer time. I just wish him a peaceful, restful, pain-free time for the rest of his life here on earth.
Papa has been an exceptional public servant. The man has used, he's 100 years old. The first 50 years of his life, he has used it to serve others. You see all those people who came, they were 80-year-olds, 70, 50, 20, and so on and so forth. I have one prayer for that man. And the prayer that whatever it is that he has started, especially in the realm of education, I hope that this country will have the goodwill to continue to make it better and better and better.
My message is, if you can have a few people like you, who will kindly go out, not give your job, but what was in your job, make the people understand your attitude and cooperate with you and become members like you, certainly this country will become a good Nigeria.
We wish Power Chief Adikboju Akomolafe more speed and the grace of God as he trudges on in life. 70th birthday celebration of Chief Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi, who has left his footprint in dramatic arts, literature, journalism, publishing and the academia within Nigeria and the world at large, was held at his compound in Ikpararemo, Ijebu-Ogun State on Thursday, 13th of April 2017. Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi is a renowned educationist who has a string of groundbreaking milestones to his credit. Ikpararemo in Ogun State played host to dignitaries from different sectors of the society, the corporate world, government, the media, traditional and indeed the social sectors, who came all out in high spirit to celebrate with an academia and a generous man. Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi is the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Board of the Governing Council of Obafemi Awolowo University. The celebration of Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi's 70th birthday anniversary began with a Holy Communion and Thanksgiving service. Despite the fact that the celebrant wanted a little birthday celebration with close friends and family, the venue of the Thanksgiving saw a lot of dignitaries, well-wishers, family and friends, who turned out in huge numbers to show their love and support to the celebrant. Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi was accompanied by his wives, children, grandchildren and family members to the Thanksgiving service. Dignitaries at the event include the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Honorable Rotimi Amechi, the Governor of Ogun State, Senator Bikila Amosun, former Governor of Ogun State, Otumba Gbenga Daniel, Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Science and Technology, Mr. Olufemi Odubiyi, who represented the Governor of Lagos State, Governor Akinwumi Ambode. Also present were the Vice Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University, Professor Elujoba Anthony and his wife, Professor Wole Soyinka, Dr. Donya Abiola, Mr. Sam Amuka, the publisher of Vanguard newspaper, Yeye Oloriladun Shijuade, Oba Adewale Oshiberu, the Elekpe of Ekpe-Ijebu, Oba Idowu Adeleke Basibo, the Alakberu of Remo, amongst others. The special birthday service to mark Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi's 70th birthday anniversary began with spirit-filled songs, which were led by the members of staff of the Yemi Ogunbiyi Anglican School. The exhortation was taken by Most Reverend Dr. Olushina Fakbe, the Bishop of Ikpararemo Anglican Church. He said, celebrating is a way of thanking God for the gift of life, as it is the grace of God that has made the celebrant to be alive and well today. He described the celebrant as a handsome, godly, dedicated, diligent and a generous man. He said it's a great privilege to be identified with a man who has lived his life in service to humanity.
Baba Jo, it's a great privilege for me to identify with you as we celebrate your 70th. I thank God for you and we praise God. We are here today to return thanks to God for the life of an illustrious son of Remo, Chief Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi, who was born on the 13th April 1947 in the ancient city of Kano. Dr. Ogunbiyi, we bless God for you. You have received the grace of God, and it is the grace that has enabled you to future in so many ways in the society. God gave you the opportunity of being a member of the Governing Council of Ogun State University. From the religious and spiritual point of view, we thank God for the life of Ababaijo. Dr. Ogunbiyi, my brother, my father, I'm proud of you. Your humility is nullis secundus. I can say that. I don't know about other people. But a man of 70 who will still address me, sir, sir, every word. Then when you look at some people who cannot even use the bottom of ordinary bottle to write in zero. It's not because they don't know who they are, but they recognize God's presence in the lives of men of God. And God's grace upon your life, my brother, will not diminish in the name of Jesus Christ. I have watched your keen interest in your home state, in Remo, Now, some people could have done what you are doing today. In Lagos, in Abuja, some will even go to Dubai to do it. But you have chosen to do it in Ipara, not in Lagos. It's not because you don't have what it takes to do it in Lagos. It is part of your love for your home state that has given you. You receive the grace of God, and the grace has put you to a pedestal within the polity of Ipara and Iremo, and you are not ashamed that you are from this town. We thank God for you, and we appreciate God.
Speaking further, he said the school, Yemi Ogunbiyi Anglican School, was founded on the seed Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi planted. He prayed specially for the celebrant and his family members. The Holy Communion was performed immediately after the exhortation, which the celebrant, Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi, and his immediate family took part in, after which students of Yemi Ogunbiyi Anglican School entertained the audience with their excellent choreography.
Thank you for today. Thank you for this day. Thank you for your grace. Oh, back at the back, it's in your balance. Aṣíwájú ohun gbogbo ẹ̀yin ni tó kàn dú. See my life, oh, Lord, I'm grateful. My testimony, by your grace, oh, open it ìjà kẹ́rù wọ́pọ̀ níta, oh, ọlọ́run mi, máa kàn ń bọ̀ ọ̀tá, oh, lórí rẹ̀ gbà, oh, ó ṣe mí lóore, lórí rẹ̀ gbà, oh, lórí rẹ̀ mo rà mú gbà, oh, ó ṣe mí lóore, lórí rẹ̀ gbà, ó ṣe mí láàánú, mo rà láwé gbà, oh, his mercy speak for me, his goodness follow me, ó tẹ́ mi síre, ó fún mi láyọ̀, ajé mi kára.
The governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikwe Amoso, in his remark, thanked everyone for coming to felicitate with the celebrant on his 70th birthday. He eulogized him as a generous man who has used his wealth for the betterment of his community and the country at large. He wished this celebrant many more years in good health.
Congratulate and felicitate with our Egmont. I want to appreciate the awesomeness of the God Almighty in your life. I was told this morning when I saw those small kids, and I asked, who are those? And I've been told, that's Yemi Ogunbiyi Anglican School. That is the way it should be. All this money, all these things that we have, we'll go one day and we'll leave them. Things like this will be there. It will outlive you. So congratulations on that. That is how it should be. When you get all of this, God gives you this, wealth gives you that, one day you are going to drop it. It is things like this that will outlive us. And I'm happy. I'm happy that even today you should be happy. They came to present you with some things. Look at the way they dance, they sung. They must have practiced. And look at in fact, the choreography of it, everything looks perfect.
This was followed by remarks from the celebrant, who thanked the governor for coming to celebrate with him despite his busy schedule.
Thanks, I can't thank you enough. I've never become emotional in a speech like this, but today I feel like it. Emotional. Thank you very much. God bless you.
The Thanksgiving session followed immediately, which was quickly followed by the birthday song. Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi, in his vote of thanks, thanked God for making him witness his 70th birthday, and thanked all who came out to show him love, especially his children, who surprised him with their visits to the country. He thanked all for the love shown to him, and ended by dedicating the rest of his life to contributing immensely to the Yemi Ogunbiyi Anglican School, to make it a first-class school in the country. The cutting of the birthday cake and a photo and video session later ensued.
Three times. The first time the celebrant and the family before we cut the cake. In the name of Jesus. The name that is above every name. Jesus. The name that is able to kick people in the head. Jesus.
Chief Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi was born on the 13th of April 1947 in Kano. He taught at the Brooklyn College of the City University of New York in the United States and the former University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi holds a PhD in dramatic literature from the New York University in the United States. He is a foundation member of the Guardian newspaper. Dr. Ogunbiyi later went on to head the Nigerian Daily Times group of newspapers. As managing director, Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi played a significant role in shaping the Nigerian media industry. Today, he is the chairman of Tanos Communications, a publishing company that specializes in the publication of school textbooks. His 60 years of winning with Nigeria, the history of the Nigerian Breweries PLC, was published in 2007. His other works include Drama and Theatre in Nigeria, a critical source book, among others. Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi's continued tour of selfless service to humanity is exemplary and very inspiring. A deeply religious man, he has contributed immensely to the upliftment of education and Christianity. In his town, Ikparemo, Ogun State, he was honored with the title of Balogun, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ikpara land, and also the Babaijo of Remo Anglican Diocese. God has been exceedingly kind to Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi, who has guided his footsteps divinely to achieve all his heart desires, which have graciously culminated in the celebration of his 70th birthday. We wish Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi many more years in good health.
Surprised, but it's still not the kind of thing that my children wanted. I wanted a much bigger party with Sonia Ade playing in some big place in Lagos, but I wanted something around the school children of the Ogunbiyi Anglican schools, and that's what I've done today. You can see that they were all over me, and I love being around them. And as I said during the church service, I hope that the rest of my life I will live it trying to make sure that that school becomes one of the best in the country, and that others can learn from what we're trying to do there, and then move. Well, that's what I want to do. And so I achieved half what I wanted to achieve, and that is to be here with the children in the local environment rather than have it in Lagos with all that noise and a very big party. We've spent quite some, as you can see, it's busy, but not as busy as it would have been if we were in Lagos. It would have been much busier, and so I'm happy with what we have.
Friends and family members of the illustrious Odubeko family from Ikorodu town in Lagos State and their Kondialao family from the ancient town of Ibadan in Oyo State converged at the landmark events place in Victoria and Lagos recently as a first step to matrimony between Karimot Adefolani Odubeko and Abdulsemiu Alawa Konde. The beautiful bride, Karimot Adefolani Odubeko, is a daughter of Demola Odubeko, a Dublin Island-based international businessman who deals in the sale of marine outboard engines and navigational equipment like echo sounders and GPS for vessels and ships. The bride's mother is drop-dead beautiful Comfort Toyin Odubeko, Ni Ipaye, a Lagos-based businesswoman. The bride, Karimot Adefolani Odubeko, is a split image of her mother. She's a graduate of the Bada College of Fashion, Atlanta, Georgia, United States.
She's also a contributor to this day newspaper's Style magazine. The groom, Abdul Samiu Alawa Akonde, who is a nephew to Ibadan-based billionaire businessman Alhaji Arishekola Alao, is into the oil and gas business. Since the parents of the couple are society A-listers with a wide network of friends across the globe, the wedding of their children attracted a very huge array of leading figures in all sectors of life. It was like a subtle competition between the Lagos social circuit, who stood solidly behind the parents of the bride, and Ibadan social circuit, the home place of the couple, with the Are Muslimi of Yoruba land, Alhaji Aziz Arishekola Alao, leading the pack of high-caliber dignitaries to the event. The event began with the Nikah ceremony that featured the Muslim cleric in absolute control of affairs, after which they supervised the exchange of rings and signing of the marriage register.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله.
The Nikah ceremony ended with special prayers for the couple.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم بارك فيهما وبارك عليهما وما بينهما اللهم بارك فيهما وعليهما. Allah bless your marriage, multiply you.
The engagement ceremony between Karimot Adefolani Dubeko and Abdul Samiu Alawa Akonde took off almost immediately. With parents of the groom, the Alawa Akonde is making their first contact with the family of the bride, as heavy provision of traditional music took center stage. Having secured the consent of the bride's parents, the groom and his friends came into the arena in top spirit. Exchanged pleasantries with his parents-in-law, who received him with a lot of joy. He got the same response from his parents, who showered him with prayers. The next logical step that followed was the entry of the bride, who was also accompanied by her friends, among whom is a younger sister. The entire atmosphere became electrified with a lot of good feelings in the air, and the bride too got closer to her parents and parents-in-law for prayers. cut their cake. The very colorful ambience of the arena, which shimmered and glittered in the captivating color scheme chosen for the event, made the entire atmosphere a huge spectacle of class, panache, and style, attributes for which Nigerian society people are noted. Notable faces from the Lagos social circuit who showed up for the Odubeko Larakoni marriage splash in Lagos were Africa's most liquid woman, Mrs. Falonsha Alakija, billionaire businesswoman Haja Bola Shugara, who is a very close friend of the bride's mother, Mrs. Adebisi Abiola, Princess Abba Folawio, and her bosom friend, Olori Iwande Onilere, as well as Mrs. Ngozi Are. Dignitaries from the Ibadan social circuit led by Alhaji Arishekola Alao included former Minister Elder Wole Oyelese, President Honeywell Group, Dr. Oba Otudeko, Chief S.O.B. Babalola, Prince Afonja, Senator Lan Lane, and Chief Lekon Alabi. The very exciting event ended with a marathon dance session with the Queen of Juju music, Ayo Balogun, on the bandstand. Overestimate the magic that love can throw up at any given time. The parents of the bride, Ademola and Toyin Odubeko, met as students in the United States of America and got married. Between them, they have 3 children, among whom is a bride, Karimot Adefolani. Ademola and Toyin came back to Nigeria in 1986, although they've been separated since 1994. If they could summon the courage to reunite for the sake of the wedding of their children, one hopes that they'll both, for the sake of their children, go the whole hog to go back to the origin. We shall remember them in our prayers. In the meantime, the wedding proper of Karimot Adefolani Odubeko and Abdulsamiu Alawa Akonde is scheduled for November 2nd, 2013 in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. Very much against the pre-election permutations, projections, and predictions by political pundits, Nigerians seem to have sadly slided back to a voting pattern based on religious and ethnic sentiments, which had polarized the country to the north and south, where the major contenders in last Saturday's election come from. Indeed, the sectional pattern of voting tainted with regional and ethnic coloration, which seems to be the dominant emerging trend in Saturday's election, is very sad commentary on the political maturity and awareness of the Nigerian voter. And this poses a serious danger to our country's continued existence as a people who should share the same affinities, where our cultures and ethnic differences should not inhibit us in any way. This was a vision espoused and vigorously pursued by the founding fathers of the Nigerian nation. An election that came close to the realization of such lofty dreams was the 1993 presidential election, where Chief M.K.O. Abiola, who contested on the platform of the SDP, won even in Kano, the home state of his closest rival, Alhaji Bashir Tofa of the NRC. The ethno-religious sentiments whipped up as a result of the zoning system, which pitched some northern leaders against the PDP leadership, and President Jonathan, a minority from the Niger Delta region, accounted for the scenario that played out in the voting pattern, especially among the electorate in the north, who came out in full force to give the CPC presidential candidate General Buhari massive votes in states hitherto considered the stronghold of the PDP. It is pertinent to remind ourselves of what the Constitution says about the requirements to be met by the eventual winner of the elections into the nation's most exalted seat. The Nigerian Constitution, Chapter 6, Section 134, Paragraph 2, stipulates that a presidential candidate will be deemed to have won if he has the highest number of votes cast at the election, and must have not less than a quarter of the votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all the states in the Federation and the Federal Capital City. What this translates to in a country with 36 states and over 73.5 million registered voters is that the individual must have not less than a quarter of votes in 24 states. It should be remembered that in most presidential elections, it is the first criterion which is easily met and not the second one. The Constitution goes further to say that when either or both of the criteria are not met, there is a runoff election in which the individual with the majority of votes automatically qualifies to run against the first runner-up, while other contestants are eased out of the race. As was projected in the earlier part of this special report on the presidential election, when there was no clear picture of how things will eventually play out at the end, President Goodluck Jonathan has indeed made substantial electoral gains from the north-central states of Kogi, Kwara, Nasarawa, Benue, Plateau, Taraba, and other northern states like Kaduna, Adamawa, Sokoto, Kebbi, Gombe, Jigawa, where he scored more than 25% of the votes cast. According to the final results of the presidential election announced by Chairman of Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Attahiru Jega, who is the Chief Returning Officer, President Goodluck Jonathan scored 25% or more of the votes cast in 31 states of the Federation and the FCT, and 16 out of the 17 southern states. The President had less than 25% of the votes in 4 states, all in the north, Bauchi, Borno, Kano, and Yobe. President Jonathan polled the highest votes of 1,817,782 votes from Rivers State. He scored 58.6% of the votes in the election. This surpasses the 51% constitutionally stipulated for victory in Nigeria's presidential election. The total number of votes garnered by the PDP presidential candidate is 22,495,187 votes.
That Goodluck Jonathan of PDP, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Signature of returning officer signed by me, dated this 18th day of April 2011.
The election, which had been adjudged as the most peaceful, transparent, and credible one, gives President Goodluck Jonathan a pan-Nigerian mandate with votes from all parts of the country. By this victory, President Goodluck Jonathan becomes Nigeria's 4th executive president. That the election has been held worldwide as the most peaceful, most transparent, and well-organized after the Option A4 voting system of 1993 is largely attributed to President Goodluck Jonathan's non-compromising stance on delivering a free, fair, and credible election. As the results showed in some states where the PDP least expected victory, the electorate gave a huge support to him for demonstrating integrity and strength of character in a critical moment like that in the nation's political evolution. Without any doubt at all, just as we posited before the election, one important factor that worked in the president's favor was the extensive and far-reaching electioneering campaigns he embarked upon around the country and the constant follow-up networking programs he devised to reach out to the various stakeholders to further confirm their affirmation of support for him. Above all, one singular factor that gave President Jonathan the ticket to Aso Rock is his very impressive performance, which everyone can feel in all facets of life. Now that a winner has emerged through the democratic choice of the people, one hopes that President Jonathan will extend his hand of fellowship to others, including all those who contested with him, in order to continue with his transformation agenda for Nigeria.
I want to thank Nigerians for the great sacrifice and overwhelming national mandate you have just given to me to preside over the affairs of this nation for the next 4 years. We have, by this election, reaffirmed our unity as one nation under God, reiterated our faith in democracy, and assured our determination to fully join the free world where only the will of the people is the foundation of governance. We will not let you down.
One wishes to heartily congratulate all those who contested with President Goodluck Jonathan for the nation's highest political office, for putting up issue-based campaigns and a good and decent fight at the polls. Retired Major General Muhammad Buhari of the CPC, who was the closest contender to the president, proved bookmakers wrong with a surprising performance that almost rattled the PDP at the beginning of the polls. Major General Muhammad Buhari won a total of 25% votes or more in 16 states, all in the north and north-central zones of Nigeria. The states include Katsina, Kaduna, Kano, Zamfara, Borno, Yobe, Bauchi, Gombe, Niger, Jigawa, Sokoto, and Kebbi states. The CPC presidential candidate scored less than 25% votes in 24 states of the country. These include all the southern states and north-central states of Kogi, Kwara, Benue, and Plateau. General Muhammad Buhari polled a total vote of 12,204,853, with the highest votes of 1,824,354 coming from Kano State. He won 33% of the total votes cast in the election. The total votes cast in the last presidential election is 39,469,484 votes. And just as President Goodluck Jonathan said in a broadcast to the nation after he was declared president-elect, we should not fritter away the pains and sacrifices we all put into the last elections on the altar of unnecessary violence with untold hardship on the masses. President Goodluck Jonathan should also see the mandate given to him with massive votes from all parts of the country as a big challenge and opportunity to bring the country together on equal footing in terms of development in all spheres. Finally, this is a clarion call to all Nigerians to live in peace and harmony. Let us shun violence and thuggery of any form. INEC's conduct of the presidential elections in the 774 local government areas in the country indicates a marked and significant improvement in almost all areas of the exercise. Reports from Biscayne World TV correspondents scattered all over the country indicate that the logistical arrangements for the distribution of materials and the transportation of officials to voting centers were a lot better than what was witnessed during the National Assembly elections on the 9th of April. Professor Atahiru Jega, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and his dedicated team deserve the praise of all Nigerians for the continued improvement which one hopes will be followed to a logical conclusion at the end of the three-pronged general elections, when the governorship and House of Assembly elections will be held.
What I can see today is an improvement on the last two occasions. Even though there are more people today, but as you can see, the crowd is more orderly. The security men are more cautious in dealing with the increased crowd, and it's obvious that the public enlightenment by INEC and other government agencies is working, because more and more people are now getting aware of the need to exercise their civic responsibility.
I think Professor Jega, his personality itself, he's brought that to this process. People feel that this is credible. Everybody is going out to vote. Even when we hear reports that places usually where people are afraid to vote, they're coming out and nobody is stopping them. I feel a sense of hope. I think
that perhaps Nigeria is at the dawn of a new beginning?
Well, from just superficial observation, the turnout today is greater than that of last Saturday, and that's expected. We had about 39 million people last Saturday out of 73 million registered voters. Today is the day, and we trust God for the outcome.
Again, as we have said from the beginning of the elections, the security agencies should be commended too for providing a safe and conducive environment for the conduct of the elections. Nigerians who come out in their millions against all odds to exercise their constitutional franchise have also emerged the heroes and heroines of the exercise to choose leaders who would lead us into the next phase of our democratic journey.
So I think that the process is going on very well, because even in those smaller, more crowded polling stations, the process was still going smoothly because people are cooperating. Really, I think that one lesson we can learn from here is that the people of Nigeria have demonstrated to themselves, are demonstrating to themselves and the rest of the world that they can have a credible, orderly, free and fair elections. And they can do it by being as attentive as they are, but also as orderly as they are.
Well, this is the beginning of the establishment of a new order in this country. It's just the beginning of that political innovation that Nigerians have been looking for. This is the very beginning. This will take us into the new order.
The most important thing is the determination of the people to exercise their rights to vote, and you can see, I mean, the crowd here is unbelievable. I've never seen anything.
Oh, I know that it should be good luck all the way. Yes, good luck. It's we've gone to the grassroots. We went to campaign, and there's just a positive response. The people want him for unity, continuity, and then he's got the experience. And I just think it's just a round peg in a round hole.
Our expectation is very clear that Nigeria will now enter the rightful position it belongs in the Committee of Nations. And that will be reckoned as a credible country. If we are called giant of Africa and we cannot get it through elections, then we are falling behind. Our expectation is that after this, the international community will say, yes, Nigeria has come of age and that we can do it. And from here, our democracy will continue to grow from strength to strength.
Our NYC staff that constituted the bulk of those who operated at the polling stations also came out in flying colors in their unalloyed service to their fatherland. However, all those who contributed in any way to the dark spots noticed in all the elections, like ballot snatching, multiple and underage voting, and other electoral malpractices, will not be judged kindly by posterity. One hopes that INEC will begin prosecution proceedings against all those caught in these nefarious acts, which all forward-looking democracies the world over must do away with completely. The vibrant, intelligent, and robust Nigerian media, print and electronic, which had been in the forefront of minute-by-minute sensitization of the whole world about the all-important elections, indeed acquitted themselves creditably and set new benchmarks and standards in the coverage of the elections, comparables of the very best standards in advanced climes of the world. Biscuit World TV, the 24-hour satellite television channel of the BC Olatile Show, propelled by its indefatigable chairman and broadcaster par excellence, supported by a crack team of young and enterprising professionals, also performed well in keeping the southwest and other parts of the country up to the minute with situation reports about the elections. From the very impressive responses we got from callers from different parts of the country on Biscuit World Election Watch live phone-in program on the election, it is safe to say that Biscuit World TV is winning the hearts of more and more Nigerians across the world. We're enjoying all key players in the election process, INEC, security agencies, the NYSC members, and most importantly, the politicians themselves, to make sure that the April 26 gubernatorial and state houses of assembly election is even far better than all the previous elections. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, should realize that the state elections have more candidates and therefore very high stakes Against the backdrop, therefore, INEC should improve on its preparations so that we should have an election which Nigerians and friends of Nigeria will be very proud. In the scale of priority, as far as human existence is concerned, shelter inches very close to food. Indeed, the importance of shelter to human existence is strongly reinforced in the Nigerian Constitution, a portion of which expressly states that citizens of the country are entitled to be provided with suitable and adequate shelter. It is, however, a sad commentary to note that despite the fact that Nigeria has been vigorously sensitized from 1987, which was declared by the United Nations as the International Year of Shelter for the Homeless, and the Housing for All campaign by the year 2000, Nigeria still suffers a serious housing deficit, with an astronomically abysmal shortfall in habitable housing for the majority of Nigerians. In terms of professionals with in-depth knowledge in the areas of housing, urban planning, and development, Nigeria has some of the best qualified hands in these fields, whose views are indeed respected globally. These professionals have over the years taken the issue of the provision of shelter for the masses as a national call to service, with consistent engagement of the various governments, both at the national and state levels, with well-thought-out solutions to our housing problems. Policy inconsistencies and the political will to effect the necessary changes are the twin negative albatross which have retarded Nigeria's growth in the housing, urban planning, and development sectors for decades. To quote Yakub Abiodun, an accomplished town planner, as doctors attend to the sick and the lawyers promote the rule of law, urban planners should advocate the orderly development of our towns and cities and protection of our fragile environment. Indeed, Yakub Abiodun, who has proper academic grounding in housing, urban planning, and management matters, with a master's degree in urban studies from the Long Island University, Broken Center, New York, United States of America, and Rutgers State University, New Jersey in the United States, where he also bagged a bachelor's degree in geography, has championed advocacy for affordable housing and improved urban planning practice in Nigeria in the last 30 years. Yakub Abiodun, who has notched up over 3 decades working experience in the area of housing, urban planning, and development, retired in 2006, is a member of the American Planning Association, APA, Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, NITP, and a registered town planner with the Town Planners Registration Council. Yakub Abiodun has played the role of an ombudsman, a whistleblower, and indeed a one-man intellectual route squad since 1984, through his highly incisive and illuminating write-ups showcasing over 14 newspapers. This is intended to trigger improvement in the planning, housing, and urban development areas. The well-researched write-ups, 58 articles in all, published between 1984 and 2013, which had 4 broad sub-themes: human settlement, housing, urban planning, management, and sustainable development, has been published into a book entitled Affordable Housing and Urban Planning Practice in Nigeria, an Advocacy for Change. The book was formally presented to the public on Thursday, 27 March 2014, at a well-attended event which took place at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Victoria Island, Lagos. The chairman of the event, Mr. Wale Okufure, a former director of the defunct Housing and Urban Development Ministry, in his opening remarks, reminisced on his relationship with Yakub Abiodun, whom he described as a cultured, cerebral, and very focused person who contributed in no small measure to all he was able to achieve as a leader of the team at the time. He congratulated him on the launch of the book, which he said has come at the right time.
I worked in Abuja. I was seconded to Abuja in 1976 when the capital OCDA was created as the first program staff, and we were involved in the planning, we appointed consultants. We did all the dirty work and all the dangerous work. At the time when there was no room for Abuja, we were flying in small set my planes, landing in Mina, the capital of Niger State, and we were going on boat rides across the river Niger in Lokoja. Dangerous, but it was fun because at that time, 76, I was just married for 1 year. I was not scared of anything. God was on our side, and we thank God.
The executive governor of Ondo State, Dr. Olusegun Mimiko, who also had a close working relationship with the author during his tenure as minister, through his representative, gave a goodwill message in which he congratulated the author, Yakub Abiodun, for the intellectual expose he undertook to properly position housing, urban planning, and development matters in Nigeria. Governor Olusegun Mimiko also shared with the audience efforts of his administration to give Ondo State people a new lease of life in the area of improved housing and urban planning and management.
There is the urgent need to redefine urban planning in Nigeria, and Mr. Abiodun is a great advocate of this. We need to revisit the planning of planning standards. We need to consider issues of legislation, and I'm happy that our senators are here. Mr. Abiodun has contributed his own quota. I wish all other planners here, stakeholders, and non-planners to rise up and contribute to the emerging issues of planning sustainable cities in Nigeria.
Professor Johnson Bade Falade, who was a program manager for Nigeria's UN Habitat Program between 2003 and 2012, described the author, Yakub Kubman, as an astute, dedicated, vibrant practitioner and prolific advocate on housing, urban development, and management matters. And the book, Affordable Housing and Urban Planning Practice in Nigeria, Advocacy for Change, as an invaluable resource material for both professionals and laymen alike.
During his service years, he served as a member of several national committees, which include member the Planning Committee on the Formulation of Shelter Strategies for Nigeria for the International Year of Shelter for the Homeless in 1984. He was a member of the Implementing Committee of the National Price and Services Program in 1987. He was a member of the National Planning Committee on Habitat 2 in 1990. That was the time I first met him. Member of the Committee on Federal Government Property in Lagos in 1996. Member of the Committee on the Fund of Withdrawal from Umpade in 1998. And member of the Presidential Committee on Lagos Fast Beach Short Line Erosion Problem in 2004.
Accomplished town planner Alhaji Wahid Kadiri, who was the national president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners between 2006 and 2008, national president, Association of Town Planning Consultants of Nigeria between 2003 and 2006, and the incumbent chairman of African Planning Association. In his review of the book, commended the courage of the author for standing firmly on the side of the people through his consistent advocacy for change in the housing and urban planning sector of the country, with the somewhat hard stance town planner Yakub Kubman had taken in his write-ups in the media, which were mostly critical of government policies, even though he was a government employee. Town planner Wahid Kadir had very generous words for the author's all-encompassing introspection in the whole gamut domain to housing, urban planning, and management, like human settlement, sustainable environment. To governance, he concluded that with his book, Abiodun Kubman has properly portrayed town planners as professional thinkers who are self-appraising and dispassionate. He then recommended the book for scholarly use by university students and all stakeholders in matters concerning housing, urban planning, and development. This way, we can benchmark our practice in the sector in tandem with globally acceptable standards.
That the issue of housing made up the first and largest section is not a surprise. If it is appreciated that housing in whatever context you see is of importance to
remarks, which he titled Make Noise and Make a Difference. He again reiterated that his primary concern and special interest is advocacy planning, because plans are nothing, planning is everything. Word and marble by David Eisenhower, former U.S. president, ably quoted by the author to further buttress his point. The author, who took the audience through the reasons why he undertook the advocacy for change in the housing, urban planning and development sectors in Nigeria, regretted what he termed the abysmal failure of successive governments in the country, military and civilian, to muster the political will to create the enabling environment for the provision of affordable housing for Nigeria's teeming population. Despite, to again quote him, the stupendous financial resources at the disposal of governments both at the state and federal level, especially when other less endowed countries such as Sri Lanka, one of the poorest countries of the world, and South Korea have made it possible for the poorest of the poor in their societies to realize their age-long dreams of becoming home owners. The author, Kugman Abiodun, among other things, drew the attention of the audience to the fact that most Nigerian cities are still lagging behind because of shoddy planning. The author ended his remarks by asking all of us to endeavor to emulate examples of good governance and moral rectitude of governments around the world, so that our planning advocacy is not compromised by so-called professional practitioners who engage in deliberate violation of set rules for pecuniary gains.
The court of urban planning practitioners in both the public and private sectors that government depends upon to effect a positive change so that Nigerian cities are more livable, sustainable, investment-friendly, and attractive to international tourism. Two, solution-based participatory planning have not rendered acceptable level of professional science. This is an indictment that we need to press the truth. Our police may know that truth. Let us identify our failure or our shortcomings so that we can improve on them.
Town Planner Steve On, who is the national president of the National Institute of Town Planners, who was also represented, gave a goodwill address in which he commended the author for his insight. In his submission, Senator Bukar Abba Ibrahim, three-time governor of Yobe State, chairman, Senate Committee on Lands, Housing and Urban Development, an accomplished quantity surveyor, who engaged the audience in very witty and light-hearted anecdotes to enliven the atmosphere, was full of praises for the yeoman's efforts embarked upon by the author, Yakub Abiodun, in seeking a better environment for housing and the practice of urban planning and development in Nigeria. He stated emphatically that from his days as governor in Yobe State, has always been a strong advocate for free housing for the citizens of Nigeria, and this he exemplified by being the first governor in Nigeria to construct 6,000 housing units, which he shared to civil servants in the low-income earners category in Yobe State. Senator Bukar Abba Ibrahim looks forward most eagerly to the day when Nigerians who have no income at all can become owners of decent accommodation, as stipulated in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Home ownership or owner-occupier system in Nigeria, where I sold over 6,500 houses to civil servants, and they lived in them. And they are still living in those houses.
Chief Bode Fadashe, a geological consultant and CEO of Geothemes Limited's earth-shaking revelation, in his remarks, which shook the entire hall to its very foundation, He narrated vividly how the master plan of some areas in Agbonyi and Adelabu areas of Surulere in Lagos were compromised by greedy and selfish government officers who deliberately engaged in violation of set rules to line their pockets at the expense of the innocent citizens of those areas who today suffer the negative effects of this anomalous situation. Now, how does one explain a situation where the master plan of a given area, statutorily approved by government, is compromised simply because one powerful person has bribed his way through to erect either a school, an eatery, or any other building not approved for that purpose? That's indeed corruption and impunity taken to very ridiculous heights. The sad reality is that even till today, such untoward practices still prevail. What do we do, and where do we go from here?
We will focus on Agbonyi Avenue. The original design of this road, according to Chief Peters, was to run from the town of Adelabu State all the way to the yet to be built Oshodi Expressway in those days. The proposed distance of some 2 or 3 kilometers. This was a plan generated in the 60s and 70s. Today, Agbonyi Avenue stops abruptly some 500 meters from Adelabu State town, simply because someone with might and perhaps the muscle of the authorities behind it built a house right on this avenue. This house stands tall as I speak. The dream of the LDTV engineers, architects, town planners, surveyors, and all other shareholders remains unfulfilled till today.
The very intellectually enriching book launch ended with donations by friends, associates, and well-wishers of the author, Yakub Abiodun, Senator Benga Shafa, an in-law to the author and Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on Lands, Housing, and Urban Development, Lagos State Governor, and Senator Oluremi Tinubu, both of them represented, and Governor Olusegun Mimiko of Ondo State led the way. That aspect of the program was very masterfully coordinated by Mr. Wale Okufulure, the worthy boss of the celebrant of all times, who, to quote the author again, never for once took a hard stance against his penchant for writing in the media, even when his views were critical of government, which they were both serving at the time. It's hearty congratulations to Town Planner Extraordinaire and one-man intellectual riot squad, Yakub Abiodun Kubman, alias Tito, on the success of this book launch. A look at the program of events for the 50th birthday anniversary celebration of Tunji Olugbodi, the CEO of Vendon Zeal, one of Nigeria's leading marketing, communications, and advertising companies, readily signposts him as an ingenious person. As Tunji Olugbodi, an illustrious son of Osun State, my own state by the way, proudly attests in the way he broke down the different phases of his journey through life in the last 50 years, and I totally agree with him. Cognizant of the fact that the best way to win the future is to create it, Tunji Olugbodi has virtually been on his toes in the last 30 years, traversing the journalism, PR, and marketing communications terrain with groundbreaking, breathtaking, and mind-blowing strides, which has today made him the maverick of a man whose name is cast in gold in his profession. Yes, for Tunji Olugbodi, more fondly referred to as TJ, it has been 5 decades of overflow of God's abundant kindness and protection as he celebrates half a century mark of his sojourn on earth. Tunji Olugbodi's Vendon Zeal advertising and marketing communications outfit has successfully and effectively managed numerous multi-million naira campaigns and accounts. It has also supervised specialist operations in event management. Tunji Olugbodi started out at the Guardian newspapers between 1985 and 1986 as a freelance reporter and special correspondent. He did his National Youth Service Corps program as a literature teacher at the Tile Giado College in Makurdi, Benue State. The best graduating student in English at the Olabisi Onabanjo University then Ogun State University, Tunji Olugbodi began his advertising career in 1989 with SAAL Advertising Company. He joined PromoServe Advertising Company in 1991. At Primer Garnet Ogilvy Advertising Company, from where he resigned after 16 years to form his own outfit, Tunji Olugbodi blazed a trail that left track accomplishments in several tasking abilities, skill evaluation, and impactful leadership. The groundbreaking and award-winning campaigns which Tunji Olugbodi has been instrumental to include the relaunch of the award-winning Panadol Organa Master campaign. He was a project manager for the launch of the multi-choice Mnet and DSTV digital service into Nigeria. Others include the British American Tobacco Proudly Nigerian campaign. Tunji Olugbodi also coordinated the launch and design of Rivers State New Corporate Identity campaign. He's also the project coordinator for the launch and marketing of DARSAT, the first ever indigenous-based TV service owned by DAR Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Raypower. Tunji Olugbodi had been constantly involved in executive courses both at home and abroad to upgrade his skill and keep him abreast with the trends in the dynamic advertising and marketing communications environment. Tunji Olugbodi is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Marketing and the Advertising Council of Nigeria, APCON. He is also a member of the Chartered Institute of Marketing London and the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. Tunji Olugbodi, who is set to make Vendenso a global brand, also serves on the board of several organizations. And so, with more than a bag full of achievements in all fronts, abundance of health and God's overflowing grace, Tunji Olugbodi, his amiable wife and strong pillar of support, played host to friends, associates, and well-wishers from within and beyond Nigeria. This is to celebrate his coming of age. The Havens Event Center, Ikeja, Lagos, venue of Tunji Olugbodi's Golden Jubilee Anniversary Luncheon Party, was a kaleidoscope of the robin egg blue and champagne gold color scheme, which was chosen for the event. The entire arena brimmed and shimmered in the exquisite ambience in which it has been creatively turned into. High-caliber attendees at the event included Governors Rotimi Amechi of Rivers State and Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State, among others. Others were the Doyen of Advertising in Nigeria, Mr. Biodun Shobanjo, clearly one of the mentors of the celebrant. Prince Bisi Olatilo was there to show Osun solidarity. The Grand Master of Nigeria's journalism, Uncle Sam Amuka, was the chairman of the occasion. The celebrant's colleagues, associates, and friends also showed up in very attractive numbers. The event, which was compared by the duo of Benga Denga I and comedian Helen Paul, began with the opening prayers, which is followed by the chairman's remarks. In the opening remarks, Uncle Sam Amuka, publisher of Vanguard newspapers, congratulated the celebrant, whom he said is like a son to him, for his great strides in the advertising and marketing communications industry. This, he said, is credited to his hard work and exceptional brilliance and creativity. He wished him many more years of success in good health.
This fellow TJ is not just a brand. It's a maverick. It's a maverick brand. Vanguard swears by TJ. There is nothing that Vanguard does outside that we don't have TJ's approval. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. Enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State, who launched a special book on the celebrant, also eulogized the celebrant's great accomplishments in his area of core competence, where he said Tunji Olugbodi stands out clearly with impeccable credentials. Governor Fayemi urged him not to lower the bar and standard, concluding that he is a veritable role model for the younger ones and a standard bearer in the industry.
Tunji manages to combine a life of excellence and brilliance with character and integrity, and that is precisely what this little book really depicts. It's a life of excellence and integrity, and it really gives me great pleasure on his 50th birthday to present this work by Ayodeji Ayoko to the glory of God and the benefit of all of us also Tunji's friend, so that we can look up to him and relate his ways that are marvelous in the eyes of the Lord, and continue to urge him to maintain his commitment to excellence, to compassion, to character, to integrity, and to competence. Congratulations to him. We're proud of you. Thank you.
The event also featured the pouring of flurry of encomiums and accolades on the celebrant. Tunji Olugbodi was described as a serious-minded professional, always aiming to break new grounds and raise the bar in his profession.
We have known Tunji a long time, and really, we were neighbors. Then they were to leave the small apartment of the neighborhood. All tenants around were struggling to move to the apartment. Why? Because they have kept it so nice, so neat, so modern. To God's glory, that today Tunji is celebrating his 50th birthday. In the mighty name of Jesus, we celebrate 60, 70, 80, 90. I congratulate him. And most times, at least when I was running the advertising industry, Tunji had always been supportive, very supportive. And when you are a woman moving in the field, in the male field, you need some people like Tunji, and he never disappointed me. I'm saying thank you. I'm using this opportunity to say thank you very much, Tunji. A bit overwhelmed, really, talking about TJ. It's just the way it is. There is no cloning, there is no photocopy. TJ is TJ. I say, and like I've said in 1, 2, 3 write-ups, to me, TJ is a man of many parts. First and foremost is my friend. We became friends before, things stepped up a little bit. Wiley and Steph, they already handed colors to that. Far away in Castinala so many years ago. TJ is a man that fears God a lot. He reverence God.
In his testimony at the event, Governor Rotimi Amechi of Rivers State said that the celebrant blew his mind with the exceptionally creative concept behind the rebranding of Port Harcourt, which he coordinated. He said even those in advanced countries will bow for this.
Well, I think he's such a nice man, and I want to assume that since I've not dealt with him politically, that he's a determined Nigerian. He is very committed and dedicated to his assignment. He contributed a lot to my campaign in 2011. The piece of Port Harcourt was too ugly for even a man to look at. And I said to my commissioner for information, then I was going to get a company to rebrand Port Harcourt. Now I went to South Africa and I got one. They did a wonderful job. Trying to implement, I said I will still use a South African company. She said, no. I think I know somebody in Nigeria that can do it. I said, Nigeria? I said, yes. I said, no, this is too professional. They will cut corners, they will do all this. I prefer somebody that will not do that, and I think I can get it outside the country. She insisted and said, if you see this person, you will like him. I was not convinced. I was not interested. But since my Commission for Information is not a Democrat, I had no choice but to submit. And we started. I was very nonchalant. But as I engaged, and he will tell you, I'm a bit slightly careful. So it's difficult for him to get me to sit down and listen to him. But I already made up my mind. It will be difficult for this man to do this job. So whatever they like, they can kill him and do this job. But fortunately, he was able to convince me and attract my attention to listen.
The cutting of the 50th birthday anniversary cake of Tunji Olugbodi was coordinated by the chairman of the event, Uncle Sam Amuka. The celebrant and his wife were joined by other well-wishers for this special dance to formally welcome him into the age of the golden people.
Stars
Richard also engaged the audience in some musical fireworks to pump up the level of excitement at the TJ Hits Gold 5 Decades of Overflow Golden Jubilee Extravaganza. It's hearty congratulations to Tunji Olubodi. Osun State and Nigeria are very proud of your accomplishments, which you have meritoriously earned. Prince Godfrey Edward Essien and his wife, Faith Elizabeth Sakwa Jonathan, met as students at the University of Calabar in Cross River State many years ago. As President Goodluck Jonathan, the father of the bride, confirmed, he personally solicited the assistance of Governor Leah Limoki of Cross River State to help keep watch over Faith during her university education, which Faith successfully completed with a degree in law. It was at the University of Calabar, Cross River State, Nigeria, that Faith also got a royal crown to her academic laurels when Prince Godfrey Edward Essien came calling, and she couldn't just resist his charm, gaits, and aura. There's his history, as they say. It is not impossible that since Governor Leah Limoki was the guardian of the bride at the time, and also from the same place as the groom, he and his wife may have played a great part in the love project between Faith and Godwell, that today has finally germinated with great fruits that the whole world is celebrating. The exciting love story of Faith and Godwell were recapped by the bride's friends and colleagues, some of them who shared close relationships with her from birth, at the bridal showers held for the couple at the Presidential Villa Abuja on Thursday, 10th of April 2014. Highlights of the bridal showers night, attended by only the bride, her friends, and the media, were very interesting games and a question and answer session. This was for the purpose of knowing the bride very intimately. This was for the purpose of knowing the do's and don'ts of the bride. For her exceptionally creative brilliance, Glory James won a prize for herself for her ingenuity in creating a wedding gown from a tissue paper.
What's the name of your designer?
The bridal shower night ended in a hearty dancing session. The solemnization of the holy matrimony to affirm a spiritual seal and stamp to the marriage between Faith Elizabeth Sakwa Jonathan and Prince Godwell Edward Essien took place at the National Christian Worship Center Abuja on Saturday, 12th of April 2014. This is to follow the introduction and engagement ceremonies which had earlier taken place a week ago in Yenagoa, the Bayelsa State capital, to a logical conclusion. Exuding the fulfillment of a proud father, President Goodluck Jonathan walked his daughter into the church as the choir and congregation sang along. That administered the exchange of marital vows and wedding rings by the couple was Reverend Nicholas Oko, the primate of the Anglican Church of Nigeria.
Who gives faith to the marriage to God's will? I do.
Thank you.
Worship Center, Abuja, easily the largest and most spacious church in Africa, must have experienced a record-breaking assemblage of what in Christendom is called congregation, since it was officially commissioned for worship many years ago. Most geopolitically balanced and bipartisan in outlook, the assemblage of worshippers who gathered to honor the first family on that special day also cut across all faiths in Christendom, and indeed all religions. With the men and women of God from virtually all Christian denominations converging in one spot to bless a marriage, such as that of the president's daughter, that singular act will constantly put the couple in the right frame of mind to fulfill all spiritual righteousness that will make their marriage a model and beacon to emulate by others. And with the attendance of Governors Rotimi Chibuike Amechi and Kayode Fayemi of Rivers and Ekiti states, and others from what is referred to as the opposition, it clearly shows that when it comes to serious issues very dear to the heart of our leaders, their real natural disposition to issues of love for humanity takes over from the narrow cleavages of politics. It is therefore fervently hoped, and it's our prayers, that the marriage of Faith Elizabeth Sakwe Jonathan and Prince Godswill Edward Essien will be remembered, among other things, as that marriage that helps to mend all the differences among the leaders at all levels and bring all of them back to the same table as friends. The bride took the first lesson of the service, and the groom took the second lesson. Thereafter, the choir of the National Christian Worship Center rendered some soul-lifting songs.
For a husband is the head of his wife, as Christ is the head of the church. He is the savior of his body, the church. As the church submits to Christ, so you wives should submit to your husbands in everything.
The sermon was preached by Pastor Enoch Adeboye, General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. He began by congratulating the President, his wife, Dame Patience Jonathan, and the parents of the groom for the milestone in their lives, admonishing them to try as much as possible not to interfere in the affairs of the couple, other than give suggestions where absolutely necessary. Pastor Enoch Adeboye charged the husband to refrain from criticizing his wife, but correct her lovingly to keep the atmosphere of love in perpetuity in their lives.
Under no circumstance must you criticize your wife. Correct her, but do it lovingly. Wife, just a word for you. The passage we read says that the wife should submit to her husband. You need to understand that while your husband is the head, you are the body. And you need to know that if the body does not obey the head, there is trouble. If the head tells the hand to go in one direction and the hand is going another direction, something is wrong. And whenever you see a man who begins to put off his clothes in public, then you know that something is seriously wrong with the family. Why submit to your husband?
Pastor Enoch Adeboye, who said he has been married for over 47 years, advised the wife to submit to her husband according to what the scriptures say. He then prayed for them.
We are committing this young couple into your hands. We ask that you bless their union that you keep sickness and death far away from them. We pray, O Lord Almighty, that the world will not separate them. We pray that you give them wonderful children, you give them boys and girls. We pray that each time they kneel down together to ask anything of you, you answer them by fire.
The signing of the marriage register by the couple was coordinated by Reverend Nicholas Oko, as the parents of the couple on both sides and the couple themselves appended their signatures to put a final spiritual seal of endorsement on the marriage. Torrents of blessings for the success of the marriage came tumbling down as released by the powerful men of God before the special Thanksgiving session that formally brought the service to an end.
Almighty and most merciful Father, the strength of all who put their trust in you, we pray that as you have brought faith and God's way together, as husband and wife, by your providence, so you will enrich them by your grace, that those vows which they have made to one another in your sight, they may truly and faithfully perform through Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Attendance at the reception that took place at the ultra-modern, state-of-the-art, purpose-built International Conference Center, Abuja, without any doubt one of the most spacious event centers in these parts, shattered the ceiling, with every available space in the hall and the upper gallery filled to capacity. The arrival of President Goodluck Jonathan, the First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, Vice President Namadi Sambo and wife, and the wife of the Senate President, Mrs. Helen Mark, signaled the formal commencement of the event. In attendance at the high-octane reception was an impressive number of power brokers and opinion molders in the different spheres of life, economic, political, social, and religious. The energetic and majestic entry of the couple of the moment, Prince Godswill Edward Essien and his wife, daughter of Nigeria's president, Faith Elizabeth Sakwe, lit up the entire environment. The couple could simply not contain their joy and excitement at seeing that their dream has finally come true. They simply danced it out with a lot of vigor and gusto while the audience stood on their feet to acknowledge them. Chairman of the high-octane event, General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, who holds the enviable record as both Nigeria's youngest ever and longest serving leader. We'll also have cause to invite top-skilled Nigerians to celebrate his 80th birthday.
To pass without you resolving your problem through prayer and being dedicated to one another in true love.
The cutting of the wedding cake, which was jointly handled by the wife of the Vice President and Senate President, also had as observers former First Ladies of Nigeria and other powerful and influential women.
As this marriage, the foundation of it is based on Christ, may I ask all of us, please to join in the spelling of Jesus as I start. J, E, S, U, and the resounding S.
Alright, you know some money no be problem. Honest on the block. Alright, I'm back again. You know what time it is. Straight up. Alright, what's up? Listen. Abantu mandela game amisima Michelle she been on the floor so winkina Wakuma fena to chill me young winkina and we sing my reason as a real donkima Bible what is that dear punchima Otetama Chama Fahi Chibuni Motema Uma Mepa Madia Lupa Pasu Kurapoma I guess any major home Prodia Soma I shall win in a crab of the young Kongwa just some fire the film guys one year more but Tama Buduano mini being to Mamma one on the Jamamatari hey really Patakwa as I see that they be I'm gonna move in here my hope to be I must say you want to see as long to be a man second in the the whole customer will talk about the Bianca. If you want to get a prayer, if you do not do here, so to give you a bar. And this is to be one.
We have seen love, we have seen togetherness, we have seen care, and I hope and pray that this will extend to what we have seen a couple holding themselves, radiating love. So I Allah that as they show love today, may it continue and may they sustain this relationship.
From then on to the end of the event, it was high-pitched, fun and top-flight entertainment. The event was turned into a mini-concert that featured first-rate performance by two of Nigeria's most creative artists, the Banj, the Coco Master, clearly President Goodluck Jonathan's most favorite artist, and the Kurukere Kuna Inyanya, whose music we gather the First Lady loves so much. They both took the couple and their friends in turns before the special valedictory father-daughter dance, and this saw President Goodluck Jonathan and his daughter most adequately seizing the momentum of the occasion for as long as the dance lasted. All attention was directed towards them. President Goodluck Jonathan's remarks at the marriage reception for his daughter. He congratulated her and her husband for taking the courage to make the plunge into marriage. He wished them all the best. He advised them to love each other unconditionally and urged everyone to pray for the success of the marriage.
Well, there's no couple that will not have some moments that their faces will turn very cloudy. But it depends on how you make out time to really understand yourselves. I believe you will understand yourselves, and we pray that you live a very, very happy life. Continue to pray for you. Our duties as parents, all your parents, to continue to pray for you, to encourage you, and if there are little problems that we think we can solve.
The vote of thanks was given by the groom, Prince Godswill Edward Essien, on behalf of all the families and others connected with the success of the marriage. The groom singled out President Goodluck Jonathan and his wife and the governors of Cross River and Bayelsa states for the huge support they rendered for the success of the marriage.
And I would like to say a big thank you to my parents, His Royal Highness, Elder Chief and Mrs. Solomon Hussein Edward, for raising me up to be a gentleman and giving me the best in life. I'd like to assure them that with what I've seen from my new mother, Her Excellency, I'm in good hands because she showed me so much love, so I shouldn't be afraid. The new family I have now will show me much more love. Thank you. And to everybody who has been instrumental to this occasion, I would like to say a big thank you to the chairman of the occasion. Daddy, I'm grateful. However, now we are grateful. Thank you.
To bring the string of activities put together for the marriage of Prince Godswill Edward Essien and Faith Elizabeth to a fitting crescendo, a dinner which was tagged Mothers and Fathers Night took place at the banquet hall of the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Again, as has been noticed at all the previous events, the turnout of friends of the first family and their in-laws was massive.
First of all, you're the type of woman that stays on my mind. Walk down the street, every guy wanna jump on your behind. It's your seduction to make sure that we stay in line. Sexual corruption, cause I'll kill anyone for your time. Even though they will know you're the reason there'll be more,
Vice President Mohammed Namadi Sambo gave the welcome remarks, and this encapsulated the essence of the night, which according to him is intended to give the parents of the bride and groom and their friends the rare chance to celebrate them on that special day. He wished them a happy married life. The only menu served at the presidential dinner for Prince Godswill and Edith was music. Again, President Goodluck Jonathan and his wife, the First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, showed their great love for music and unprecedented support for Nigerian artists, two of whom were on parade that night. The couple and their friends had a swell time with a full dose of entertainment they savored from the likes of Sean Tizo, P-Square, Inyanya, the Bank, the Coco Master, and of course, and Davido, who was simply in his elements and on top of his game throughout that night, as everyone gravitated towards him and gyrated energetically to his music. marriage of the daughter of the president of the world's most powerful black nation, which Biscayne Communications prays that God will bless with bountiful fruits of the womb. In the meantime, don't forget to log on every day, 24 hours, to BOS website, www.biscayneworld.org, to relive the nostalgic memories of the past and keep in tune with latest happenings across the world.
It is generally accepted that love neither understands boundary matters nor interests itself in issues of nationality, because when it catches, it doesn't ask permission to take root. And that was exactly the case for Andrew Uwe, a Liberian American who literally swept pretty Abimbola Okoya, daughter of multi-billionaire industrialist Chief Razak Okoya, off her feet. For this interracial love story, the only words befitting the couple was "yes, I do," which was what the dashing groom, Andrew, and his family came to seek as he made Abimbola his wife. The venue of the interdenominational marriage service was the expansive Oluwanishola Estate, Ajah, but unlike most events held here by the Okoyas in the recent past, this one was low-keyed. But trust the Okoya family to give their daughter and their in-laws from Liberia the true touch of hospitality they are renowned for. The event kicked off with a nikah ceremony with Muslim clerics offering prayers and advice for the couple on the sanctity of marriage in the sight of Allah.
From a single soul. This single soul brought forth another soul, which is Hawa, known as Eva, that is Adam and Eve. So from the two souls, we have so many males and females living on the surface of the earth today. So Allah says, I will ask them, single soul.
The nikah ceremony over, the proud father of the bride, Chief Razak Okoya, was all prayers as he firmly handed his pretty daughter over to her father-in-law after praying for a fruitful union for Andrew and Abimbola.
Great honor and great humility, and we will do all we can to support her and make sure that this relationship is
The second part of the marriage ceremony commenced with a Christian service to accommodate the beliefs of the groom. In his sermon, the officiating pastor again counseled the couple to find strength in the Lord to build a strong union.
Today, parents, hear me very well. People that live like in England, in America, every man will do worship dishes in the house because they don't have time. Everybody do something. But here in Africa, we don't respect those things. In Africa, mama has to do everything. The concept have changed. But what will keep you is love. All of us here, Abimbola, hear me, Andrew, hear me. All of us here, after this ceremony, we are going to leave this place. But you will continue the game.
so we're engaging yourself. May God bless you all in Jesus' name.
The couple later exchanged rings and signed the marriage register, as both families also put their signatures to signify their acceptance of the union. After the formal activities, the new couple received their first tutorials on marital life from no less an experienced hand than retired Supreme Court Justice Judge Adeshola Oguntade.
One advice I want to give you, which is pivotal and very important in every home, is that when you go to bed at night, you must pray to your God. Are you listening to me? You must pray to your God. I didn't hear anybody say that to you all day today, but I must say it now. When you retire to bed, pray to God. And when you wake up in the morning, you must similarly pray to God. When you are near God, I am sure that you will receive His beneficence and kindness. Another thing I want to counsel you to do every day as really well is that you must disagree because we come from different backgrounds. You may not know it. You might at the moment be blindfolded by the effects of love and tell yourself, oh, it's for life. Yes, it is. But there will come times when you will disagree. When you disagree, the solution is call yourselves aside, exchange views, and seek to put the grievance behind you. Are you listening to me? I'm talking to you as a father and as a person who's been through what you're not trying to go through. God will guide and help you.
Former First Lady of Lagos State, Mrs. Oluwemi Tinubu, moderated the cake cutting ritual as the lovely couple was joined by their parents.
So are we all ready to join us in performing this duty? And all the parents are looking at this. I feel I want them to join me to be observant. So E and L and O, Abi,
For many of the guests, it was time to go down memory lane as they settled for some classics supplied by Demola Olota and his band. Abimbola, now Mrs. Ure, showed she was bidding spinsterhood bye-bye, but not before signaling that some lucky lady was also deserving of leaving that club, as she tossed the bouquet into the sea of expectant beautiful ladies on hand. And for the debonair Andrew, it was time not only to say thank you for all the love he and his wife have received on the day, but also share with the guests how the union they all came to celebrate started.
So here's how the story started. I was a humble student in London, and I spent all my time in the library studying. This is true, I kid you not, I was doing my MBA. And I would always go and study, and I would always meet Abby. And at the time, we were always the last two people to leave the library. So I would walk her to the bus stop, or walk her to the train station, and we were just very good friends. We kept in touch over the years after I graduated, and I had no idea I would soon come to Nigeria as an expat. So the first person I called was my old friend who I knew was from Nigeria, to give me advice on coming here and how to settle in. And the story just went from there. And as I tell everyone, I had no idea what I was doing. I just got very, very, very lucky. Abby, thank you so much for everything. I look forward to some great years. And I have to tell everyone, I know we're young, we love each other, but I'll tell you the reason why I realized Abby was the one. Because we've been friends for almost 9 years. We were friends in London, we were friends all through the internet, through the States, and I knew she's one of the few people I knew, no matter what, no matter how good or how bad things are, we can always look each other in the eyes and be honest with each other and talk about the truth. She has her views, we're from completely different cultures, but I always learn to respect her views and she respects mine, and we always learn to compromise. Honey, thank you so much for being understanding and being my better side.
And as the Okoye and Ure families gathered to savor the joy of the union of their children, it was easy to see why this love affair between Abimbola and Andrew transcended all tongues and barriers in the first place. It was a union made in heaven. We wish the couple a fruitful union.
As guests from different parts of the country and beyond began to arrive the beautifully decorated, expansive, multi-purpose B&C halls of the University of Lagos to honor the invitation for the traditional engagement ceremony of our beloved daughter, Sarah Adetola Ajike Olatilo, to her adorable husband, Temidayo Fisayo Elutilo. It certainly dawned on me that my precious daughter, whose pregnancy was about 8 months when her mommy and I got married at an equally elaborate wedding ceremony in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on the 19th of December 1981, is being formally inducted into full womanhood. How time flies to think that the little tot of the early 80s, whom my wife and I single-handedly took care of since we're both orphans, has now fully matured to begin her own home, can only humble us with a lot of gratitude to God for his mercies over her and with the parents. Since it was our first experience in life in such matters, my wife and I put in our very best to give the lucky girl a wedding she'll forever cherish. Of course, this is evident as one steps into the eye-catching ambience with the tables and chairs glittering in the chosen color for the engagement ceremony. To complement this superb arrangement was a beautiful decoration of the entire arena, which was done by Debo Ogunbanjo of Shalom Balloons, whom I strongly recommend for those planning events with moderate budgets like us. It was a sea of army and olive green headgears and caps that dominated the entire environment. For an event that happened on a Thursday, which is a working day in these parts, the turnout of guests was indeed very impressive. groom's family, with a lot of singing and dancing, and the veteran mistress of ceremonies, or Alaga Joko, as the Yorubas prefer to call them, Mrs. Shewanuku, was at her professional best as she injected the appropriate anecdotes and jokes, which brought a lot of life to the whole proceedings. The father of the groom, Mr. Folarunsho Elutilo, an accomplished diplomat and deputy director at the Foreign Affairs Ministry, who had served in not less than 15 foreign countries before. The wife, Mrs. Foluke Elutilo, and the entire Elutilo family from Ile-Ife in Osun State met the family of Prince Adebisi and Folashade Olatilo and other family members of the bride from Igbajo and Ile-Ife in Osun State to formally ask for the hand of Tola Olatilo in marriage.
Good afternoon, Mass. Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon, well-wishers. Good afternoon, Omales. Good afternoon, Oyunus. Good afternoon, Anyada Palekes.
After both families had met and the letter of intent presented to the bride's family, Deumi Olatilo, the younger sister of the bride, read the contents of the letter, which was designed in form of a Holy Bible. This is the further signpost of religious inclination of the groom's family. Dressed in green ashoke and beads, the dashing groom, Temidayo Fisayo Elutilo, a computer scientist based in the United Kingdom, smiling all the way in company of his friends and relations, amidst singing and dancing, arrived at the venue to follow up on the search for his missing ribs, a ground that had been solidly prepared for him by his parents earlier. As usual, the groom was put through a couple of tests, which he gladly executed to the delight of all, after which he joined his in-laws who prayed for him. The groom was also blessed by his parents and family members. The groom, Temidayo Elutilo, then sat in a special place provided for him and his wife while he waited for her arrival. Not long after that, the bride, Sarah Adetola Olatilo, who studied history and international relations at the Lagos State University, now working as an editor and executive director in Biscayne Communications, her father's company, supported by a bevy of friends and relatives, with a lot of singing and dancing, arrived at the venue to a warm welcome by her parents, on whose laps she sat. Her parents and the entire family prayed for her before her in-laws took over. The process continued with the bride picking her favorite item among the dowry items brought by the groom's family, and this turned out to be the Holy Bible, draped in gold, inside of which the engagement ring was tucked. The groom lovingly slipped it into her finger before the marathon kissing exercise began. Following that was a cutting of the wedding cake, supervised by Reverend Mrs. Ajala, who injected a lot of innovation into it.
1, 2, 3, go. J-E-S-U-S. Jesus. Wọ́n gé kọ́lẹ̀. Wọ́n gé tán. Olúwa ìṣẹ́mu.
To bring down the whole event, gospel juju crooner Yinka Yefele was on hand to dish out the very best from his musical armory.
Put God first. You are doing love, prayers, patience. With God, everything, God is in control. You're not very mean. Respect your husband. The father of the bride is our friend, and he's very humane. They have to pray together, do things together, and show love. I pray that they have the long life of joy and happiness. The blessing of God that has been shining on the Latinos' parents, their father and their mother, will continue to guide them. And I pray that the woman must take care of the man very handsomely and don't allow anybody to interfere.
So I'm quite happy for Prince Bisi Olatilo and the wife. I know that this time in any parent's life is always the joyous. I'm glad to be here to rejoice with them. And I wish them all the very best. And I pray for the couple that they have a blissful marriage and a fruitful one.
The outpouring of love and affection towards my wife and I, and indeed our in-laws, makes us feel loved, humbled, and deeply appreciated. One gesture of brotherhood and solidarity that will remain fresh in my heart forever is that demonstrated by Minister Emeritus and great Nigerian of Royal Kalabari extraction, Alabo Toyin Graham Douglas. He brought a very expensive bead for my daughter, with which she was decorated. As I later learned, in Kalabari custom, that's the height of the display of love at such moments. My friend, benefactor and uncle of over 2 decades, and businessman of note, Sir Chief Mike Inegbese, dazed me beyond words with a gift of a brand new tear-over sleek car for the couple. His reply to my exclamation was that I deserved much more than that. Although Governor Muazu Babangida Aliyu, the chief servant of Niger State, and Malam Isa Yuguda of Bauchi State could not register their personal presence at the event, they also touched me with their large hearts. Now, what do I say about someone that is beginning to look like my brother from another womb because of his selfless disposition towards me all the time? I'm talking about the executive governor of Ogun State, Otumba Gbenga Daniel, who had accepted to be the chairman of the wedding reception, but for his unscheduled trip with President Yar'Adua to Zambia that weekend, he has supported me immensely right from the planning stage. Femi Otedola, my friend of many decades, showed that he's indeed a true friend. Otumba Alex Onobanjo, whose mother's 90th birthday we shall celebrate with him on the 31st of December this year, stood up to be counted in a great manner. Alhaji Aliko Dangote, my friend of so many years, kept his personal presence at the reception with a fat gift for me. The timely intervention of all these people made the burden of the organization of an event of huge proportions, such as I had on my hands, which gave me sleepless nights for months at the early stage of the preparations, very light indeed. When I look back at how rough things were at the beginning of my preparations for my daughter's wedding, and the prophecy of Pastor Wale Oladin of Clam Church, whose spiritual intervention I had sought at the time, this unbelievable turnaround can only but rekindle my belief in the efficacy of prayers. The solemnization of the holy matrimony between Sarah Aditola Olatilo and Temidayo Fisayo Elutilo came up at the Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministry in the Omoli area of Ikeja, Lagos, with friends, relations, and loved ones from Nigeria and other parts of the world in attendance. Notable faces at the church service included those of His Royal Highness Oba Dr. Adedapo Tejosho, the Oshilevo Kionegba, accompanied by 2 of his olories, billionaire businessman Chief Sonny Odogu and his wife, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, former minister, and her friend Otumba Laito Adebanjo. Also in attendance at the church service were former Governor Alamesi of Bayelsa State, Chairman of Sovereign Trust Insurance Company, Chief Ephraim Faloyi, Honorable Niyi Owolade, former Deputy Speaker, Osun State House of Assembly, now Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, my primary schoolmate in Kano, representatives of the Oni of Ife and Olori Titilayo Fashade, who stood in for her husband, the Owavi Bajo in Osun State. The presiding minister and senior pastor of Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministry Clam, Pastor Wole Oladiyan, joined the couple together as they took their vows and exchanged rings while the congregation sang and danced. In his sermon, Pastor Wole Oladiyan congratulated the Olatilo and Ilutilo families on the success of the marriage of their children and admonished the couple to make Christ the cornerstone of their lives so that they can become role models for others aspiring to be married.
There are many things you want to do. You will just do them with impunity. You don't want to know the consequences. But when you have the fear of God, you say, for the love of God, I won't do it. The same thing for life. So the fear of God is a major weapon that will make you safe through. The challenges will go with you overcome. Once you get God in your hearts, the fear of the Lord.
He wished them well in their lifelong partnership endeavor. The signing of the marriage register followed in the inner chambers of the church as the couple, parents on both sides, the clergy, took center stage. The recessional hymn by the congregation ended the church service as the couple, other guests marched on for the photo and video session.
And when you done make me fall in love, you don't make me fall in love, you don't make me fall in love, you don't make me fall in love, because you done make me fall in love, you don't make me fall in love, you don't make me fall in love, you don't make me fall in love. My sweet potato, I wanna tell you my mind, oh. I know understand, oh, 'cause I just see well, but they say love is blind, oh. You see us today, so you are the love of my life, oh. I cannot deny you. I wanna make you my wife, oh. See, I never thought that I'll find someone like you that would capture my heart, and there's nothing I can do. I used to brag to my friends that I'd always be a player, but since I set my eyes on you, Mama, you done make me fall in love. You done make me fall in love.
The appointed venue for the reception, the Scat Pavilion at the Adebola House in Okpebi Ikeja, Lagos, which shimmered in the purple and lilac color schemes chosen for the reception, was creatively decorated by Debo Ogunbanjo's Shalom balloons, with the tables and chairs set for the usual five-star treat of the Astoria caterers, and Wanle Akimbaboye's corporate guards positioned at strategic points around the hall to deliver round-the-clock security in case of any eventuality. But thank God, there was no single incident throughout all the events. The reception party, which was the final leg of the Olatilo Ilutilo wedding extravaganza, began in earnest as guests, most of who turned out in the purple and lilac color schemes, began to arrive in their numbers. Oba Dr. Adedapo Tejosho and his Oloris, who were at the church, also registered their royal presence at the reception. Also there was the Alaki of Egbalan, Oba Adedotun Gbadebo, who came in with a retinue of other high-flying achievers, including golf enthusiast Akpagum Oluwole Olumide, Chief Chris Okunawa, Alaji Adegunwa, the landlord of the premises at which the reception is holding, Otumba Adekunle Ojora and his wife, Erelu Ojo Olakbe, Chief and Chief Mrs. Mike Negbese, Erelu Abiola Dosumu, the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Adeyemi Kuforiji, and a host of other dignitaries. They all made the event a top-class one. Music was supplied by the elegant stallion Onyeka Owenu and Adewale Ayuba. The parents of the groom were the first to be ushered to the high table, followed by the bride's parents, Prince Bisi and Mrs. Shadi Olatilo, as they swayed to Onyeka Owenu's music. Masters of ceremonies at the event were the King of Comedy, Ali Baba, Julius Agu, and Yemi Shodin, one of the top aides of Ogun State Governor and a consummate theater practitioner himself. Having sufficiently charred the atmosphere with their trademark jokes and anecdotes, the stage was now set for the entry of the couple, Tola and her heartthrob, Dio. The couple decided to storm the scene first with disco dancing before Onyeka Owenu's music. The opening prayer was said by His Royal Highness Oba Dr. Adedapo Tejosho. This was followed by the chairman's address. Otuma Gbenga Oshinawa, Ogun State Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, who stood in for Ogun State Governor as chairman of the occasion, congratulated the parents of the couple and the local couple themselves for the wonderful event and prayed for the success of the marriage. The cutting of the wedding cake was jointly supervised by the two Oloris of Oba Dr. Adedapo Tejosho. chairman took charge of the couple's feeding of each other.
Thank you.
Threw her bouquet of flowers into the midst of her friends who tried to outwit one another. The bridal dance saw the couple, their friends, parents, and other family members dancing to Onyeka Owenu's music. Fuji exponent Adewale Ayuba's music, the curtain was drawn on an exciting day of great fun and joy for the Olachilo and Ilutilo families. with the way the couple danced and smiled all through, it was obvious that they both are indeed very happy to be joined together in wedlock. Our prayer, that is the Olatilo and Iluzilo families, is that the couple, Tola and Daya, will find everlasting joy in this union. I'm sure I'll be echoing the feelings of majority of other well-wishers with that pronouncement. We sampled the opinions of more people about the union and the couple themselves.
Olatilo has always been a very good pair. Now the shoe is on his feet, and we all congratulate him and we rejoice with him.
Nǹkan tí àwọn òbí wọn ṣe fún ọ lé ní àwọn náà wá ṣe fún ọmọ máa ní àṣẹ iṣẹ́ ọkọ ìyàwó kò ní jíṣẹ́ oníṣẹ́ o ìyàwó abọ́kùnrin abóbìnrin máa ìta ṣe lé ní tó dùn ìgbà àwọn náà wá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló máa rí o.
I wish them all the best in life. They have both come from very good background, good family, and particularly the wife. I am very, very sure she's going to make a very good wife because she's been well tutored, she's been a wonderful lady and a lovely daughter to my friend, Mr. Olatilo. I wish them all the best. The good Lord Almighty will provide for them. He will make their way prosper. He will provide for them all that they need in this early life so that they can be 50 years, celebrate 50 years, 70 years of marriage, and so on and so forth. God will bless this day.
I wish Tola and Dayo the very best in their marriage. I wish them lots of blessings. They will have their children when they want. They will be blessed in every dimension. Everything that they touch to do together shall be blessed. And I trust that God will bless them and protect them all the way in Jesus' name. Amen.
It's exciting and I'm proud that this is another product from Osun State, Ibrajo Bisi Olatilo's daughter. She's a princess because the father is a prince. I'm proud of our daughter, Ayo Lumajeti, Ademariri Mbeni Agbara.
I wish to congratulate them and also to wish them a happy married life. Also to let them know that marriage is a lifelong commitment of two imperfect people coming together in love. So they should love one another, be faithful to one another, remain committed to their union, forgive each other when they step on each other's toes. They should put God as number one in their home, and I'm sure they'll succeed.
They should be by themselves and continue to love each other the way they started today. Remember their creator, our Lord Jesus Christ. Always call on him anytime they have any problem. And to live in peace and harmony.
I wish them all the very best, and marriage is, they should learn, to accommodate each other. And the parents, it's a very simple message. They should continue to pray for them. They should put them in their daily prayers so that God will give them a very prosperous family.
A family that prays together stays together. And I believe in God that it will work.
of God it will work. They are both humble. Humble, Tola is hardworking, Tola is loving, Dayo is quiet, Dayo is peaceful, Dayo is loving. All the ingredients for marriage, and the love will help them.
I wish them the best of the times. Get married in the month of December is a marriage to remember. But they say after the wedding, the marriage begins. And we believe that the marriage will start from here so that they can find their fulfillment and their full bearing after here. They are very lovely couples, and I think love should be all.
I wish them the best of life. I just want to say to the wife that to stay with a man, you need a lot of tolerance because they are both coming from different upbringing and coming to be one. The husband has to tolerate the wife, the wife too has to be patient because they are going to have this no matter how prayerful they are still going to have their teething problem, like they're coming together. But all I wish will overcome in Jesus' name.
He's chosen rightly all through his career, all through his life. And when he met Tola and actually mentioned it to me, I knew that he had serious intentions. Because he never ever told me about any other woman before, and I've known him for years on end. He sent me an email with a picture of Tola, but then underneath it, the surname looked like his. So I thought it was his sister's picture. So I thought he was introducing his sister to me, so I was all excited. Until he said, no, that is my girl. So, yeah, I think he's a very passionate man, very understanding. And if I had a sister who was looking for a man and he was free, I'd definitely recommend him.
Today is the day every lady looks forward to getting married, so I'm very happy for her and I wish her the best.
I must say that right from when she's growing up, she's been cool-headed. He's such very creative, very humble, and very hardworking. I got to know the guy after we'd spoken for almost a year on the phone. I got to meet him about a year after we'd spoken on the phone. Being close to him 3 days, and I was satisfied, I was convinced that that's a good choice we made.
My advice to other parents is that we should allow our children to choose based on whom they love. The issue of choosing or deciding who your son or your daughter will marry does not arise. I believe strongly that what we can only do is to give them support. I really am overwhelmed with joy. I feel love and I feel very important. I mean, you saw what has happened in the last 3 days or so yourself. Outpouring of love, genuine love. Let me tell you why this is different. I'm not a businessman, I'm not a contractor, I don't have a penny to give anybody. All I give is good entertainment and a bit of my services. I mean, and look at the way people have paid me back. I can't forget it at all. We thank God for His mercies. Because to plan for things and for to turn out successfully, it's not by power, by might, but by the grace of God. So we are very happy as a family, and the family from both sides, we are really happy. It's a special day.
I can't even explain how I feel now. Yes, I'm just ecstatic and just thank God for how everything has gone so far.
I give God all the glory. Yeah, because He started this beautiful thing in our lives and is faithful to bring it to a completion. Not even today, but for the rest of our lives.
Well, I expect us to start building our marriage because all the fun fair is over. I want our marriage to go from this level to the next level with the help of God.
First and foremost, to build each other up, to be partners, inseparable, irrespective of arguments, irrespective of misunderstanding,
To get to know each other more and then to explore ourselves more, to help ourselves in our areas of weakness and just to build up the marriage itself.
I pray that the Almighty God will see us through it all.
That I will do my best in order to look after her because I'm really blessed to have her in my life and just to reassure her of my love in general.
Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been described in many superlatives, the reference point in Nigeria's politics, the irrepressible political titan and relentless democrat, a master strategist, a quintessential political titan with indomitable and dogged spirit. These encomiums and eulogies were capped by no less a personality than the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyoko, who at the colloquium to mark Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's 60th birthday celebration in Lagos recently, described him as a hero of Nigeria's democracy. Indeed, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu can also be described as a pride, beacon, and new face of politics in Nigeria. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's greatest asset is his legendary human relations capacity. This is why he enjoys an overflowing bank of goodwill across Nigeria and beyond. These he leverages on at every turn. The grand celebration of his 60th birthday began on 23rd of March 2012 with a command performance and a play which featured cultural troops from the 6 zones of the southwest region. On Sunday 25th March 2012, a health walk was organized in honor of the celebrant in Lagos. Participants who took part in the walk included the celebrant himself, his wife, Senator Oluwemi Tinubu, Mrs. Abimbola Fashola, Mrs. Aregbesola, and many other dignitaries. The heavy downpour experienced in Lagos that morning did not deter them from completing the walk. The exercise also included free health screening and treatment undertaken by health experts. The celebration of Asiwaju at 60 continued on Tuesday 27th of March 2012 as Asiwaju Tinubu donated goods worth thousands of naira to no fewer than 259 children of the Modupe Cole Memorial Home, Yaba, and Bethesda Home for the Blind. The event, which was put together by members of the Conference of Local Government Chairmen of Lagos State, was characterized in the main by donations of food items. The presence of Asiwaju Tinubu and other top dignitaries resonated joy in the environment as Asiwaju took time to shake hands with them and engage them in lively discussions. On Tuesday, 27th of March 2012, an impressive array of well-wishers thronged the prestigious Oriental Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos, to felicitate with Asiwaju Tinubu at the dinner and gala night organized to honor him by the Conference of Lagos State Local Government Chairmen, Conference 57. In their separate addresses, well-wishers showered praises on the man they describe as an icon and a living legend. Present at the event were governors of Lagos and Osun states, Babatunde Fashola and Ralph Aregbesola, who came with their spouses, former governor of Ogun State, Olusegun Oshoba, the celebrant's wife, Senator Oluwemi Tinubu, wife of the Ekiti State Governor, Erelu Bisi Fayemi, and Dr. Muiz Banire. Others included Alhaji Maitama Sule, the Oni of Ife, Oba Kwande Shijuade, who was the royal father of the day, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, National Publicity Secretary of ACN, Chief B.C. Akonde, the National Chairman of ACN, Mr. Dele Alake, one-time Information Commissioner under the Tinubu administration, was also in attendance. The chairman of the 57 local government areas and development councils in Lagos and lawmakers, among others, were there in their legion. A book on Tinubu titled Many Little Miracles, written by Sam Omashe, Chairman Editorial Board of the nation's newspapers, was launched at the event, while a documentary on Tinubu, the living legend, was aired. Mr. Dele Alake, former Lagos State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, reviewed the book, which x-rayed the achievements of Tinubu in office.
The book is called or titled Little Miracles. Now, many little miracles. You will wonder, what were these miracles? Outside of those things that we can see with our own eyes. But some of these miracles we couldn't see as a community, as a society, as a state, or as a nation. But the essence of many little miracles is the testimonies of the direct beneficiaries of the impact that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu made in 8 years in Lagos. This book captures it all. It gives governance a human face. This book
This book captures the essence of humanizing government through formal governmental structures.
The chairman of Conference 57, Akim Sulaiman, said Tinubu is a leader who has a strong drive, vigor, and persistence in pursuit of his set goals. The event was rounded off with the cutting of the birthday cake, and music was supplied by K1 The Ultimate.
W-A-J-U. Asiwaju, congratulations, sir.
of Assembly on Wednesday, 28th of March 2012, held a special session to honor Tinubu. As early as 10, Lagosians thronged the Lagos House of Assembly venue of this special session. Those who graced the event included Governor Babatunde Fashola of Lagos and his wife, his Osun State counterpart, Ralph Aregbesola, Governor Kaode Femi of Ekiti State, Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Honorable Adejoke Orelokpe Adefulure, wife of the celebrant, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and members of the State Executive Council. Others included former Governor of Lagos State, Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, and National Chairman of Action Congress of Nigeria, Chief Bisi Akode. Senator Olorunimbe Mamora was also there. The roll call included Senators Gbenga Shafa and Ganiu Solomon, and former members of the State House of Assembly. Speakers of Gombe, Taraba, Ekiti, and Kwara State Houses of Assembly attended the event. The Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Adeyemi Kuforiji, in his address, told the audience that the House decided to honor Asiwaju Tinubu because he is a great man that is worthy of being celebrated.
When the story of courageous men is told, the name of Jagaban Bogu will always top the list. In the last few days, accolades have not stopped pouring in for this great man who has attained wealth, respect, and fame, but also has a legacy of integrity, uprightness, forthrightness, honesty, and conscientiousness. But now that I have a chance to speak, I will say the greatest legacy our own Asiwaju is leaving behind is that selfless ability of producing world-class leaders and standing by them all the way.
On Wednesday, 28th of March 2012, at the Eco Hotel and Suites, there was a book launch and a colloquium. The event that had a national coloration with attendance by a diverse spectrum of politicians from different political parties and dignitaries from different parts of the country, further eloquently testifies to the pan-Nigerian reach and disposition of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. The event, which was chaired by Chief Emeka Anyoko, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, had in attendance the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives and PDP Governor of Niger State, Dr. Muazu Babangida Aliyu, and governors of Ogun, Ekiti, Osun, who were all there with their spouses. Also in attendance was Comrade Adams Oshiomhole of Edo State. The Vice President of Ghana was represented at the event. The twin event featured a colloquium and a book launch. All the speakers at the colloquium titled, "Nigeria, Why Isn't It Working and How Will It Work?" eulogized the resilient spirits and courageous nature of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu in spite of all the daunting challenges placed in his way. They all concluded by saying that Nigerians owe Asiwaju Tinubu a huge debt of gratitude for his dogged efforts in the consolidation of the gains of democracy in the last 13 years since the military returned to the barracks and we all embraced democracy in Nigeria.
That Asiwaju was one of the few people who speak truth to power. I believe that if we are to recapture the zeal with which the then regional premiers and their electorates embarked on the development of their regions, if we are to arrest the present destructive competition between our various ethnic groups for the control of power at the center, and if we are to repair the collapse in our societal value system, which is at the root of the pervasive corruption and degradation of our public services, we should aim at getting the national conference to reach a consensus on devolving from the center to the 6 federating units responsibility for such areas of governance as internal security, including the police, infrastructure, education, health, and economic development.
When people look at Lagos today and see what is gradually turning to, we tend to forget that this was the same place that filth used to be measured in kilometers on the road. And by the collective effort of all of us under the leadership of Asiwaju, within 6 months, we rid Lagos of filth. I will briefly commend Fashola for having the mind and commitment to carry through our dreams and plans for Lagos State.
I think the members of the new faculty have heard where we came from. They will probably understand now why I continue to push that we cannot lower the standards. We are inheritors of a very great legacy, a legacy built by this man under the leadership of this man. If we betray that legacy, we not only let ourselves down, we let a whole generation of black people across the world down. You have built a lot of love, much more than you can ever measure. You have built a lot of followership, the quantum of which you may never be able to define. But some of your followers ask me to tell you that they know that you cannot love all of them equally. They know that it is impossible for you to treat all of them equally, that you will love some more than the others. But they ask me to tell you that irrespective of how you love them, always try to do justice fairly amongst them. Your Excellency, many happy returns. Happy birthday. God bless you.
Symbiotic relationship that have given our celebrant what he has become. Now we have our own hero. Wherever I went and I was praising the Awolowos, the Zigs and the Ahmadu Bello, they will say it is because there was a leadership vacuum that we were always remembering the older ones. Now we have one that we can look at. We have one that we can look at as our hero of our time. When he became governor, I was already a permanent secretary in the cabinet secretariat. So I had a chance to see many of them because I was the one writing whatever they were talking about in their meetings. I could observe, I could grade, and I could say, this is doing the job, this, I don't know why these people elected this one, and I don't know what happened here. The Emirate of Borgu in Niger State discovered him a long time, that he was really a leader that will always be in the front, not the one who will send the troops and stay in the room. No, Jagaba, Jagaban Borgu, Jagaban Nigeria.
A patriot, a leader of men who at all times stand on the side of the truth, who at all times work with democratic forces to enthrone and entrench democracy and democratic culture in Nigeria. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the House of Representatives, in collaboration with the Senate, and indeed former legislators, are hosting our icon, because Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's first mandate was to the Senate, and our dear sister and mother is also there with us in the Senate, therefore she's there in the National Assembly. By Monday evening, we're hosting Asiwaju and other friends of Asiwaju in Abuja. We pray that Almighty God will continue to preserve you in good health, for you to continue with what you have been doing for this country. God Almighty will continue to strengthen you. We appreciate you. We thank you most sincerely for all that you have been doing to us collectively. Thank you.
Our man that we are celebrating tonight is a man of contrasts, is a man of paradoxes. When you look at Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are taken aback by his diminutive exterior, his physique, is smallish, but that is very, very deceptive. You underrate the man to your own peril. Behind and beneath that diminutive physique lies a very solid structure, a prodigious intellect embedded in his brain. And here is a man who combines the gentility of the dove with the wisdom of the serpent and the ferocity of the lion. And here is a man who would carry a baby, cuddle a baby in an instance, and at the same time fire several political shots at his opponent within the next second.
The launching of the book titled Asiwaju Leadership in Troubled Times, coordinated by Governor Muazu Babangida Ali of Niger State and the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, this will be used for the establishment of the proposed Bola Tinubu Center for Democratic Studies. In a keynote address delivered by a former federal minister and Nigeria's former representative at the United Nations, Alhaji Maita Masule, he charged Nigerians, no matter their religious or ethnic differences, to cooperate with one another and jettison all those primordial sentiments that tended to divide us. Alhaji Maita Masule reminded the audience of the cordial relationship that existed among leaders of the country in the past, who although come from different parts of the country and belong to different religions, still enjoyed very close ties. The toast of the celebrant was given by Mr. Dele Alake, who prayed for good health and long life for the celebrant. The cutting of the 60th birthday cake, which was conducted by Chief Emeka Anyoko, saw the celebrant, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, sandwiched from all ends by the governors, their spouses, and other dignitaries. In his vote of thanks, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who was thoroughly overwhelmed by the show of solidarity and affection demonstrated towards him by everyone, promised to continue the struggle for the enthronement of true democracy in all nooks and crannies of Nigeria. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu concluded by saying that he would also join like minds to see that poverty and corruption are banished totally in our country.
But it takes exceptional leadership and a great team to chart a new course. The critical aspect of charting a new course is what we are enjoying here and we are talking about today. Bold endeavors are not given to procrastinations. You will never achieve the result. And only with bold endeavors can you change a nation or a community if you find that it's derailing. And I use the best tool to search, pick the best strain regardless. It was not a politically easy decision to put these men together and women then. I'm just too happy with all of you assembling here, trying to chart a new course for this country. It's going to be difficult. But let's put that team together like the institute you're about to establish and walk the walk and chart the course.
Teslim Balogun Stadium, Surulere, Lagos, which Asiwaju Bola Tinubu single-handedly brought back to life during his tenure as governor of Lagos State, wore a carnival-like atmosphere on Thursday, 29 March 2012, the birthday proper of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Lagosians and Nigerians from virtually all spheres of life, from the north, east, west, and indeed all parts of the country and beyond, lavished the birthday ball with overwhelming outpouring of love and affection. This was at a special interdenominational Thanksgiving service organized to give a spiritual seal to the 60th birthday celebration of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. The Southwest Traditional Institution was led by the Awujale of Ijebuland, Oba Dr. Sikiru Kaude Adetono, who was supported by prominent monarchs from Lagos State and other parts of the country. The celebrant, his wife, and governors of the states controlled by the Action Congress of Nigeria and their spouses looked really regal and resplendent on the occasion in the colors chosen for the event. In fact, it was a splash of blue colors all the way, accentuated by the eye-catching designs that were on display throughout. It indeed speaks to the pan-Nigerian stature and disposition of friendship without boundaries of politics, religion, or ethnicity, of which Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is a frontline proponent, but the gathering was populated in the main by his friends and associates from the northeast, delta, and other parts of the country. These included former Governor and now Senator Bukar Abba Ibrahim of Yobe State, former Governor and now Senator George Akume of Benue State, former Governor and now Senator Chris Ngige of Anambra State. The interdenominational service featured prayers by prominent Muslim and Christian clerics for the celebrant's continued good health and progress in life. They also admonished him to be closer to God.
والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد القائل في حديثه خيركم ما طال عمره وحسن خلقه. adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run atọrọ ìkẹ́gẹ́ fún Ànábì wa Muhammad. Mo kí gbogbo wa tí a wá bá ọlọ́jọ́ bí yọ̀ lónìí ní kí tí ara pé assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Ní òní àwa bí láti wá ṣe nǹkan tó pọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n èyí tó pàtàkì jù ńbẹ̀ òun náà ni àdúrà. Síwájú ohun gbogbo kí ẹ bá mi sọ wípé Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Here as a global family in this country and outside this country to thank you most sincerely for your child, the apple of your eyes, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whom you have brought to this world 60 years ago, is a blessing to this country, outside this country, a blessing to this generation and generations yet unborn. Thank you, Father, because it's continually making an indelible footprint in the sand of time, many years, to ripe old age in the land of the living will be his portion in the name of Jesus Christ.
Aṣíwájú ṣe pẹ̀lẹ́ o, òkè àgbà lóògùn yìí o. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Now I want to pray and you will sing after me. Your lovers will join me. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó yọ̀ ṣubú níbi tó ga dé. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó yọ̀ ṣubú níbi tẹ́ ti ga. Iwájú rẹ̀ yóò máa lọ, ẹ ò ní rẹ̀yìn.
The forum also served as a platform for tributes to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In their various submissions, they all attested to the contributions of Asiwaju Tinubu to the growth and sustenance of democracy in Nigeria. In conclusion, they affirmed that in all Asiwaju's moves, there's a touch of the uncommon, unprecedented, and the stuff of legend, which is given only to some people who see far beyond everyone. They all congratulated Asiwaju Tinubu warmly and prayed that just as his vision for Lagos and the Southwest have begun to bear fruits, may true democracy, which he has doggedly fought for at the expense of his personal comfort and risk to his life, reign supreme in all parts of the country during his lifetime. The cutting of the 60th birthday cake of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu featured him and his wife in the midst of governors of Eastern Control States and some other dignitaries. Thereafter, there was a long session of photo opportunities with a wide array of well-wishers. The grand event ended on a dancing note, as was Sue and De Marshall, K1 the Ultimate, and other musicians performed.
Aṣíwájú
Thursday, 29th of March 2012, the birthday proper of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Musan Center in Onikon, Lagos, was venue of a dance drama written by Odia Efemo, acclaimed playwright, poet and activist, who was a private secretary to late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. The dance drama, which was produced by Felix Okolo, is titled Nigeria the Beautiful. The dance drama periscoped Nigeria from the colonial days to the struggle for independence and the subsequent over 35 years experience under the military. The play also looks at our country's missed opportunities in our 13 years unbroken democratic experience with no clear-cut change in the life of majority of Nigerians. The dance drama, which is a perfect blend of music from various parts of the country to succinctly drive home the message, featured a very dynamic and creative crop of artists who displayed outstanding performance that kept the audience spellbound all through the play.
United government. How it sounds. Such an anachronism within His Majesty's domain.
Beg your pardon, Your Excellency.
I meant for them to be here, but no audience shall be extended to them now or in future. Before my next trek, they shall have to pack up their ramshackle government or whatever they call it, or they shall follow the examples of those insurgents in Sakwato.
That reminds me, Your Excellency, I have placed on your table the request of the princes of Sakwato for a courtesy call. I think they have learnt their lessons. They wish to make peace without any terms. Now that the emir has disowned the lot.
No, not even for them. Not even for them. I shall grant them no quarters, no audience, until the emir himself leads the obeisance to His Majesty.
But what shall I tell the Egba United government? They are here.
Have them dismissed. I don't intend to see them. Now call the protocol sergeant.
They are right here.
Now you shall be smart like well-trained officers of the crown. Salute the chiefs. Treat them with utmost civility befitting tribal potentates. Escort them and their talking drummer back to the border. Mark my word, back to the border.
They shall go back so offended and angered.
Just where I want them to be. They shall go back so offended, so angered, and I suppose they will do something stupid enough for which due punishment shall be exacted. Suffer from the disease of their race.
However, one actor stood out clearly as a hero of the night. Nisi George, an actor, dancer, writer, and director who began acting in the 80s, displayed absolute dexterity in competence and delivery in the multiple role he played in the play. He quite easily acquired for himself the richly deserving nickname of the State Marshal. At the end of the very entertaining dance drama, Nigeria the Beautiful, which has all the qualities of an international material, the celebrant, his wife, and all the dignitaries mounted the stage for photo and video opportunities. In his remarks, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu thanked most profusely Odia Efemo and Felix Okolo for honoring him with a world-class material, a gesture he said he will remember for a long time.
I thank you all, every one of you, from the bottom of my heart. And we have seen that the hope for transformation of our country is still there, is strongly alive. We still need to work hard at it. May God bless Nigeria and give us that stability and prosperity that we all long for. Thank you very, very much.
The Black Tie Dinner, which was the last of the series of activities put together to round off Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's 60th birthday celebration, lived up to the pre-event billing in all ramifications. The magnificent stage and the glittering ambience of the arena bore eloquent testimonies to the kind of occasion that was in the offing for dignitaries that night. A more detailed picture of what to expect that night began to unfold with the arrival of dignitaries for the event. That in itself was a separate story. The dignitaries who turned out preponderantly in the prescribed black attire took the whole affair to a different level, fashion-wise. On parade were different shades and styles of the black color. It was almost like a mild competition between both sexes in terms of who comes out most elegant and on point in appearance. The governors and other top-notch dignitaries were not left out of the competition. However, sitting pretty clearly on top of the pack was the birthday boy himself, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who beat all the guys to it. His ever-athletic figure on which his outfit sat so fittingly made him the star attraction of the night. Of course, whether in native or Western attire, the very beautiful wife of the celebrant, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is a winner any day. Her major weapon is that figure that every woman would pay anything to get. Our verdict is that the former first family of Lagos State for 8 years, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and his wife, were the clear winners fashion-wise. Now let's serve you more of the exquisite dressing that night as captured by Bisi Olajuwon's cameramen, 3 of them on duty that night. Some of the events at the Black Tie Dinner included a documentary that featured an interview with Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and others who spoke glowingly about him.
When I told them before that I'm about to join politics, I first of all confided in Pius Akinelore.
Okay. What did he say?
He was shocked.
Okay.
He thought I was crazy.
Okay. Of course.
When I went to Elijah to him, he said, you don't know politics?
What are you doing in it?
Rough, mud,
everything.
Rough,
everything bad.
Everything. Yeah. I went back to her and said, Mama, I will do.
And that was it?
And that was it. So Mobu now gave me 4 years leave of absence.
Wow.
If
it doesn't work out, you can come back.
Yes, I was not going to look back from that on.
Wow.
The Activist.
Tell me a little bit about what happened in between. What the struggles?
I believe I gave it all that I could give. Bold, determined to really free my country. That was clear. After the detention, after the punishment, I went on the ground again, continued the struggle. Then my house was attacked. My wife and 2 daughters were dumped in a jungle. They had to be rescued to show their way out of the country. So after they were moved, I became more restless and very determined to, regardless of what will happen.
The Governor.
When you look back over those 8 years, what would you say were the key achievements?
We were great examples of commitment to service, committed to our plan, and re-engineer the financial position of life.
Using your financial experience, bringing that back in to increase the revenue drive.
To start the base.
Yes.
Focus on the very, very few things. First of all, have we not find out and discover that you cannot succeed without electricity? Electricity is the most important discovery in humanity in the last 1,000 years. It's so critically important to the survival of a nation, the survival of citizens.
So electricity would be your #1 priority.
The husband.
Looking at your life, you know, there's your beautiful wife. I mean, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, she's been with you through thick and thin.
Yes.
Tell us about your relationship with her.
How did you guys meet?
Oh, look, that one. When I write my autobiography,
you're keeping that close to your chest.
Some secrets.
Some secrets.
But we met loving. She's a wonderful woman. Sincerely, great character. Very, very tolerant. The most valuable partner one can expect in the family life, and that is Olurabi Tinubu.
I love you on behalf of the children. God bless you.
We love you. We know you're 60, but to us you're still in your 40s. We wish you the best.
As you grow older, you have to look back and take it easy. God bless you, sir.
I look back now at when I was a 15-year-old boy, looking at a very, very bleak future, and my path and path crossing, and fast track 6 years from now, and I know where I am now, and all gratitude goes to you, sir.
My advice to you is that as you grow older now, you have to start to slow down, but I know this will be difficult for you. However, I'm sure that as you fight to enthrone true democracy in Nigeria, it is my prayer that God will grant you your heart's desires and wishes. I wish you many, many more happy years.
Wish you all the very best.
Ashwaju needed not be fearful. We will give him tutorial as to how we've succeeded in being senior citizens without blemish.
I wish you a lot of good health, a lot of energy, a lot of common sense, and a lot of everything, love and happiness.
God will always bless you.
There was also a quiz competition at the event, at which the first family of Lagos State, Mr. Babatunde Fashola and his wife, won and donated their prize money to a charity organization. There were special remarks at the black tie dinner, which included one from the Vice President of Ghana, who attended the event with his wife. In his remarks, he traced his relationship with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to some years ago. He said he was proud of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's contribution to the sustenance of democracy in Africa. He then presented him with a special gift.
I had the opportunity to receive him in Ghana last year when he came to collect his award, the Global Leadership Award, and he gave such a wonderful speech that it drew him a standing ovation. Now, what was clear in the speech is that Asiwaju is one of the breed of the kind of leadership that this continent is crying for.
Goodwill messages for the birthday boy came from President Goodluck Jonathan, former President Muhammadu Buhari, and Ibrahim Babangida. The major musical performance of the night featured the masked one, Lagbaja, in his first ever appearance with an ensemble made up strictly of Bata drummers, called them the Lagbaja Bata Battalions. The celebrant and his wife had a swell time dancing to Lagbaja's music. They were thereafter joined by other dignitaries as Lagbaja took his act to another level. The celebrant, his wife, and other dignitaries took part in the cutting of the birthday cake. The toast to Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's good health and continued progress was given by a close friend of his from Chicago in the United States, where the celebrant spent most of his time. From then on, the celebrant, his wife, and other friends, and indeed the entire audience, took part in non-stop dancing session with Mr. DJ totally in charge of proceedings.
By standing on the wall. In Chicago in the building. Tell me, how you gonna do it if you really don't wanna dance? By standing on the wall. Get your back up off the wall. I heard Harvard. Some of us in the West to get out of here. Come on man, get down on it, really want it. Get down on it, gotta feel it. Get down on it, down on it. Get down on it, come on man. Get down on it, baby, baby. Get down on it, get on it.
Event to finally round off all activities for Senator Bola Tinubu's 60th birthday celebration took place at this day dome at the Central Business District of Abuja on Monday, 2nd April 2012. This was put together by National Assembly members of Action Congress of Nigeria and friends and associates of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu from all parts of the country. The event was attended by the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Honorable Aminu Waziri Tambuwal. Congratulations, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu.
We're still slugging it out. The issue really is, conservatism against progressiveness. I will never ever stop being a progressive, and some conservatives will never stop being a conservative. So we have to just continue to battle until eventually we take power away from them, of course through a political process, through a democratic process, and then show this country why we have always been agitating for progressives to take over government, where our differences are with the ultra-conservatives, where our commitments are to the cause of the Talakawa, the ordinary downtrodden Nigerians we have always fought for. So that's the day we are waiting for. And I believe Tinubu and I and others like us will one day reach that peak. One day we'll arrive at that station, inshallah.
He's my boss. He's my master. He's my leader. Asiwaju of the universe. Jagamambogu. A man with a man's face but a woman's mind. Kind-hearted. I wish him all the best with his family and his amiable wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. That's my wish for them.
This man has come to this world to go and service humanity. I hope are now celebrating him. They are not celebrating Asiwaju, they are celebrating what Asiwaju stands for, and that is service to humanity. So I can't wish him much than to wish him good luck and long life.
At this point, when he has attained the diamond age, we want to pray that the Almighty God will grant him more wisdom in teaming up with government to provide the necessary palliatives and support
in making our country a nation, as dreamt by our forefathers.
Many more fruitful years on earth, many more active years on earth. In fact, we need Ashiwaju more than ever before. If every leader was like Ashiwaju, Nigeria would be a better place to live in. I'm proud, I'm happy, I'm privileged to be part of the ASEAN family, to be part of the Ashiwaju's positive influence, and I'm glad to say that Ashiwaju has played a major role in my political career today.
Describe Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I don't know where to start from. Are you going to talk about the staying power? Or we are going to talk the enigmatic attribute of his? You know, here is a man that has virtually become invisible. And when I say invisible, in all sense of it, right from his days in the Senate, he was as invisible as it is today. Then when we go to the Adeko era, I mean, it was to be exterminated. But in his crafty manner and with God's backing him, he was able to weather the storm. Then talk about his staying power in Lagos State. When the tsunami was coming in 2003, he was able to survive it all. And now, the greatest attribute of a leader, any given leader, is ability to replicate himself. You could see that he did not only reproduce himself in Lagos, he replicated himself in virtually all the states in the whole Western region and beyond.
Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu was only 6 years old in 1950 when her mother died at the age of 32 years. But her faith in God and help of people from everywhere has been the saving grace for her, ever still. Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu Ni Ereduba was able to finish her primary school education at the Anglican Girls' School, Broad Street, Lagos. Since she lost her mother at a tender age, and her father was far away in the United States of America, Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu lived simply at the mercy of the guardian angels God purposely planted to help her along the line. One of such women, among many others, was Chief Mrs. Modupe Cole, who lived in the Olonode area of Yaba, Lagos at the time. In 1957, she gained admission into St. Anne's School, Malete, Ibadan, where she also had the rare privilege of being nurtured by Papa and Mama Awolowo, and this brought her very close to the Awolowo family. Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu said she will forever relish the Awo legacy. In 1963, she went to Benin to holiday and got introduced to the family of George Amu, to whom she later became married. Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu was educated at the University of Ibadan in 1967. She was chosen to represent the institution in the Operation Crossroads Africa-America project. She was honored with the honorary citizen of Memphis State in the United States, and soon after that, she also was among the 10 students that went to France for a one-year study program. She came back to Nigeria in October 1968. Her marriage to Bishop George Amu, who she met in 1963, took place on December 14, 1968. Having graduated from the University of Ibadan, she began work at the Lagos City College in August 1969. The family's first child was a daughter, Gloria. She was born in 1969. In the same year, she bagged a first degree in French language. While in Warri, present-day Delta State, Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu and her husband went through the agony and trauma of the deadly sickness that threatened the life of Archbishop George Amu, which they eventually came over. Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu also had a stint with the Lagos State Ministry of Education and the Federal Ministry of Education. Here she made no friends. She was also at the Nigeria Educational Research and Development Council. The Good News Bible Church family, founded by her husband, Archbishop George Amu, came into the equation between 1994 and 2004, as she recollected. The first grandchild of the family, Gabriel, came soon after that, and there was justice. The caring role of Chief Chris Ogumbanjo, who is a brother to her late mother, is something she will remain eternally grateful for all her life. Indeed, she recalled with fond memories that Deaconess Ogumbanjo of blessed memories lavished a lot of love on her, filling in perfectly for her late mother. Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu ended her reminiscences and testimonies, which formed a major and special part of the program for her 70th birthday anniversary celebration, by paying glowing tribute to her husband, Archbishop George Amu, to whom she's been married with many successful children and grandchildren in the last 45 years. A special Thanksgiving service and reception tagged Celebration of the Excellence of God in the life of Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu featured a very impressive attendance of friends and associates of the Amu, Oredugba, and Ogumbanjo families from different strata of life. The event, which was very high on the rendition of spirit-filled music, also had the celebrant take the first reading from the scriptures.
God remembered my life, who redeemed my life, and is still redeeming my life from destruction, who crowned me with loving kindness and tender mercies, who is satisfying my mouth with good things, so that my youth is renewed like the eagles. The Lord executed righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. He made known his ways unto Moses, his acts unto the children of Israel. The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and plenteous in mercy.
This is followed by her opening remarks. Here she gave a lot of gratitude to God for making the day a reality against all odds. She extended her heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed in no small measure to our success in all fronts from the beginning to date.
My heart is full of praise and thanks to you for all your mercies to me. The good Christian life which my parents lived. I thank you for my husband, my children, my grandchildren, my families, and sincere friends. I thank you for your guidance, protection, and the abundance of blessings which you shower on me from time to time. I thank you for peace which I enjoy in my home.
At this time, we thank for this family, the extended members of the celebrants family, brothers, sisters, uncles, nephews, children, and all who are gathered here to share the joy. Blessed are abundantly forever, and our brothers brother here. When we finish this celebration, may the Lord have to sing each other.
this special event, Reverend George Bako, who retired as the Director General of the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria in 1978, took the audience through the defining periods of the life of the celebrant, characterized in the main at each point by God's intervention, pointing out that it could only have taken a person with exceptional strength of character like the celebrant to have been able to turn adversity to prosperity. Reverend George Bako said there's a lot of lesson to be learned from the resilient and indomitable spirit and absolute trust and belief in God as demonstrated by the celebrant.
She was admitted to the University College Ibadan. She wanted to do classics. But again, God, in His infinite mercy, thought that no, you won't do classics, you will do French. But whilst she was pursuing French, she was taken out of many to represent Nigeria and the university in this Operation Crossroads, those of you who remember. And she went to the United States free of charge for 6 weeks or more. She came back, and then she was also given this scholarship to go abroad in France for about a year before she came back. These are rare opportunities which don't come to everybody. And it has come to her because God has always been with her.
The special Thanksgiving service and reception to celebrate Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu's 70th birthday anniversary featured the Thanksgiving session and the cutting of the birthday cake. Spiritual uplifting songs were delivered by the choir, while the police band also performed. Congratulations to Bishop Mrs. Modupe Omalaramu, alias Mother Righteous, for attaining the age of 70 in good health.
Those who are familiar with the story of evolution of fashion business in Nigeria know that the name Abba Balawiyo, in company with like-minded people, played a significant role in the nurturing and growth of what is now known as the Nigerian fashion industry. Her fashion outfit, Nabanella fashion, which was the vogue in the late 70s and 80s, did a great job of inculcating the love of the local fabrics in Nigerians. To further entrench the love of the local fabrics in Nigerians, fashion competitions were organized where designers showcased the different local fabrics in their stable. Therefore, it is correct to say that Alaja Abba Folawiyo with a few pathfinders were the ones who laid the foundation for the fashion industry in Nigeria. Today, the fashion industry in Nigeria has become a mega business, providing a lot of employment opportunities to Nigerians and contributing a sizable chunk to the economy through the export of our local fabrics to other countries of the world. How time flies! It's just like yesterday when the creme de la creme of the society gathered at the Onyiko Abayomi residence of the Baba Adini of Nigeria, Alhaji Yinka Iyonda Folawiyo, to celebrate the 60th birthday of his darling wife, Abba Folawiyo. Sadly, the ubiquitous, all-important presence of the philanthropist of all time, a man of God who served God with all his resources, the Baba Adini of the world, is conspicuously missing at the 70th birthday of his wife, Abba Folawiyo. However, the event, which coincided with the holy fasting of the Muslims, was attended by a large number of the friends and members of the Folawiyo family, who rallied a huge support for Alhaja Abba Folawiyo. Those in attendance included former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Governor Babatunde Fashola of Lagos State, Chief S.O.B. Babalola, Senator Ben Obi, President Goodluck Jonathan's advisor on inter-party affairs, Dr. Mrs. Doyin Abiola, Ogun State Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, who was a close friend of the son of the celebrant, Segun Awolowo, represented Governor Ibikunle Amosu at the prayers, which was conducted by Muslim clerics. Mr. Tunde Folawiyo, the eldest son of the Baba Adini, gave the vote of thanks. After the prayers, more dignitaries defied the heavy downpour in Lagos that day to register their felicitations with the 70-years-old young celebrant and grandmother of Nigerian fashion, Princess Alhaja Abba Folawiyo. The photographers and cameramen on hand had a few days taking the photographs of the celebrant with a different set of friends. The evening of the same day, Sunday the 22nd of July, amidst the rain, more and more guests joined the celebrants to break the Muslim fast and share camaraderie. This included Sir Molade Okoya Thomas, Chief Segun Oshoba, Obong Victor Atta, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, Mrs. Maiden Ibru, Ambassador Fowora and wife, and a host of others who took turns for a photo session with the celebrant. The high point of the event was the cutting of the birthday cake, which was conducted by Sir Molade Okoya Thomas, as the celebrant, her son, Segun Awolowo, and other close family members shared the glorious moment.
Let us all spell Baba Didi.
The quiet, low-key celebration of the 70th birthday of Alaja Abba Folawiyo, which was due to the Ramadan fast, will surely give way to a big celebration that is deserving of the attainment of the platinum age. We shall keep you posted. Meanwhile, let's join the world in congratulating the birthday Amazon, whom we ask the Almighty Allah to continue to grant good health, prosperity of ideas, and wisdom. It has been universally acclaimed that the private sector is the integral arm that stimulates and galvanizes the economy of most countries of the world through various economic activities that create wealth and value-adding employment opportunities to the life of the people. In Nigeria, the Igbos of the Southeast extraction are undisputedly regarded as the leading entrepreneurs whose business enterprises are aggregately playing a catalytic role in boosting the economic fortunes of the country. Among the Igbos in the southeast, those from Nnewi play a dominant role in the contribution to the growth of Nigeria's economy. One of such illustrious sons of Nnewi origin is Chief Dr. Cletus Ibeto, OON, who sits atop a very flourishing business conglomerate, acclaimed as the largest trading and manufacturing business enterprise in the southeastern part of Nigeria. Chief Cletus Ibeto, who began very early in life as a spare parts dealer, an importer of automotive batteries and plastic motor accessories, completed his factory in 1995, which now makes the Ibeto Group one of the largest auto spare parts manufacturing outfits in the country today. Chief Dr. Cletus Ibeto established the Ibeto Petrochemical Industries Limited in 1996. The company, which has the largest liquefied storage facilities for petroleum products in Nigeria, is engaged in the blending of oil lubricants and the production of various types of petroleum products for local and international markets. The Ibeto Group owns and operates Ibeto Cement Company with a purpose-built jetty, the biggest in the West African sub-region, projected to be producing on completion over 5 million tons of cement. Indeed, Chief Dr. Cletus Ibeto's contribution to the development of Nigeria was recognized at the last National Honors Award ceremony when President Goodluck Jonathan conferred on him the National Award of the Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON. Chief Dr. Cletus Ibeto, who celebrated his 60th birthday recently, played host to the cream of the society, made up of his friends, business associates, family members, and other dignitaries who came from as far afield as other parts of the world. This was at the occasion of his traditional marriage, what the Igbos call Ibankwai, at Umunze in Anambra State, the hometown of the beautiful wife, Mrs. Ifenwa Okwala. The multi-legged events began at the hometown of his beautiful wife, Ifenwa Okwala. The delectably beautiful bride began the preparation for the great day with the makeover and beauty therapy to make her look her most radiant and elegant on a day when nothing was spared by her husband, the Prince Charming, Dr. Ibeto, to present her to the entire world as indeed the most beautiful creature ever to be created. Of course, with the best hand in the makeover and beauty therapy business handling that aspect, the bride of the moment was before too long transformed into a queenly state as her Prince Charming, Dr. Cletus Ibeto, doted over her
making sure that everything was in place. BOS video and cameramen had a few days capturing the bride and the groom as they posed in different forms to show the world what a perfect match they both are for each other in virtually all departments. Augustina Ifeanyiwa Ibeto, ni Okwala, was born in Obodo, Cross River State of Nigeria, where she had her elementary, secondary, and tertiary education at the University of Calabar. Augustina Ifeanyiwa Ibeto met Chief Dr. Cletus Madubugu Ibeto at the Holy Trinity Church, Enugu, where she was an active chorister. It was at one of those church services where Ifeanyiwa was picked out to sing, where she impressed Chief Ibeto and others with a brilliant soprano performance.
We're on a team now, we're on a team now, we're on a team now, we're on a team now.
The Okwalas in Umunse, where an elaborate arrangement had been made for the traditional marriage. The event, which took place on the expansive field in Umunse, saw the families of the groom from Nnewi and the bride from Umunse, both in Anambra State, in great reunion as traditional music held sway. Chief Dr. Cletus Ibeto, his friends and family members, had behaved like good and dependable in-laws that they are to court the friendship of the Okwalas and warm their way into their mind, with everyone dancing and singing heartily. The bride, Mrs. Ifeanyiwa Ibeto, in company of her beautiful friends, danced into the arena, urged on by the inimitable high-life sound of Morocco Madoka. Her mission to greet her husband and all those who accompany him, as well as her family members. At this stage, the bride took the palm wine round the arena in search of her husband in the crowd. She then presented the palm wine to formally announce the presence of her husband to her family. The groom, Chief Dr. Cletus Ibeto, followed her to her parents, where, as tradition demands, the groom makes some cash donations amidst merrymaking. royal reception for the Grand Ibeto Opala traditional marriage extravaganza brought a lot of dignitaries to Umunze town in Anambra State. The governors of Anambra and Imo states, members of the National Assembly and other top-flight personalities also had in attendance some of the leading musicians in the gospel and secular music genres who are in top demand in the southeastern part of Nigeria. These include Chioma Jesus, Morocco Maduka, and others. The musical acts treated the dignitaries to a very enjoyable time at the event. The highlight of the reception was exchange of congratulatory pleasantries by the different dignitaries with the groom, Chief Ibeto, and his beautiful wife, Mrs. Ifenwa Ibeto. To round off the traditional marriage, Ibankwai, between Chief Dr. Cletus Ibeto and Mrs. Ifenwa Ibeto, there was a special Thanksgiving service which took place at the St. Peter and Paul Catholic Church in Nnewi, Anambra State on Sunday, 16th December 2012. The church service, which was well attended, featured in the main different special renditions by the choir of the church to spiritually fortify the marriage. It is important to state here that Mrs. Ifenwa Ibeto met her husband, Dr. Cletus Ibeto, at a church service where her sonorous voice as a member of the choir of that church attracted the attention of Dr. Cletus Ibeto. That was the beginning of a story that has completely redefined marriage, where a 60-year-old very successful entrepreneur enters into a fresh marriage contract with someone he has decided to live the rest of his life with. The clergyman who officiated at the service congratulated the couple and advised them to live in the way of the Lord. The man of God said, with the pedigree, fear of God, and benevolent disposition of Dr. Cletus Ibeto towards everyone, the wife should be doubly assured of the kind of home she is entering into. The Thanksgiving session featured a long-drawn period of singing and dancing as family members, friends, and other dignitaries rejoiced with the Ibeto and Opala families. a special interview with the Bisi Olatile show crew, the bride and groom spoke extensively about the exciting love life, from which a lot of lessons can be learnt by all.
I met him in the church. I used as Holy Trinity in Enugu. Yes, I used to be a chorister.
You sing?
Yeah, I sing soprano. I sing soprano. So I was picked out on a Sunday out of where I was singing. So that was when I knew him. Wow, it has been a very wonderful time. I knew him up to almost 4 years now. Yeah, and all these years I'm so blessed. I've been so happy. I couldn't ask God for any other thing. He's a loving man. He's a loving man. I really love and appreciate him for that, because he treats me like a princess. So
I see from the face of my wife that she's a pretty girl. Okay, the attraction is actually first to her beauty, the smiles on her face, her white teeth, and then I approached her to know what is in her heart. Of course, I did not know that very day. But as time goes on, when we're chatting and interacting, then I came to know that she's a girl, that will make a good home. I'm 60 years old, and people say that I look 40. How did I come to look like that? It's from the girl. She makes me feel as if I'm 20 years old. Okay? So it reflects on my body, it reflects on my face, and also in my character.
It's hearty congratulations to Chief Dr. Cletus Ibeto and his beautiful wife, Mrs. Ifeyiwa Ibeto.
For family members, friends, associates, and well-wishers of the consummate politician, renowned scholar, and lately, man of God, Chief Dr. Austin Noyelem Izagbo, April 14th, 2012 will ever remain a memorable day. This is because, on that day, Chief Izagbo made a two-pronged out. He celebrated his 60th birthday anniversary and presented a book titled Rebranding Nigeria, Leadership and National Image Project. The well-attended birthday anniversary and book presentation to celebrate Chief Austin Noyelem Izagbo at 60, which was held at the Civic Center, Victoria Island, Lagos, was a very colorful event that had the very cream of the society in attendance. Business moguls, politicians, top public servants, captains of industry, members of the diplomatic community, and so on. Guests came from within and outside the shores of the country. The event witnessed a parade of gorgeously dressed beauty queens, including Miss Nigeria, L.K. Ebute Lawson, as well as star actresses who turned up in highly ornamented outfits that electrified the atmosphere. The celebrant, who was in a very elated mood, went round with his very beautiful wife, Pastor Mrs. Izagbo, to greet all who had come to celebrate with him. The high society event came with all the works and had in attendance aid broadcaster and singing sensation Onyeka Onwenu. The book for presentation, titled Rebranding Nigeria, Leadership and National Image Project, is part of a Change Nigeria series. The occasion was formally kicked off following a mind-blowing performance by a live band. The celebrant, Chief Austin Izagbo, was described by the chairman of the occasion, the Honorable Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Elder Orubebe, in very glowing terms. Apparently touched by the forthrightness of the celebrant, Elder Orubebe reeled out the endearing qualities of Dr. Izagbo. He also added that the celebrant has given his life to God and is currently a pastor who spends quality time serving the kingdom and praying for his beloved country. Of the insightful book written by the celebrant, titled Rebranding Nigeria, Leadership and National Image Project, Elder Orubebe added that the celebrant was fearless in writing critically on issues that are considered sensitive and which border on national rebranding and development. He maintained that the author, Dr. Izagbo, had done the right thing at the right time. He thanked Dr. Izagbo for joining hands with the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, to transform the country by coming up with such a wonderful book so that we can move forward. He finally described the celebrant as humble and a gift to the nation. The book for presentation, Rebranding Nigeria, Leadership and National Image Project by Chief Dr. Izagbo, was reviewed by a broadcaster par excellence, rare talent and award-winning creative mind, Chief Peter Igo, DG of National Lottery Regulatory Commission. Chief Eagle pointed out that the book is simplified with various chapters treating the subjects of leadership and national rebranding. This was followed by the book presentation, with guests launching copies of the invaluable work.
I want to especially congratulate my uncle, my brother, the man I love sincerely from my bottom of my heart, a man that never gives up, a man that has a very full focus. I want to encourage you for your good work. And for these three people I've mentioned, my brothers, sisters that I've seen here today, I will support this project with a sum of 5 million.
It's a man that is given to recognizing people. He has a knack for recognizing talent very early when nobody can see it. And that was because exposure I had into power, leadership, and respect for mankind and public-spirited individual. So, on behalf of the urban ones, I want to get 8,000 copies to donate around schools in Delta State. I wish 8,000 copies can go round.
I'm happy to be here, first of all, to honor a friend who was my state chairman of NRC in Delta State. I am going to launch just a copy for 100,000.
In his remarks, the visibly elated celebrant, Chief Dr. Izagbo, thanked all for celebrating with him on the occasion of his 60th birthday anniversary and book presentation.
My mentor, my big brother, my friend, the chairman of the day, my own brother, my own friend, a worthy companion, a relationship spanning over 34 years in politics has just been celebrated today. I thank you, sir. Book reviewer, cerebral, Mr. Peter Igo. Nigeria has not had the last of you, and I personally cannot wait until you return to the very top that group that made you. I thank you for coming, sir. If you ask me how I feel at age 60, I would say I do not feel anything different the way I feel today from the way I felt at 50 or 40. Age is a number. The difference between today and all previous days is that my goodwill has been tested and I'm satisfied that I have friends and friends indeed. There will be no better answer than what you have given me today. I thank you. I thank you all. I greet you all. I salute you all. You have made me taller. You have made me fatter. You have made me greater. You have made me a better man than I am. Thank you very much.
There was the cutting of the birthday anniversary cake. At this instance, Chief Dr. Izakbo was joined by his very beautiful wife and their lovely children. The chairman of the occasion, Elder Orubebe, special guest of honor, retired Air Commodore Ibrahim Gamas, Chief Peter Ego, and a host of others who also posed for a photo session. Of the management of BOS, we wish the kind-hearted and indefatigable Chief Dr. Austin Noyalem Izakbo a happy birthday and many more years of fruitful life as he goes ahead contributing to mankind and national development.
People-oriented governor of Akwa Ibom State, Governor Godswill Akpabio, whose flair and dedication to the welfare of the common man has engendered an upsurge in the standard of living of the people of Akwa Ibom and has well recorded mammoth infrastructural transformation in the state, was gracefully inducted into the Golden Age Fellowship in good health and sound mind. Folds of prayers and goodwill messages poured in torrents from the people of the states to the governor in celebration of his 50th birthday anniversary as they relished his execution of huge infrastructural projects in forms of asphalted road networks, construction of bridges, housing schemes, creation of job opportunities, schools, the provision of healthcare facilities, and a host of other social amenities which are now commonplace phenomenon in all the nooks and crannies of the state. Governor Godswill Akpabio's developmental stance and strides in Akwa Ibom have bequeathed unprecedented change and humongous economic growth on the state, which has raised the profile of Akwa Ibom as a frontline state of reference among other states in Nigeria. The attendance at the event was a replica of our hallowed National Assembly, as all the geographical sections of the country were adequately represented. The convergence of Nigerians of diverse calling, top-class politicians, business magnates, and those who call the shots in their various spheres of endeavors gave an eloquent testimony to the place Governor Godswill Akpabio savors in the hearts of Nigerians, regardless of their social, political, and ethnic leanings. At the Thanksgiving service held at Methodist Church of Nigeria in respect of the 50th birthday anniversary of the amiable governor, solemn praise and worship tunes, borne and echoed by ethereal voices of the choir, permitted the air, while everyone in attendance did not spare the opportunity to express their emotions as they swung to the glory of the Almighty God on behalf of the #1 citizen of the state. In a soul-penetrating sermon, the officiating minister revealed and as well impressed on the minds of the congregation the need to reflect the fear of God in all our lives as we count our days and apply our hearts to wisdom, given the fact that this life is not all there is. As he churned out the divine messages in beats, the man of God commended Governor Akpabio for his success in transforming the state into a model in the country. The minister prayed for the celebrant, his family, and indeed everyone there present, for God to grant them more years and prosperity on the face of the earth.
Governor Akpabio is a lucky man. Daily, I can't say this, you are not converting your pastor to Methodism. You are doing this because he's a friend of Methodists. That's what we are doing. It is to acknowledge his contribution to God and humanity. That's one of us. When you see our vision, you see it. To serve God and humanity. Their word is an incentive to serve God through humanity. It's just an encouragement for him to do more.
Governor Godswill Akpabio's selfless service to humanity, the success of his administration in bringing the dividend of democracy coupled with good leadership home to his people of Akwa Ibom State, and his dedication to God, selected him and his wife for the investiture of the knighthood of the Methodist Church of Nigeria by His Eminence, the Prelate of Methodist Church of Nigeria, Dr. Sunday Ola Makinde, marking his 50th birthday anniversary celebration.
By the power conferred on me by the Methodist Church Nigeria, I now declare you His Excellency, Sir, before anything, Sir, Dr. Godwin Akpabio, AKW, CUN, This Bible is presented to you to mark your government as a lady.
Governor Godswill Akpabio expressed his appreciation to the church for the honor and thanked his wife, whom he said had played significant roles in his maintaining a true Christian life and has been the pillar of prayers in the family.
But I want to thank the church. Continue to pray for me. It is not over. 2015 is coming. I started with God, let us end with God. And I know that the way you are honor me, God will honor you. But you are praying to keep me alive, God will also keep you alive. We will end together in glory. And from here, the woman will prevail Nigeria.
The church service and Thanksgiving phase of the 50th birthday anniversary of Governor Godswill Akpabio of Akwa Ibom State was wrapped up with a lot of singing and energetic dancing that saw both young and old participate with enormous zest as they radiated in the felicitation and spur of the beats. There was also an interdenominational service at the government house which was presided over by Dr. Sunday Mbang, former prelate of the Methodist Church of Nigeria and president of Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN. One of the highlights of the interdenominational service was a special rendition performed by the children of the celebrant for their beloved father. The celebrant, Governor Godswill Akpabio, could not have wished for more as the occasion of his 50th birthday anniversary celebration dinner held at Ibom Hotel and Resort literally recorded what will go down in history as the most geographically balanced attendance of the high flyers of the Nigerian social, political and entertainment scenes. The opulently adorned arena brimmed with an array of colorfully accessorized guests, accompanied by their beautiful and gorgeous wives who kept ambling in the arena like forever. It was an assemblage of premium stature personalities from across the country and beyond. The solid profusion of entertainment, both cultural and contemporary, supplied by the cream of Nigerian artists and performers, which came in diverse forms and genres, gave the event a rare plumage of gratification and a convivial ambience which will linger indefinitely in the minds of all the guests. Kukere Kruna, Yaya, Star Plus, Yemi Sachs, Helen Paul, and a host of other well-seasoned talents put in their best to make the occasion an exceptionally memorable Golden Jubilee birthday anniversary. Special attraction of the night included presentation to the celebrant by old students of his alma mater, Federal Government College of Port Harcourt. Governor Akpabio's colleagues at the law school class of 1988 and 4 of the past governors of Akwa Ibom State also made special presentation to the celebrants. The cake cutting exercise was conducted by former Minister Chief Don Etiebit and followed by the toast, to which all the guests clinked their glasses. The birthday boy was pondered to the toast, after which a string of performances brought the high-octane dinner to a fitting climax. The final leg of the Akpabio at 50 extravaganza was the lecture on the relevance of good governance to the growth of democracy, which was brilliantly delivered by lawyer-turned-politician, Minister Emeritus, and currently Nigeria's High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador Ojo Madrikwe. The well-attended lecture was chaired by a retired Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Alpha Belgore. There were goodwill messages from the Governor of Edo State and Ondo State, former Senate President, Senator Ken Nnamani, Governor Ibrahim Dakwambo of Gombe State, Professor Dora Akunyili, former Sports Minister and Governor of Katsina State, retired Colonel Abdulmumuni Aminu, and a representative of the Iowa Consultative Forum.
We must return to a commitment to merit as the organizing principle and the sustenance. In the case of Akwa Ibom, that's already on, we should continue with it. I also advise that the sustenance of the legendary Akwa Ibom spirit of hospitality to strangers will continue to guarantee investment from outside the state. The continued prosperity of Akwa Ibom State and its status as a modern Nigerian state rests on 2 major pillars. One is leadership, which is the theme of my remarks. And the other one is governance, which is the other theme of my remarks. Please turn around and say am more afraid of an army of 100 sheep led by a lion than an army of 100 lions led by a sheep. Happy birthday, the lion of Akwa, Governor Goslin Akpabio, and the lovely wife, my own very dear sister, Chief Mrs. Ikaite Uloma Akpabio, the lioness of Akwa.
Nigeria is such a great country. We don't realize it. The problems we went through over the years, if it had afflicted another country, that country would have disappeared as a country. Sometimes we believe we're not moving fast enough. But those of us that grew up in Nigeria and have visited so many parts of the country, we know that we are progressing, but not at the pace that we want. A lot of instability caused not necessarily or initially by Nigerians, but for those who are envious, those countries that are envious of what Nigeria could be. I thank you for inviting me. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa.
I want to congratulate you for what you have achieved at 50. Because really, it is not the number 50 that is important. It's what you have been so able to accomplish under a pace of 50 years. I think you, your wife, and your lovely children have every reason to be proud of your family name, Gospel Akpabio. Since 1999, and it is now almost 30 years, in clear breach of the letter and the spirit of the Constitution, the revenue allocation formula has not been revisited. It has to be done. It has to be done so that I have no money to deliver road, water, electricity, and even in this day we have the resources to transform our Asian capital to a digital capital. For his life, I thank God for people who are quite on stage. I congratulate him again and urge you, do not relent. Do not relent. Thank you very much. Akwa Ibom government is moving. So we should continue to pray for him, his wife, the people in his government, the government itself, and the entire people of Akwa Ibom State. Thank you.
The response by the celebrants brought the intellectually stimulating lecture to an end. Its hearty congratulations to Governor Godswill Akpabio on his Golden Jubilee anniversary.
It's only through democracy that we can have the other personalities that we have had here today. Every state of this nation must use binoculars to bring out people who can change this nation. And we are celebrating love. We are celebrating love, the only true love that we can have through unity. I want to thank all of you for all that you know. And I know is that I love my people. And I love my people.
In every civilized clime in the world, democracy should provide a veritable platform for those at the helms of leadership at every strata to be closer to the people in order to be able to feel their pulse, appraise their mindset, and generally level up with them. That way, they get a feel of a sense of belonging that they are regarded as an important part of the society. One of the ways the Babatunde Fashola administration has been bonding with Lagosians at close quarters in the last 5 years is through people-oriented programs like the Heritage Festival. The Black Heritage Festival, which is now in its 3rd year, celebrates the culture of Lagos State people in every facet. The Black Heritage Festival is about the people of Lagos State who hold their culture very dearly and in the highest esteem. To quote Mr. Tunde Fashina, the chairman of the Lagos Carnival Beauty Pageant Committee, in his welcome remarks during the Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant Finals competition at Eco Hotel in Lagos recently. Indeed, Lagosians take a lot of pride in coming together to celebrate as a people and showcase and display the much diversified culture of Lagos people, which Lagosians and the teeming 18 million residents of the state of aquatic splendor savor with a lot of joy. The Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant, which has always been an integral part of the Black Heritage Festival, introduced a lot of welcome innovations which enriched the competition and raised the stakes of participation this year. The pageant this year was an admixture of the tradition akin to Lagos people and Western culture. All the contestants were referred to as Agbeke, which means a special jewel of treasure to be handled with tender care in Yoruba language. This is supposed to encapsulate all the qualities of beauty, poise, wit, and general courage of each contestant, which will form the sum total of the different areas in which the judges will appraise them. In terms of organization and concept, this year's Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012, tagged Agbeke Eko, stands out clearly in a very special class of its own. Before the contestants were finally pruned down to the final 10 standing at the finals, they have taken part in a series of training programs to brush and tune them up for the competition. This included speech therapy, table etiquette, poise and carriage, exercises, what to wear and how to dress, and general comportment in public. This is intended to make all those who pass through the competition wholesomely civilized, cultured and refined in the behavioral pattern in society. That's a priceless gift each one of the contestants would have taken away by simply participating in the Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012 at Eko. In the way the contestants introduced one another, the richness of the Yoruba language was further demonstrated as they went deep down traditional to reel out in a matter of incantations, which they recited with effortless ease, the names of their families and other important details about their ancestral backgrounds. Their pet names, or what the Yorubas call Oriki, were also signposted. That, by any standard, was an ingenious display of the Yoruba tradition.
I am the combination of beauty with brains. I am Agbeke, ọmọ arọ́tíwẹ̀ bí òjò, ọmọ ẹyẹ mi ní ṣáṣá lóje ilé, ọmọ elékìtì mọ̀pẹ̀, ìkìlọ̀ ẹni bá gbé mi, ó ṣe dandan kó kẹ́ mi.
The Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012 also had the contestants engage collectively in what was termed the welcome dance, again strictly traditional. Thereafter, a documentary of the different outings and training sessions the contestants took part in the build-up to the grand finale, was aired at the event. This gave the audience and even the judges the opportunity to better appraise the strength and weakness of most of the contestants. The contestants first appeared in smart casuals, Questions were fired at them by the judges, which they provided answers to one after the other.
My name is Lawa Oliwande. I'm 21 years old, and my flower carnival name is Orchid. I represent the carnival group Locomotion.
Could you name the 5 divisions of Lagos State?
Thank you very much. The 5 divisions of Lagos State are Ikeja, Badagry, Ikorodu, Lagos, and Epe. Thank you very much.
My name is Adewi Adenike. I'm 23 years old. I'm representing Isolo Group. My flower name is Carnation. Carnation is an herbaceous perennial plant. They're sweetly scented, and we also have them in different colors. Red represents admiration, while pink becomes the symbol of mothers' affection towards their children. And as we all know, carnation is not just a flower, but the one that has affected people's emotions and feelings. Thank you.
I would like to know who your role model is and why.
My role model is God Almighty. And if I will say again, I will say my dad is also my role model. Why? Because he has been my source of inspiration, and he has helped me in a lot of ways I can't even express myself.
My name is Okunuga Olasungolu Wakemi. I'm a 400-level student of Olabisi Onabanjo University, studying microbiology. My carnival flower is dandelion. Dandelion also means lion's tooth. Thank you.
What are the Lagos State colors, and what does each color represent?
Thank you very much. Lagos State's colors are yellow, green, blue, and red. Yellow stands for transportation, blue stands for aquatic splendor, green stands for agriculture, and red for commerce. Thank you.
To spice up the event, Nice was on duty to entertain the gathering with his Tear Leather album.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, onto the stage, performing the musician known simply as Nice.
Again, the contestants hit the stage one after the other in traditional garbs, looking so radiant and gracious. Of course, they had more questions to tackle.
Good evening, everyone. My carnival name is Rose.
Could you name 5 landmarks in the state of Lagos?
Yes, thank you. We have the City Hall. We have the first missionary grave in Badagry. We have the vacated slave market in Badagry. We have the point of no return in Badagry. And we also have the Madam Tinubu Square in Lagos. My flower name is Magnolia. Thank you.
You look really gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
Can you describe you to the audience? Who are you?
I would say I'm a very enthusiastic person. Whatever I set my mind to do, I do it. I'm very goal achieving. I'm down to earth, very friendly, and I'm spontaneous. And I have a weakness for kids, but generally I would say I'm strong. Thank you.
The Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012, Agbekeriku, became more exciting as more entertainment took center stage to enliven the atmosphere and put the audience in the right frame of mind. and final outing, the contestants who looked dazzling and vivacious turned out in their evening gowns. The eagle eyes of the judges and the audience were at work, because aside from the performance of each contestant in question, an answer session, poise, carriage, comportment, and the power of elocution will also be considered before arriving at the one person that will wear the most coveted crown of the Lagos Carnival Queen for the next 12 months. The competition had begun to reach a crescendo at this point, with contestants trying in every way possible to outwit one another with the audience at the edge of their seats. The questions asked revolved around general knowledge of Lagos State in all its ramifications.
My flower name is Orchid.
Who is the Lagos State Commissioner for Tourism and Intergovernmental Relations?
Thank you very much, Ma. The Lagos State Commissioner for Tourism and Intergovernmental Relations is Honorable Disu Holloway. My flower name is Dandelion.
Dandelion. What is the name of the current Lagos State Carnival Queen?
Miss Adesheyi Adetayo.
The remark of the special guest of honor was presented by the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Honorable Adejoke Orelope Adefulire, who filled in perfectly for the wife of Lagos State Governor, Mrs. Abimbola Fashola.
Today, let me welcome you on behalf of your Governor, His Excellency Mr. Obatunde Raji Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And to let you know that this is the beginning of the event. As government, what we try to do is to promote Lagos, of course, to develop our youth. I'm sure you love what you are seeing tonight. I said to them when they came to me that each of them will have to develop another 10 ladies, making a total of 100 ladies to be developed for the purpose of this event. I'm impressed with what I saw tonight. The winner of today is going to work in my office directly. I thank you for coming. God bless you.
The Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012 paraded judges with reputable pedigree and expertise in the beauty pageant business. They included Mr. Guy Mori-Bruce, Vice President Silverbird Group, pioneers in the beauty pageant business in Nigeria, Mrs. Fumi Ajila Ladiko, CEO of Regalia Fashion, a trailblazer in the fashion pageant enterprise, supported by Dr. Dolapo Badru, Special Advisor on Youth, Sports and Social Development to Governor Fashola, and Mrs. Lolade Aino of Lagbos Asset Management. The sponsors of the event, MTN, EcoBank, and Eco Hotel, also had their representatives on the judges list. The announcement of the final result was done by Mr. Guy Mori-Bruce, Vice President Silverbird Organization. The second runner-up, the second princess, as the organizers called it, went away with the prize money of 750,000 naira. The first princess got 1 million naira only. The queen won the sum of 2.5 million naira and a brand new carrier car.
Please welcome on stage the second runner-up, Miss Gardenia. First runner-up of the title, Lagos State Carnival Queen, Miss Magnolia. And winner, Orchid.
The event ended with the crowning of the new Lagos Carnival Queen by the former queen. The new queen addressed the gathering in her capacity as the new face of Lagos Carnival Pageant 2012 for the next 12 months.
Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see?
First of all, I'm very grateful to God, because without him, nothing is possible. I want to thank the Lagos State government in general, Governor Raji Babatunde Fashola, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you to everybody who believed in me, even when I thought that I was the shortest of all the contestants, and I actually began to lose hope in myself. But I thank God for this opportunity, and Locomotion, this is for you.
It's indeed heartwarming to know that beauty pageantry is being taken more seriously these days, with a lot of value-adding programs and incentives to both the participant and those watching on the spot or after the event. We hope this will permeate down the line. The Lagos State Water Regatta is a water-based cultural, sporting and recreational activity organized to showcase diverse functions of the boat as used in the olden days. The highlight of the 2012 edition of the Lagos Water Regatta, christened Celebrating Aquatic Splendor, were a parade of decorated floats on the creeks. Large fishing boats, barges, and other marine vessels adorn the lagoon to depict the social, cultural, traditional folklores and occupational aspects of the people of Lagos State. There was also the paddled canoe racing competition, which involved the 57 local government councils in Lagos State. The swimming competition across the Karis Creek was also a part of the side attractions. Another side attraction at this year's boat regatta was when members of the boat club joined Governor Fashola's entourage for a tourage of the regatta routes. The chairman of the planning committee of this year's Lagos Water Regatta, Engineer Olusegun Jawando, MFR, in his opening remarks, properly situated the event with a detailed background. From then on, in quick succession, all the events slated for the competition were observed, beginning with the swimming competition, rowing race, kayak race, power boats display, the traditional boat regatta sea school display. All this culminated in the prize-giving ceremony.
the queen. I'll buy you diamond rings. I swear my baby, I'll say no be that. I love to hear you laugh and watch you smile. I'll give you all the finest things in life. You are the angel of my life. You know me for my life. I love my baby, that's my baby. I will sit my baby back. Hold my baby back. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby, that's my baby. I will sit my baby back. Hold my baby back. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby. Oh, 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 oh. That's my baby. I love my baby. Oh, oh, oh. That's my baby. I swear to you, you know that you know. Why you live in my head and you know. I dream about you when I'm sleeping, and you are the air I'm breathing. You are the moon of my life. I wanna fly, so I need to join. Love you till the day you die. You are the moon of my life. I wanna fly, so I need to join. Love you till the day you die. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby right. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby right. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby. Oh, 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 oh. That's my baby. I love my baby. Oh, oh, oh. That's my baby. I want to love my baby. I want to love my baby. I want to dance with my baby. I want to kiss my baby. I want to show my baby love. I want to love my baby. I want to dance with my baby.
Governor Babatunde Fashola's remarks ended the 2012 Lagos Water Regatta and the excitement that will linger on until the 2013 edition.
And if you have enjoyed what you have witnessed here today, I think the organizers, the chairman of the planning committee, the Ministry of Tourism, our sponsors, our participants, and everybody, including yourself, who have made this festival of all what you have made, deserve a truly big round of applause. Let me implore all of us to understand that the waterways that you see here represent a very big and generous asset of nature for our state. I want to implore all of you to join me, to join our government to protect these waterways. This is not a place to dump refuse. This is not a place to dump waste. But thank you for God bless you. Before we got
That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby tight. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby tight. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby tight. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby tight. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby.
The 2012 edition of the annual Lagos Black Heritage Festival, which began at the Freedom Park, Lagos, with poem recitals, drama presentations, and musical nights, featured prominent practitioners in Nigeria's theatre and entertainment industry, namely Jimmy Sholanke, Tunji Oyelano, and Odia Ofreiman, among others. The event dovetailed into the Lagos Water Regatta, where the strength and beauty of Lagos as a state of aquatic splendor was showcased as different sizes of canoes took part in an exciting competition on the Lagos Lagoon. The 2012 edition of the Lagos Black Heritage Festival also featured the competition for the new queen of the festival. The Lagos Black Heritage Festival came to a glorious and exciting end with the Lagos Carnival. It was indeed a kaleidoscope of beautiful colors that greeted Lagos streets on Easter Monday, 9th April 2012. The long procession that began from the Falamo end of Lagos right down to the Tafa Balewa Square was pumped up by musical performances with Lagosians from different strata and friends of the state savoring the beauty of the atmosphere. In attendance at the very colorful carnival, which attracts visitors, especially foreigners from different parts of the world yearly, were the chief host, Governor Babatunde Fashola of Lagos State, and his wife, as well as the Deputy Governor, Honorable Adejoke Orolope Adefuliwe, and Lagosians. The Minister of Culture and Tourism, Chief Adam Duke, also graced the event. The current rave of the Nigerian music scene, Wizkid, joined other musicians to perform at the Lagos Carnival. In his remarks at the event, Governor Fashola commended the organizers for the glaring improvement noticed in the packaging of the festival this year, but advised that they should seek further frontiers to even improve. Governor Fashola said, avenues such as the Lagos Carnival that brings people from different parts of the world together in one arena helps to forge better understanding among them, especially now that we operate in a globalized environment.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the great people of Lagos, the great youth of Lagos, the greatest of the greatest of the greatest youth, the greatest of 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 the greatest Lagos youth. We have indeed come to the end of the Lagos Carnival for year 2012. All of you have seen a call for show, Lagos at its glorious best. I congratulate all of you. Not long ago, we lived up to our rating as the fashion capital of Africa. All the costumes that you see here today were made by over 3,000 artisans. I am also sure that with a dedicated Ministry of Tourism, formulating policies, giving support, releasing energy, and harnessing the enthusiasm of the ever-dynamic Lagos youth, our journey to a new frontier of tourism economy has just begun. I thank you all for coming. I wish you a safe journey back to your homes.
See you at the 2013 Lagos Black Heritage Festival.
For this week was also at the City People Lifestyle Awards, which took place at the Balmoral Event Place in Oregon, Lagos. Somehow, the event did not parade most of the known faces in the showbiz industry. This time around, new faces of upcoming stars in the film industry and other aspects of the entertainment mix stole the show. The prying eyes of our camera lenses caught a number of these new stars on the block, which we'll present to you here. The publisher of City People magazine, Shea Kennedy, welcomed all the guests warmly to the event before the event proper took off.
On behalf of the Fashion and Style Agency, which is also one of the subsidiaries of City People, I welcome you to the 2012 Fashion and Beauty Awards, which also marks the 8th anniversary of the Fashion and Style Agency, which has today become the most authentic and largest circulating fashion magazine in Nigeria.
The highlight of the event was a fashion show that featured top models who strutted their stuff on the runway. They displayed with pride Nigeria's homegrown fabric, designed proudly by Nigerians. Awards are presented to some people who have contributed to the growth of the fashion and style industry over the years.
And I call you And then I ask you to do it again. Baby, baby, look at me. Touch you.
Music, which is an integral part of such events, was thick in the air, and parade with neon faces and others just cutting their teeth in the business of singing. The event ended with another fashion show. Again, the best of Nigerian fashion was on parade. We present this strictly for your eyes. Just around the corner, it is the time in the year when our thoughts turn appreciatively to those who have made us smile and also to give thanks to God. In the spirit of the season, on Sunday 30th of December 2012, the Madueke family played host to family, friends, colleagues, associates, and well-wishers as Nigeria's first female Minister of Petroleum Resources, Mrs. Desiani Alison Madueke, added another year. The main menu of the birthday celebration of Mrs. Desiani Alison Madueke tagged an evening with the Maduekes and friends, which was held at the Madueke Gardens, Lekki, Lagos, featured a potpourri of gospel music performances. The musical performances, with great artistic meanings, was used as a veritable tool to also remember the late wife of Admiral Alison Madueke, all Nigerian heroes and heroines past, and all the victims of the recent air crashes and other Nigerians who have lost their lives in unfortunate circumstances in the year 2012. Feel the strong presence of love in the air, which the season is all about. It was an evening of cozy music, sharing and caring as the Madueke family and friends joined their voices with the participating artists and musicians.
I will bless the Lord at all times. His grace shall continually be in my
Of the congressional hymn, O Come, O Ye Faithful, and the first musical performance by the Tenors Group, followed by that of one of Nigeria's finest music producers, Kobums Asukwo.
birthday celebration was also used as a motivational force to enthusiastically donate to charity. An evening with the Maduekes was not just a birthday celebration, it also doubled as a fundraising event for charity, with the proceeds to be given to a charity organization of choice for the welfare of disadvantaged women and children. Mrs. Desiree Alison Madueke was showered with the best show of love by all her loved ones.
Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Hurry down the chimney tonight. Hurry down the chimney tonight. Hurry, Santa.
In the tributes that followed, which was delivered by her children and stepchildren, who've all come to appreciate her as a worthy Amazon over the years, each and everyone together with the grandchildren paid glowing tributes to a mother in a million.
She is the ultimate strategist and multitasker extraordinaire. Many may consider her to be complicated, but really, her philosophy to life is very simple. She enjoys life and tries to make the most of every opportunity. She is giving and considers it a privilege to be able to share with others. She is thoughtful and never forgets to get a little something for everybody, both big and small.
Happy birthday, Mom G. God continue to bless you. You inspire me, you motivate me to be as the ultimate working woman, as the ultimate working mom. I have been blessed to have two mothers, one who gave me the foundation and building blocks on which I stand, and the other who instilled in me the boldness to dream big and the audacity to reach beyond my imagination.
I have to echo my older sisters in saying that you are in many ways God's answer to our prayers. Thank you for loving unconditionally, giving freely, and making sacrifices to be present at the most important times in our lives. You are a blessing, and I only pray that God will continue to shine His grace and mercy upon you for the rest of your days. Happy birthday.
Words cannot begin to explain how much you mean to me, Mundi. You came into my life when I was only a little boy, and a knuckle-headed one at that. And despite all the fights and the arguments, I have grown from the days where I couldn't be mistaken as a son from your own womb to the days when I will refer to as your husband. From where we're jogging to where we're in the airport, everywhere they look at me and say, "Is that your wife?" I say, "No, it's my mother." I have become the young man I am today, thanks to your constant guidance and your wise counsel. You are a true woman of principle, a caring mother, and a good friend. I am proud to call you my mom. You deserve to be honored and thanked for all your hard work and tirelessness. On this day, all I have to say to you is congratulations.
Jamdi, today we celebrate a virtuous woman, a woman I have grown to truly love and just respect as a person. About 13 years ago, when I first met you, to this very day, I've never met another person who combines elegance perfectly with intelligence, hard work, and swag. You are indeed one in a million, and I thank God for bringing you into our lives. Happy birthday.
The Dignitaries that graced the evening with the Madukes and friends included the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Dele Joseph Ezoba, Pastor Troy Godalo, Sir ABC Ojiako, Barrister Grace Egbagbe, and the former Managing Director of the Union Bank of Nigeria PLC, Mrs. Funke Oshibodu, with her husband. And finally, it was time to cut the birthday cake, and this was done with the celebrant, Mrs. Desiani Alison Madueke, supported by her husband, retired Admiral Alison Madueke, children and grandchildren.
I would expect the cake to be cut. 4, 5, 6, 7. 8.3.
The celebrant glowed with smiles as shone brightly in the chandelier-lit garden as she moved with dignity and ease amidst guests exchanging pleasantries. That done, it was music, dance, and merriment all the way. We at Biscuit Communications wish Mrs. Desiani Alison Madueke many more years of accomplishments, good health, and sound mind.
I wish her very many more years, healthy years, and happy years with her family and at her job.
I say a very big congratulations to her. Wonderful event by the family and friends of Mrs. Desiani Alison Madueke.
My message to the celebrant is that I wish her many happy returns, a very, very long life. Let her continue to look beautiful and continue with the good work she's doing with the family.
Desiani Alison Madueke is an incredible woman. A woman who is a wife, an indefatigable mother, multi-talented role model, and an untiring carer for our children. I only wish her God's continued guidance.
The first child of the monarch of Okioneba and Commissioner for Special Duties in Ogun State, Dr. Prince Larry Tejosho, and his wife, Muji Tejosho, who incidentally is also the first child of billionaire businessman and mega industrialist Alhaji Razak Okoya, relished the joy of coming of age as their daughter, Wuraola Olubukola Jike, took the second step in her desire to finally seal a lifetime partnership with Ayotunde Aino, son of Justice Adeshola and Chief Mrs. Modupe Oguntade. The first part of the marriage procedures, which is the introduction that affords close members of both families the opportunity to know one another better, took place in Lagos in December last year. The engagement ceremony, which moves the union closer to the wedding proper, that took place at the Boxwood School, a kilometer to Abeokuta on Sunday 3rd of March 2013, attracted a select but quality audience, which included friends and family members of both families, especially the grandparents themselves, Oba Dr. Adedapo Tejosho CON, the Oshile Okioneba, and his beautiful Oloris, as well as Alhaji Razak Okoya and his wife, Alhaja Kudirat Olayinka Okoya, the bride's grandmother. Also in attendance were Chief Mrs. Shadi Okoya
and General Ikioma Chukwu wife. The former aspect of the ceremony, which took place inside one of the halls of Boxwood School, went through the normal routine of the formal request by members of the groom's family for the hand of the bride in marriage, as ably directed by the mistresses of ceremonies. The groom, his friends, and some close family members were taken to task about their mission in the home of the Tejo shows, to which he gave a convincing response, which gave him the green light to formally meet his parents-in-law and his own parents, who enveloped him with a lot of love, warmth, and attention. The grand arrival of the bride, Wuraola Olubukola Ajike, and her friends at the venue brought a totally new lease of life to the entire proceedings, as heavy traditional drumming, singing, and dancing took center stage. The beautiful bride was also received with a lot of warmth and happiness, with prayers all the way. The reception to wind up the engagement ceremony, which had a huge array of the friends, colleagues, family members, and well-wishers of the Tejo shows, Ainos, Okoyas, and Oguntane families, took place under a well-decorated arena, which was a kaleidoscope of the different variants of the colors chosen by the families. The event formally kicked off as the couple, Ayotunde and Wuraola, entered the arena gracefully, enjoying all the attention accorded them by the capacity audience. This included Governor Ibikunle Amosu and his wife, Chief Mrs. Olufunsho Amosu, the Speaker of Ogun State House of Assembly, the Secretary to the Government of Ogun State, and indeed a rich retinue of commissioners, special advisors, special assistants, and some other public office holders, who gave a very big support to the father of the bride, Dr. Lanre Tejosho, who is the Commissioner for Special Duties in Ogun State. The event, which was very precisely compared, began with the opening prayer rendered by Pastor Tunde Bakare of the Latter Rain Assembly. Chairman of the reception was Mr. Segun Awolowo, who was a long-standing friend of the father of the bride, Dr. Lanre Tejosho. He expressed his heartfelt appreciation to his friend for the honor done him. Mr. Segun Awolowo said that the foundation of the relationship between the Awolowo and Tejosho families, which himself and Dr. Lanre Tejosho, the bride's father, have built on over the years, was firmly laid by their great-grandparents, who wished the couple a successful married life.
This is just a dress rehearsal, but I just want to use the opportunity to say how thankful I am to the Lord for making this day possible. Lanre amongst us has always been like a trailblazer. He married first, he went into politics first, as a matter of fact. And but that is Larry for you. But the fact that we can come here this afternoon and I can see Rura in front of me, it's mind-blowing. I just thank God for this.
The cutting of the wedding cake featured a very long session of photo and video shoots as the couple and their parents took turns to snap with a lot of people. The couple hit the dance floor to sway to the music of the Sugar Band and later Sergio Peters. We hear that the wedding will be formally consummated in the United States. The Ebumawe of Agoiwe in Ogun State, Oba Abdulrazak Adishino Adenuba, recently rolled out the drums to mark the 10th anniversary of ascending the throne of his forefathers. The series of events lined up to celebrate the 1 decade of Oba Adenuba's peaceful reign as the Ebumawe of Agoiwe kicked off on Sunday, May 11th, 2014, with the royal father playing host to scores of his subjects and dignitaries from all parts of the world. This was at his expansive and magnificent palace in Agoiwe. The hosting no doubt clearly attested to Oba Adenuba's closeness and camaraderie with his people, who showered endless praises on him and prayed for more successful reign for decades to come. On Thursday, May 15, 2014, the royal father, as part of activities lined up to celebrate his 10th anniversary on the throne, conferred chieftaincy titles on deserving individuals who have distinguished themselves in their chosen careers. One of these personalities was the Iyaloja General of Nigeria, Chief Mrs. Folashade Tinubu, who was conferred with the title of Yeye Oloro of Agoiwe. Chief Mrs. Folashade Tinubu, who is the daughter of Nigeria's frontline politician, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, she was accompanied to the ceremony by her husband, Mr. Oyetunji Odo, a member of the House of Representatives from Ekiti State and chairman of the House Committee on Communications. Before decorating the Iyaloja of Nigeria with the insignia of her title, Oba Adenuba prayed for her to have the grace to continue to live up to the expectations of her new office. her response, Chief Mrs. Tinubu thanked Oba Adeniba for the honor done her. She further prayed that the reign of the Ebumawi will continue to bear good dividends for the people of Agoiwe. She also thanked other traditional rulers who attended the occasion, which was held at the Ebumawi's palace, for their esteemed presence. On a final note, the Iyalaja General expressed her appreciation to her husband, Honorable Oyetinuojo, for his love and support. It was indeed a happy day for Chief Mrs. Tinubu, who has successfully stepped into the shoes of her late grandmother, Elijah Abibat Mogaji, the immediate past Iyalaja General of the Federation. The new Yeyolo of Agoiwe was accompanied to the occasion by hundreds of market women who displayed their open love for their leader as they happily sang songs after songs to eulogize her leadership qualities. Later, after the conferment, guests were hosted to a grand reception with the Grand Master of Juju Music, Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey, dishing out the best of Juju music. Before the reception formally kicked off, an opening prayer was offered by Oba Amos Adebajo, the Limeri of Awa. Also during the reception, a award of excellence was conferred on prominent sons and daughters of Agoiwe. These included well-known businessman Otumba Alex Onobanjo, the Otumba Shakimulu of Agoiwe. The award, made of a garland and a beautiful plaque, was in recognition of his immense support to the Ebumari of Agoiwe, Oba Abdulrazak Adenuba, and his significant contributions to the development of education in Ogun State. Worthy of mention is Otumba Alex Onobanjo, who is popularly known as Alex O's contribution of over 200 million naira to the development of Ogun State-owned Tai Shulari University of Education, TASUD, which is the first university of education in Nigeria, the second in Africa, and the 8th in the world. Before dedicating his award presented to him by the Dagburu of Idoa, Oba Adekoya, to all the great students of Ogun State, Otumba Alex Onobanjo thanked Oba Adenuba for honoring him and prayed that the Almighty God will continue to strengthen him in the discharge of his onerous duties.
By the special grace of God, this Ghana, you will always remember it as a memento given to you by Maria of Agogo. Please, that's it. I dedicated this gift of mine to all the great students of Ogun State. Thank you.
Much later, the Ebumari of Agoiwe, Oba Abdulrazak Adenuba, led other traditional rulers, prominent sons and daughters of the town, including the Ashiwaju of Agoiwe, Senator Jubril Martins Kuye, to the stage to dance to the pulsating beats of Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey.
Thank you.
the ceremony lasted, Oba Adenuga played the perfect host as he went around the venue to ensure that his guests were comfortable. The grand finale of the 10th anniversary of the coronation of Oba Abdulrazak Adesina Adenuga held on Sunday, May 18th, 2014. The event, which was held in Agoiwoi, formally commenced with an opening prayer said in the Islamic way. Prominent traditional rulers, businessmen, top politicians, respected society men and women, to mention just a few, came all the way to identify and celebrate with Oba Adenuga, whose reign as the Bumawo of Agoiwoi has brought peace, development, and harmony to the town. Some of the personalities include the Deputy Governor of Ogun State himself, a proud son of Agoiwoi, Segun Adeshegun, former Governor of Ogun State, Otumba Gbenga Daniel, Senator Olorunimbe Mamora, Senator Labi Idurojai, Chief Kasintin Adebutu and his beautiful wife Adenike, Chief Mrs. Abba Folayo and her friend Mrs. Onilere, among others. The grand finale also witnessed the launch of a biography on Oba Adenuga titled My Story. The biography of Oba Abdulrazak Adesina Adenuga, the Bumawo of Agoiwoi, was written by Mr. Femi Oduboshe. Also on the occasion, members of the Ijebode Club extolled the virtues of Oba Abdulrazak Adenuga. They described him as a handsome monarch with an imposing personality. In rounding up, they sang a jolly good fellow song in Ijebu dialect for the well-loved and respected monarch amid applause from every guest. Adenuga's subjects have for him was in full display as many people in high and low places jostled to have photo and video shots with him, and to say that the Ebuma was at home with all classes of his people, irrespective of their status, is like stating the obvious. Of the occasion was a performance of the King of World Beat, King Sonny Ade, who was on the bandstand. Even the celebrant of Adenuga was not left out in the display of dancing skills, as he, alongside his Oloris, other celebrities present, gyrated to the music of the King Sonny Ade, King of World Beat. Congratulations, my dear friend, the digital monarch of our time. This is wishing you all the best. Ìgbà ọdún ọdún kan ni o. Kádé pẹ́ lórí kí bàrà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. Àwọn olórí kí wọ́n ṣe máa ṣiṣẹ́ ibi.
The people oriented governor of the Nigerian northern state of Bauchi, Malam Isa Yuguda, has always got reasons to celebrate landmark achievements since his assumption of office some 5 years ago. The success of his administration in bringing the dividend of democracy and good leadership home to his people of Bauchi State can be described as nothing but mammoth. The execution of huge infrastructural projects in form of asphalted road networks, construction of bridges, housing schemes, creation of industries, tertiary institutions, schools, the Yankari Game Reserve, provision of healthcare facilities, and a host of other social amenities are now commonplace sights in all the nooks and crannies of the state, which in turn have engendered unprecedented change and as well as translated into a humongous economic growth for the state. On Saturday, 8 September 2012, Governor Isa Yaguda's reason for joy and celebration was a little outside the administrative spheres. In this instance, it was the holy solemnization which took place in the ancient town of Azari between his son, Idris Yaguda, and Bilikisu Hanifa Musa Babayo, as they both finally quit the singles vote to tie the knot in accordance with traditional demands. Malam Isa Yaguda and his friend, Dr. Musa Babayo, were undoubtedly the happiest fathers in the world on this day. The process of the wedding feature is usually very short. The dowry prize was paid by the groom, and the Islamic clerics prayed for the success of the marriage. The International Conference Center, Abuja, venue of the reception, wore a breathtaking look which gave the whole arena an out-of-the-world ambience. Friends, family members, colleagues and associates from all walks of life thronged into the arena reflecting the joy and excitement of the occasion. The arrival of the couple, who is supported by a large number of their friends and family members, signaled the commencement of the event. As they gracefully gained entrance into the venue, a resounding applause and cheers by the audience greeted their beautiful smiles. Born in 1987, the exceedingly stunning bride, Bilikisu Idris Yaguda, a graduate of Business Administration from the University of Abuja, is the second daughter of Dr. Musa Babayo. She also obtained a BSc in Information Technology from the University of Hertfordshire, United Kingdom. Idris Yaguda, who incontestably was the man of the day, had his elementary education at Catholic Nursery and Primary School, Garki, Abuja. He also attended New Capital Primary School, Asokoro, Abuja, and later went to Corona Secondary School, Lagos. For his tertiary education, Idris Yaguda attended University of Wales in Cardiff, United Kingdom, where he bagged a degree in business management. He also holds a master's degree in planning strategy from the University of Bradford, UK. As for the turnout of dignitaries at the event, the cohort and pedigree of both families was responsible for the high attendance of people from every strata of life at the event. Indeed, friends, associates and loved ones of Yuguda and Babayo families registered a robust presence at the wedding, with governors, the deputies and indeed politicians from different political parties still in the show. The chairman of the occasion was Dr. Bamanga Tuku, National Chairman PDP and former member PDP Board of Trustee.
The institution of marriage is a very, very strong institution. As all of us now witness. From Adam and Eve, joining husband and wife together become a norm. The institution of love, unity, and respect. What we do here is to acknowledge the sanctity of this institution and pray for the bride and bridegroom to respect and honor that institution in love and in care. May God bless them. May God bless their parents. May God bless the sanctity of marriage.
The cutting of the cake exercise was supervised by former Deputy Governor of Plateau State and former Minister of State Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Mrs. Pauline Tallinn. She was supported by some people who served as observers.
I will invite my daughter bride to hold the cake at the night. The husband being the head of the family, he is her strength, he is her very confident. Influence will quickly now support her by holding the knife. I can see how they are holding their hands so firmly on the knife. Now, you join me as we spell the word love. Can you give me the word L? Can you give me the word O? You are not answering. Please answer and give them the necessary support. Can you give me the word B? And lastly E. Love.
The feeding of the couple was next, and this was supervised by the Minister of Women Affairs, Hajia Zainab Mena. In her own advice, the wife of the Vice President congratulated the parents of the couple and the couple themselves for taking this quantum leap in their lives, which she prayed they will have cause to be grateful to God in future.
So let us see how you will feed your husband to this. So let us take it. Yeah. Let's see how we are going to. She's been loving my very obedient wife. This is actually a very obedient wife. Now, you can give him some drink. Put that drink and give it to him. Now we have to. Thank you very much. That's great. That's great. Now we have to attend also to give you a brother. Let us see how to
Following that was the advice session by notable personalities who shared their great insights in the sacred marriage institution with the new entrants. Those who volunteered advice to the couple included Chief Tony Aneni, Governor Apablo of Akwa Ibom State, Professor Dora Akunli, Governor Wada Idris of Kogi State, Governor Musa Kwankwaso of Kano State, and Laji Aliko Dangote, They all collectively advised the parents of the couple to endeavor to work hard for the success of the union.
Live your life, trust yourself, and be careful. The parents should not interfere with this marriage. You can only pray for it. Allow them to live the life they want to live. Guide them. Strengthen this movement. And I say, live the life. God will help you and God will bless your family.
I want the couple to remember my son and my daughter. The number of people, the caliber of people that came to pray with your parents, that came to support you, then you know that there is nothing like divorce. So I want you to love each other, place God first, and always remember that the sky is not even your limit.
The only advice I like to give is the fact that today you have made history. Two children from two great families coming together. You have a lot of burden on your shoulders. You must always remember your heritage. We want to wish you well because goodness and mercies are already yours. Not only in advising the young couple, but also praying for them. We pray Almighty Allah to guide and protect this marriage. So my prayer is that this will be a very long, fruitful, and well-blessed marriage, and the Almighty Allah will continue to cement your love and relationship for the pride of all of us who have come here today to witness this very beautiful event and to express our love and support for you. So may Allah bless you. And we welcome you to all married couples. We wish you well. We look forward to seeing your family blessings. We look forward to you and your family being extremely prosperous, extremely happy, and of course, extremely successful.
What I want them to do is actually to make sure that, because they've been friends for long, and they should remain friends, they must make sure that they don't allow people to go in between them. And I pray to the Almighty Allah to bless this wedding and make sure that this is going to be an everlasting one.
The mother of the day, wife of the Vice President, Hajia Amina Muhammad Mamadi Sambo, who was accompanied by a rich retinue of wives of governors, ministers, and other heads of different government parastatals, congratulated the couple and their parents for taking this quantum leap in their lives, as she prayed for Allah's blessings on the couple and their families.
I'm highly delighted to be here today to witness such an auspicious occasion. It is a special day in the lives not just of these couples, but also to us as parents and well-wishers that have been able to face this occasion. To my children, I want to say a big congratulations to you. Marriage is a special institution ordained by the Almighty Allah. I pray that you take all the necessary steps to make it work. You should be guided by the Holy Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet. I want you to respect each other. I want you to be honest with each other and move forward, especially to be patient with each other. The only way to a successful marriage is to be patient.
Banky W performed to the delight of the audience. Then, the father of the groom, Dr. Issa Yuguda, who was supported by the father of the bride, Dr. Musa Babayo, gave the vote of thanks while he expressed the unreserved gratitude of both families to all those who contributed to the success of the big event, promising that this special honor done them will be held in a special place in their minds.
Today is a special day in many ways. The climax, the celebration for the wedding of my first son, Idris. I must say, congratulations, congratulations, and may Allah bless you, bless your marriage, and also make it possible for you to live in peace. And we pray that we live long enough. And the prayers of parents, of course, we pray that we die and live in peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In response to the invitation sent out by the Shagaya and Rashid families for the wedding of their children, Dr. Amina Rashid and Hakim Shagaya, friends, colleagues, and members of both families turned out in very impressive number to honor them. The multi-legged event began with the first leg, which took place in Katsina, the hometown of the bride, Dr. Amina Rashid, who is the daughter of the chairman of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Alhaji Mai Rashid. The array of dignitaries in attendance, which cut across all spheres of importance in the country, bringing together people from all the geopolitical divides of the country, further confirms the enormous goodwill and influence the Rashid and Shagaya families enjoy in places that matter. The all-time First Bank family, made up of Oba Dr. Otudeko, B.C. Onosaya, and Prince Afonja, MD and Chairman respectively, were in attendance. Also in attendance were Senator Bukola Saraki, Governor Abubakar Ahmed, the Chief of Defense Staff, Admiral Olasaad Ibrahim, the Chairman of AMCON, Alhaji Belgore, and other illustrious indigents of Kwara State, who were there to give the mother of the groom, Hajia Bola Shagaya, the much-needed support and solidarity. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Bade, former ACN presidential candidate, Alhaji Nuri Badu, Mr. Tunde Lemo, Deputy Director Operations of the Central Bank of Nigeria, and Mr. Tunde Olawiyo. Hakim, the groom, is the second son of a highly successful and influential businesswoman, Hajia Bola Shagaya, who is from Ilorin, Kwara State. While the bride, Dr. Amina Rashid, is a daughter of Alhaji Mai Rashid, the chairman of the Sovereign Wealth Fund. The event formally kicked off as the bride and groom were ushered into the venue of the special event put together for them.
Mina and Hakim, please be each other's best friends. Because after all is said and done, it is friendship that abides and sustains this institution called marriage. Marriage is not easy. So talk to each other, cry with each other, laugh at and greet each other. Don't hesitate to say you're sorry. And always remember to say thank you. It's amazing what those two words can do. Please, Mina and Hakim, do not take each other for granted. If something pleases you, say it. But more importantly, if something upsets you, share it. Don't stop. Men and women are wired differently. And often we don't realize when we hurt each other's feelings.
There was a performance by a cultural troupe before the cutting of the cake.
Everybody please spell Allah with me.
Some dignitaries acted as observers who gave their verdict later.
I hope, Hakim, as you have shown me so much love and commitment, you will be able to sustain such love through your lifetime with Amina. I hope that you will provide for her from what you have so that she will not miss anything from her home. I hope you will teach her religion so that you people will show the world and the hereafter that we are true Muslims. And I hope you will not keep late nights. Okay, Amina, you do come from a very good family. We've taught you a lot to be a good person. You have the pedigree to sustain a marriage. You can see that your parents, of which I'm one as well, we spent over 30 years in our husbands' houses, not because it was all green and fine, but because we knew patience and endurance. And I hope that you will go and show the same to the Shagais. You must tell them that you're a true Rashid. You must show them you've been brought up sober. Providing with very hot meals so that he doesn't go out to eat in restaurants without you.
Friends of the couple also spoke about the union, advising them to be worthy role models for those coming behind to follow.
Hakim is a very kind, generous, and most important of all, he's God-fearing and religious, and inspires all of us well to get closer to God. I have no doubt that the union between him and Mina is going to be a glorious one. We're going to have beautiful children, and suffice to say, Hakim knows how to spoil a girl a little. Mina will never lack for anything. He will give her a good home, good clothes, and a few occasions, a few diamonds here and there. Congratulations, and happy married life.
She has always been very honest and very fearless. She is intelligent, she is beautiful from inside out. She is not afraid to laugh at herself. She is not afraid to show who she is to whoever is at any point. I love her like a sister. She is the person I would go to if I needed advice, if I need someone to tell me the truth without worrying what I actually would say or how I would react to it. And I wish you so much. I wish you everything. And I've never seen you so happy since you met Hakim. And I can't wish anything more. He is the luckiest man. You really are. And you really like it, Mina, because he's your best friend. As Fatima said, he is already your best friend. And I hope this continues and continue to have all the fun. And just stay true to yourself. Inshallah, everything will be great.
The very brief, well-organized and well-attended Katsina leg of the wedding ended on a musical note with local and contemporary music in a subtle competition for attention. Hakim and Amina Shagaya pre-wedding activities moved to Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, on Sunday, 17th of February 2013. The event was strictly put together by women to specially celebrate the bride, or if you like, a valedictory session organized for the bride by her friends, relations, and family members to bid her farewell and send her forth to the marriage institution. The wife of the Vice President, Hajja Amina Sambo, led the list of top dignitaries at the function, which included the wives of governors of Lagos, Ondo, and Benue states, as well as the wife of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. The mothers of the couple, Hajja Bola Shagaya and Hajja Rashid, received a very huge support from their friends across the country. The first to enter the arena was the bride and her friends, later the groom, also with his friends, and it was a great event unfolding from then on. The friends of the couple took turns to talk about them, while they also got words of encouragement.
Yesterday, two very special people got married. Hakim, my son, married Mina, my daughter. So, yesterday, the 16th of February, was a union of two children of mine, so I stand here as a very proud mother.
I want to seize this opportunity to advise you to please take marriage as a serious business. But I pray to Almighty Allah to abide by the positive acts for this marriage to be a successful one. Amina, you are the wife, and love is expected of you. Take good care of your husband, respect him, take good care of the home, respect his parents like your own, take care of his family just like yours. I know you have had the best of training from your mother. And I believe all that has been said about my kid, you are well equipped to take care of that child. So I want you to be more tolerant than what you are expected to have. I want you to be patient. There's no key to a successful marriage than being patient.
This was followed by the bridal dance, with their friends also joining in. The bride and groom had a photo session with a long lineup of friends, relations, and in-laws. was evident that the parents of the couple invested a great deal of time and expenses in giving proper upbringing and educational grounding to them. This has already put them in very vantage stead to be first among equals. The groom studied in the United Kingdom. Precisely, he has a Bachelor of Science degree in Information Management and Business Studies from the University of Sheffield in the United Kingdom, and a diploma in Project Planning and Management. He also has an MSc in Management of Science and Technology and Innovation from the University of Manchester Business School. The groom began his education at the famous Adesore College, Offa, in Kwara State. The bride, Dr. Amina Rashid, began her secondary school education at the El Amin International School, Mina, in Niger State. She then moved over to the British School in Lome, Togo. Dr. Amina Rashid Shagaya bagged a BSc degree in Medicine and Surgery from the Medical School of Imperial College, London. She now practices as a medical doctor in the United Kingdom. The groom, Hakim Shagaya's working experience included a stint at the United Bank for Africa. He was also at the time the PA to the Minister of State for Finance, Special Assistant to the FCT Minister on Public and Private Partnership. He is currently a non-executive board member of the Unity Bank and a managing partner at Urban Space Investment Limited. The Abuja access of the Hakim and Dr. Amina Shagaya wedding ended with the usual emotional part, which involves leading the wife to her husband's house. There's a very huge presence of friends and family members on hand to take Dr. Amina Shagaya to the home of her husband. Haji Bola Shagaya received the family of the bride on behalf of the entire Shagaya family. Now, have you ever given a thought that it's like the Shagaya boys cannot settle for any less than a doctor? If you remember, Hakim's brother also got married to a doctor some years ago at a union which has happily produced a bouncing baby boy. Now, did you know that the latest bride in the Shagaya's household, Dr. Amina Rashid Shagaya, is a friend to the wife of Hakim Shagaya's brother? Now, put two and two together and arrive at a conclusion. However, stay tuned to the marriage proper, which comes up on Saturday, 23rd February 2013 at the International Conference Center, Abuja, for more details. It's hearty congratulations to the Rashid and Shagaya families and the couple themselves for this great stride. We pray that the marriage will be a successful one. Saturday, the 23rd of February 2013 will remain a watershed in the annals of the organization and attendance of events in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The occasion was the grand finale of the Rashid Shagaya wedding extravaganza, which was coming on the heels of the Nikai and cultural events in Katsina and Abuja exactly a week ago. The two families, who enjoy a lot of respectability and influence among Nigerians from different sectors of life, pulled every stop to make the event a very memorable one for their children and all those who were part of the epoch-making affair. The father of the bride, Alhaji Rashid, has been a key player in the financial sector of the economy for decades. This culminated in his recent appointment as the first chairman of the newly created Sovereign Wealth Fund Agency. As to be expected, therefore, a huge array of those who call the shots in Nigeria's financial sector were there, with top shots from the Nigerian Apex Bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and other banks registering a huge attendance. This is in addition to friends, well-wishers, and family members from Katsina State, the home place of the bride's father, who are there to give their solidarity and support. As for the mother of the bride, Hajia Bola Shagaya, the ultimate and quintessential party planner, highly influential and cosmopolitan, the day was a day when all elements just worked in her favor. Hajia Bola Shagaya's friendship that knows no boundaries and influence in high places brought together in one arena the wives of the governors of more than 12 states from different political parties, members of the Federal Executive Council from almost all the ministries, a phenomenon not common on a Saturday in Abuja. Key members of the judicial arm of government were also there. Governor Theodore Orji of Abia State, as well as deputy governors of Kogi and Kwara States, as well as the Chief of Defense Staff, Admiral Ola Sahad Ibrahim, who was the chairman of the occasion, was joined by the Inspector General of Police, Alhaji Muhammad Abubakar, and the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Joseph Dele Ezioba. Hajia Bola Shagaya's influence was also noticeable in the huge bipartisan attendance of members of the Senate and House of Representatives. In fact, there seemed to have been no area left uncovered in terms of those who attended the event from all parts of the country and beyond. It would therefore be right to say that Hajia Bola Shagaya's high-flying friend from Lagos, Kaduna, Ilorin, and other cities who came for the wedding of her son Hakim must have practically shut down the social life of those areas, at least for Saturday, 23rd of February, 2013. To have the First Lady and Mother of the Nation, Dame Patience Jonathan, in attendance at the event for upwards of 4 hours, when she should herself be resting, after that mega hosting of the entire world at our Thanksgiving reception a week ago, shows clearly that Hajia Bola Shagaya is indeed held in very high esteem by the First Family, and especially the First Lady, who refers to her usually as a special friend and sister. And just like the First Lady did during the wedding of Hajia Bola Shagaya's first son some 2 years ago, she positively affected the wedding of Hakim Shagaya, whom she affectionately called her son, with all the powers and influence at her disposal. She was assisted by her darling sister and friend and wife of the nation's Vice President, Hajia Amina Namadi Sambo, wife of the Senate President, Mrs. Helen Mark, and wives of former Nigerian heads of state, Hajia Mariam Abacha and Mrs. Ajoke Mohammed. This appropriately raises the profile of the event to grade A, as they say in the broadcasting parlance. One must salute the First Lady's uncommon attribute of social engineering, always bringing men and women of different political persuasions on the same table. This will go a very long way in dousing the tension perpetually orchestrated to bring bad blood among key players in the nation's polity. The highlight of the Hakim Amina Shagaya wedding was when the couple, led by the groomsmen and bridesmaid, who are heavily decked out in dapper attires, made their majestic entry into the hall, with everyone standing to greet them. In fact, the manner in which the couple entered the arena looked every inch novel. Is indeed very novel and groundbreaking, with music with xylophone taking center stage. The chairman's opening remarks was delivered by the Chief of Defense Staff, Admiral Ola Sahad Ibrahim, whose wife also bears a Mina incidentally. He gave the couple nuggets of tips drawn from his close to 30 years in the marriage institution. Patience, tolerance, and love, he advised, should drive the union at all times for it to record a record success at the end of the day.
This is my first message to Hakim and Amina. You've joined the club of the lucky ones who have the opportunity to make the difficult choice in life. Let me start by congratulating you. And the way we see you walking, With these large audience here, there's every evidence that all that we attend to you is the beauty of the institution of marriage and the blessings from Allah.
The Shagari Rashid wedding extravaganza had a string of interesting side attractions. These included performances by comedian Bovi and musicians new on the scene Bez, M1, and One Day Cole. The First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, supervised the cutting of the wedding cake with important words of admonition for the couple on how to successfully navigate the delicate and highly emotional issue of marriage, which doesn't have any universal solution. No two marriages are the same, she warned.
Today is all of us our happiest day. A day that I pray to Almighty God to fill your life with joy and happiness. I would like this audience to join me to spell joy, because I want this marriage to fill with endless joy. At the end of the last word of joy, you will cut your cake. Please let us spell joy together. The first word is J.
The wife of the Senate President, Mrs. Helen Mark, saw to the feeding of the couple.
Like a true African woman, feed him very well, because the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. So show us how you are going to feed him from now on. Oh, she has given him a big chunk of cake, and Hakim, like a true husband, is happily consuming it. And now, Hakim, it is your turn. Show us how you are going to feed your wife after you have provided money for her to cook for the family. And he has now fed his wife.
After that, what took a large chunk of the time of the photographers and cameramen was a photo session that the couple, their parents, and well-wishers took with a wide array of their friends, colleagues, family members from all parts of the globe. The toast of the bride and groom was done by the younger brother of the groom, who asked everyone to clink glasses to the success of the marriage. In his response to the toast, the groom, Hakim Shagaya, who spoke on behalf of his wife, Amina, whom he spoke very highly about, thanked his mother, Hajja Bola Shagaya, for making him the well-rounded man he is today. Hakim promised on behalf of his wife that they will be worthy role models to the marriage institution. Hakim also thanked his parents for giving him Amina, his jewel of inestimable value.
Before anything, I want to thank my mom. She's been wonderful. You know, she's responsible for a lot of who I am today. More importantly as well, I would like to thank my new family, the Rashid family. They've all been so warm and receptive. They hosted us really nicely in Katsina. I'm extremely humbled by the turnout today. I think both my friends that have come from all over, people that have come from my mom, it just shows like you stay humble in life and you are nice to people. People will always come and celebrate you whenever you are doing something. Amina and I, they were extremely overwhelmed. We didn't know it was going to be this grand, but we expected something similar, but not this grand. Obviously, thank my beautiful bride for saying yes. So, make my dream come true on that side. Thank her bridesmaids. They didn't dance very much, but they are all looking very beautiful, so thank you for coming.
The Shagaya Rashid high-octane wedding splash, which will remain the event to beat in Nigeria's social circuit for now, ended with a scintillating performance by Wande Cole, which the couple and their friends took to the dance floor to celebrate. It's hearty congratulations to the parents of the bride and groom for the groundbreaking wedding of their children.
That blind bar is out to destroy your son's life and take his soul to her coven. You must throw her out of your son's house at once. That way, you will avert a great tragedy.
I have heard you, great prophet.
What is that?
This is the 500,000 you asked for.
Put it before the Lord.
The Nigerian film and movie industry, Nollywood, which is rated the third best and most viable in the world after America's Hollywood and India's Bollywood, can become the mainstay of the nation's economy if the abundant prospects and potentials that abound in it are properly harnessed. Through their creative ingenuity, Nigerian film directors, producers and actors have continued to use the advantage of the rich and diverse repertoire of African stories, folk tales, drama, and the general lifestyle of our people to churn out arresting, engaging, captivating, and thought-provoking films.
You're here for a purpose. I am here for the sake of my baby and for my man.
So it's true.
Mommy, is that you?
Who is your mommy? Huh? I know your plans now, Anna. You can fool me.
Plans? What plans?
You think we don't know you're a witch?
Me? A witch?
Yes. Don't waste our time. I have come to throw you out of my son's house. You can't kill me for me. You must leave now.
Mommy, is everything wrong?
Shut up.
Today, Nigerian films dominate the big screens in almost all parts of the world, and our actors and actresses are most sought after, deified, worshipped and adored wherever they go. Our film directors, producers and actors have turned themselves into ambassadors of our country, positively advertising Nigeria to the whole world. These are heroes and heroines deserve to be commended for defying the most crucial odd of the non-existent financial backing, unlike their colleagues in other parts of the world, to make a bold statement that the Nigerian film industry is ready to rule the world. To further bring Nollywood nearer to the world, the practitioners and major shareholders in the industry have stepped up the development of collaborations and relationships to bridge the existing gap in entertainment and information between Africa, Europe and the rest of the world through cinema, music and culture. To bring Nollywood and other African movies to the forefront of the international cinema, frontline actors and actresses of Nollywood stormed Dublin, Ireland recently for the first Nollywood and African Film Festival 2006, specially dedicated to celebrating African culture through films. For 3 days, through the African movies and documentaries shown, the Irish local community was educated, entertained and informed, providing an avenue for positive awareness towards Nollywood and African movies while showcasing the colorful and diverse cultural lifestyles of Africans. The first Nollywood and African Film Festival 2006 in Dublin began with the premiere of the popular Osofia in London. The movie Osofia in London, which had enjoyed rave reviews on big screens around the world, is a comedy about a native African man who is extremely lazy and gets the chance to travel to the United Kingdom for the first time. However, due to the death of his brother who left Africa years ago, he has been named as the sole heir to his brother's estates. It's a very funny movie, showing the difference in culture and the way of life of Africans and Europeans. Another popular Nigerian movie premiered at the first Nollywood and African Film Festival in Dublin was Across the Niger. The film Across the Niger has already gone onto the big screen in Milan, Italy, amongst other countries. Another film which the local Irish community were privileged to see was Amazing Grace, produced by Jetta Amata. The movie is about the initial slave trade period in Africa and deals with issues of how Africans were involved in the trading of their own brothers and sisters. The movie also shows how the sound Amazing Grace came about through the people of Calabar in Nigeria. The movie reminds one of Amistad. Another movie premiered was The Widows, featuring new and major Nigerian actors and actresses. The Widows is about the travels of an African woman whose husband is killed by his feuding brother, and she's asked to undergo 60 days mourning period with her dead husband to prove that she did not kill him. She is also asked to relinquish all her husband's wealth and required to marry her husband's older brother, who is already married as part of the tradition. It is indeed a gripping, very emotional and thought-provoking drama which held the Irish community spellbound. Other African films premiered were Paria, In the Name of Tradition, and Prince Luceno. Highlights of the first Nollywood and African Film Festival, which was well attended by Nigerians resident in Dublin, included the Igbo community in Dublin. Nollywood stars like Kanayo O Kanayo, who was recently adjudged the best actor in Africa, Stella Damasus Aboderi, Ejike Asiegbu, president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Ini Edo, who won City People's Award as the best actress in Nigeria. Ramsey Moore was also there. Emen Isong, who wrote the script for the movie Widows, as well as other movie producers and marketers. Award winner for Best Male Spiritual Vocalist Samuel Poso performed, and the whole place was turned into some sort of carnival as the actors and actresses and others had a field day.